Roman II. Meanwhile, winter came on. Long before Christmas, there was an announcement in the local papers that the usual winter ball would take place on the 29th of December in the Hall of Nobility. Every evening after cards, modest Alexeich was excitedly whispering with his colleagues' wives and glancing at Anna, and then paced up and down the room for a long while thinking. At last, late one evening, he stood still, facing Anna, and said, "You ought to get yourself a ball dress. Do you understand? Only please consult Maria Grigorievna and Natalia Kuzminishna." And he gave her 100 rubles. She took the money, but she did not consult anyone when she ordered the ball dress. She spoke to no one but her father and tried to imagine how her mother would have dressed for a ball. Her mother had always dressed in the latest fashion and had always taken trouble over Anna, dressing her elegantly like a doll, and had taught her to speak French and dance the mazurka superbly. She had been a governess for 5 years before her marriage. Like her mother, Anna could make a new dress out of an old one, clean gloves with benzine, hire jewels. And like her mother, she knew how to screw up her eyes, lisp, assume graceful attitudes, fly into raptures when necessary, and throw a mournful and enigmatic look into her eyes. And from her father she had inherited the dark color of her hair and eyes, her highly strung nerves, and the habit of always making herself look her best. When, half an hour before setting off for the ball, modest Alexeich went into her room without his coat on, to put his order round his neck before her pier glass, dazzled by her beauty and the splendor of her fresh, ethereal dress, he combed his whiskers complacently and said, "So that's what my wife can look like. So that's what you can look like, Aniuta," he went on, dropping into a tone of solemnity. "I have made your fortune, and now I beg you to do something for mine. I beg you to get introduced to the wife of His Excellency. For God's sake, do, through her I may get the post of senior reporting clerk." They went to the ball. They reached the Hall of Nobility, the entrance with the hall porter. They came to the vestibule with the hat stands, the fur coats, footmen scurrying about, and ladies with low necks putting up their fans to screen themselves from the drafts. There was a smell of gas and of soldiers. When Anna, walking upstairs on her husband's arm, heard the music and saw herself full length in the looking-glass in the full glow of the lights, there was a rush of joy in her heart, and she felt the same presentiment of happiness as in the moonlight at the station. She walked in proudly, confidently, for the first time feeling herself not a girl but a lady, and unconsciously imitating her mother in her walk and in her manner. And for the first time in her life she felt rich and free. Even her husband's presence did not oppress her, for as she crossed the threshold of the hall she had guessed instinctively that the proximity of an old husband did not detract from her in the least, but on the contrary, gave her that shade of piquant mystery that is so attractive to men. The orchestra was already playing and the dances had begun. After their flat, Anna was overwhelmed by the lights, the bright colors, the music, the noise, and looking round the room, thought, "Oh, how lovely." She at once distinguished in the crowd all her acquaintances, everyone she had met before at parties or on picnics, saw the officers, the teachers, the lawyers, the officials, the landowners, His Excellency, Artanov, and the ladies of the highest standing, dressed up in very décolletés, handsome and ugly, who had already taken up their positions in the stalls and pavilions of the charity bazaar, to begin selling things for the benefit of the poor. A huge officer in epaulets had been introduced to him in Starokivsky Street when she was a schoolgirl, but now she could not remember his name, seemed to spring from out of the ground, begging her for a waltz, and she flew away from her husband, feeling as though she were floating away in a sailing boat in a violent storm, while her husband was left far away on the shore. She danced passionately, with fervor, a waltz, then a polka and a quadrille, being snatched by one partner as soon as she was left by another, dizzy with music and the noise, mixing Russian with French, lisping, laughing, and with no thought of her husband or anything else. She excited great admiration among the men, that was evident, and indeed it could not have been otherwise. She was breathless with excitement, felt thirsty, and convulsively clutched her fan. Pyotr Leontyich, her father, in a crumpled dress coat that smelt of benzine, came up to her, offering her a plate of pink ice. "You are enchanting this evening," he said, looking at her rapturously, "and I have never so much regretted that you were in such a hurry to get married. What was it for? I know you did it for our sake, but..." With a shaking hand he drew out a roll of notes and said, "I got the money for my lessons today and can pay your husband what I owe him." She put the plate back into his hand, and was pounced upon by someone and borne off to a distance. She caught a glimpse over her partner's shoulder of her father gliding over the floor, putting his arm round a lady and whirling down the ballroom with her. How sweet he is when he is sober, she thought. She danced the mazurka with the same huge officer. He moved gravely, as heavily as a dead carcase in a uniform, twitched his shoulders and his chest, stamped his feet very languidly. He felt fearfully disinclined to dance. She fluttered round him, provoking him by her beauty, her bare neck. Her eyes glowed defiantly. Her movements were passionate, while he became more and more indifferent and held out his hands to her as graciously as a king. "Bravo, bravo," said people watching them. But little by little the huge officer, too, broke out. He grew lively, excited, and overcome by her fascination, was carried away and danced lightly, youthfully, while she merely moved her shoulders and looked slyly at him as though she were now the queen and he were her slave. And at that moment it seemed to her that the whole room was looking at them, and that everybody was thrilled and envied them. The huge officer had hardly had time to thank her for the dance, when the crowd suddenly parted and the men drew themselves up in a strange way, with their hands at their sides. His Excellency, with 2 stars on his dress coat, was walking up to her. Yes, His Excellency was walking straight towards her, for he was staring directly at her with a sugary smile, while he licked his lips as he always did when he saw a pretty woman. "Delighted, delighted," he began. "I shall order your husband to be clapped in a lockup for keeping such a treasure hidden from us till now. I've come to you with a message from my wife," he went on, offering her his arm. "You must help us. Yes. We ought to give you the prize for beauty as they do in America. Yes. The Americans. My wife is expecting you impatiently." He led her to a stall and presented her to a middle-aged lady, the lower part of whose face was disproportionately large, so that she looked as though she were holding a big stone in her mouth. "You must help us," she said through her nose in a sing-song voice. "All the pretty women are working for our charity bazaar, and you are the only one enjoying yourself. Why won't you help us?" She went away, and Anna took her place by the cups and the silver samovar. She was soon doing a lively trade. Anna asked no less than a ruble for a cup of tea and made the huge officer drink 3 cups. Artanov, the rich man with prominent eyes, who suffered from asthma, came up, too. He was not dressed in the strange costume in which Anna had seen him in the summer at the station, but wore a dress coat like everyone else. Keeping his eyes fixed on Anna, he drank a glass of champagne and paid 100 rubles for it, then drank some tea and gave another 100 all this without saying a word, as he was short of breath through asthma. Anna invited purchasers and got money out of them, firmly convinced by now that her smiles and glances could not fail to afford these people great pleasure. She realized now that she was created exclusively for this noisy, brilliant, laughing life, with its music, its dancers, its adorers, and her old terror of a force that was sweeping down upon her and menacing to crush her seemed to her ridiculous. She was afraid of no one now, and only regretted that her mother could not be there to rejoice at her success. Pyotr Leontyich, pale by now but still steady on his legs, came up to the stall and asked for a glass of brandy. Anna turned crimson, expecting him to say something inappropriate. She was already ashamed of having such a poor and ordinary father. But he emptied his glass, took 10 rubles out of his roll of notes, flung it down, and walked away with dignity without uttering a word. A little later she saw him dancing in the grand chain, and by now he was staggering and kept shouting something, to the great confusion of his partner. And Anna remembered how at the ball 3 years before he had staggered and shouted in the same way, and it had ended in the police sergeant's taking him home to bed, and next day the director had threatened to dismiss him from his post. How inappropriate that memory was. When the samovars were put out in the stalls, and the exhausted ladies handed over their takings to the middle-aged lady with the stone in her mouth, Artanov took Anna on his arm to the hall where supper was served to all who had assisted at the bazaar. There were some 20 people at supper, not more, but it was very noisy. His Excellency proposed a toast. "In this magnificent dining room, it will be appropriate to drink to the success of the cheap dining rooms, which are the object of today's bazaar." The Brigadier General proposed the toast, "To the power by which even the artillery is vanquished," and all the company clinked glasses with the ladies. It was very, very gay. When Anna was escorted home, it was daylight and the cooks were going to market. Joyful, intoxicated, full of new sensations, exhausted, she undressed, dropped into bed, and at once fell asleep. It was past 1 in the afternoon when the servant waked her and announced that M. Artinov had called. She dressed quickly and went down into the drawing room. Soon after Artinov, His Excellency called to thank her for her assistance in the bazaar. With a sugary smile, chewing his lips, he kissed her hand, and asking her permission to come again, took his leave, while she remained standing in the middle of the drawing room, amazed, enchanted, unable to believe that this change in her life, this marvelous change, had taken place so quickly. And at that moment, modest Alexeich walked in. And he, too, stood before her now with the same ingratiating, sugary, cringingly respectful expression which she was accustomed to see on his face in the presence of the great and powerful. And with rapture, with indignation, with contempt, convinced that no harm would come to her from it, she said, articulating distinctly each word, "Be off, you blockhead." From this time forward Anna never had one day free, as she was always taking part in picnics, expeditions, performances. She returned home every day after midnight and went to bed on the floor in the drawing room, and afterwards used to tell everyone, touchingly, how she slept under flowers. She needed a very great deal of money, but she was no longer afraid of modest Alexeich and spent his money as though it were her own, and she did not ask, did not demand it, simply sent him in the bills. Give bearer 200 rubles, or pay 100 rubles at once. At Easter, modest Alexeich received the Anna of the 2nd grade. When he went to offer his thanks, His Excellency put aside the paper he was reading and settled himself more comfortably in his chair. "So now you have 3 Annas," he said, scrutinizing his white hands and pink nails, 1 on your buttonhole and 2 on your neck. Modest Alexeich put 2 fingers to his lips, as a precaution against laughing too loud, and said, "Now I have only to look forward to the arrival of a little Vladimir. I make bold to beg your Excellency to stand godfather." He was alluding to Vladimir of the 4th grade, and was already imagining how he would tell everywhere the story of this pun, so happy in its readiness and audacity, and he wanted to say something equally happy, but His Excellency was buried again in his newspaper and merely gave him a nod. And Anna went on driving about with 3 horses, going out hunting with Artinov, playing in one-act dramas, going out to supper, and was more and more rarely with her own family. They dined now alone. Pyotr Leontyich was drinking more heavily than ever. There was no money, and the harmonium had been sold long ago for debt. The boys did not let him go out alone in the street now, but looked after him for fear he might fall down. And whenever they met Anna driving in Starokievsky Street with a pair of horses and Artinov on the box instead of a coachman, Pyotr Leontyich took off his top hat and was about to shout to her. But Petya and Andrusha took him by the arm and said imploringly, "You mustn't, father, hush, father." The teacher of literature I. There was the thud of horses' hoofs on the wooden floor. They brought out of the stable the black horse, Count Newlin, then the white, Giant, then his sister Maka. They were all magnificent, expensive horses. Old Shelistov saddled Giant and said, addressing his daughter Masha, "Well, Marie Godfrey, come get on, hopla." Masha Shelistov was the youngest of the family. She was 18, but her family could not get used to thinking that she was not a little girl, and so they still called her Manya and Manusa. And after there had been a circus in the town which she had eagerly visited, everyone began to call her Marie Godfrey. "Hopla," she cried, mounting Giant. Her sister Varya got on Maka, Nikitin on Count Newlin, the officers on their horses, and the long picturesque cavalcade, with the officers in white tunics and the ladies in their riding habits, moved at a walking pace out of the yard. Nikitin noticed that when they were mounting the horses and afterwards riding out into the street, Masha for some reason paid attention to no one but himself. She looked anxiously at him and at Count Newlin and said, "You must hold him all the time on the curb, Sergei Vasilich. Don't let him shy, he's pretending." And either because her Giant was very friendly with Count Newlin, or perhaps by chance, she rode all the time beside Nikitin, as she had done the day before and the day before that. And he looked at her graceful little figure sitting on the proud white beast, at her delicate profile, at the chimney-pot hat, which did not suit her at all and made her look older than her age, looked at her with joy, with tenderness, with rapture. Listened to her, taking in little of what she said and thought. I promise on my honor, I swear to God, I won't be afraid and I'll speak to her today. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, the time when the scent of white acacia and lilac is so strong that the air and the very trees seem heavy with the fragrance. The band was already playing in the town gardens. The horses made a resounding thud on the pavement. On all sides there were sounds of laughter, talk, and the banging of gates. The soldiers they met saluted the officers, the schoolboys bowed to Nikitin, and all the people who were hurrying to the gardens to hear the band were pleased at the sight of the party. And how warm it was! How soft-looking were the clouds scattered carelessly about the sky! How kindly and comforting the shadows of the poplars and the acacias, which stretched across the street and reached as far as the balconies and second stories of the houses on the other side. They rode on out of the town and set off at a trot along the highroad. Here there was no scent of lilac and acacia, no music of the band, but there was the fragrance of the fields, there was the green of young rye and wheat, the marmots were squeaking, the rooks were cawing. Wherever one looked it was green, with only here and there black patches of bare ground, and far away to the left in the cemetery a white streak of apple blossom. They passed the slaughterhouses, then the brewery, and overtook a military band hastening to the suburban gardens. "Polyansky has a very fine horse, I don't deny that," Masha said to Nikitin, with a glance towards the officer who was riding beside Varya. "But it has blemishes. That white patch on its left leg ought not to be there, and look, it tosses its head. You can't train it not to now, it will toss its head till the end of its days." Masha was as passionate a lover of horses as her father. She felt a pang when she saw other people with fine horses, and was pleased when she saw defects in them. Nikitin knew nothing about horses. It made absolutely no difference to him whether he held his horse on the bridle or on the curb, whether he trotted or galloped. He only felt that his position was strained and unnatural, and that consequently the officers who knew how to sit in their saddles must please Masha more than he could. And he was jealous of the officers. As they rode by the suburban gardens, someone suggested their going in and getting some seltzer water. They went in. There were no trees but oaks in the gardens. They had only just come into leaf, so that through the young foliage the whole garden could still be seen with its platform, little tables and swings, and the crows' nests were visible, looking like big hats. The party dismounted near a table and asked for seltzer water. People they knew, walking about the garden, came up to them. Among them the army doctor in high boots and the conductor of the band, waiting for the musicians. The doctor must have taken Nikitin for a student, for he asked, "Have you come for the summer holidays?" "No, I am here permanently," answered Nikitin. "I am a teacher at the school." "You don't say so," said the doctor with surprise. "So young and already a teacher." "Young indeed. My goodness, I'm 26. You have a beard and mustache, but yet one would never guess you were more than 22 or 23. How young-looking you are." "What a beast," thought Nikitin. "He, too, takes me for a whippersnapper." He disliked it extremely when people referred to his youth, especially in the presence of women or the schoolboys. Ever since he had come to the town as a master in the school, he had detested his own youthful appearance. The schoolboys were not afraid of him. Old people called him young man. Ladies preferred dancing with him to listening to his long arguments, and he would have given a great deal to be 10 years older. From the garden they went on to the Shelistovs' farm. There they stopped at the gate and asked the bailiff's wife, Praskovia, to bring some new milk. Nobody drank the milk. They all looked at one another, laughed, and galloped back. As they rode back, the band was playing in the suburban garden, the sun was setting behind the cemetery, and half the sky was crimson from the sunset. Masha again rode beside Nikitin. He wanted to tell her how passionately he loved her, but he was afraid he would be overheard by the officers and Varya, and he was silent. Masha was silent, too, and he felt why she was silent and why she was riding beside him, and was so happy that the earth, the sky, the lights of the town, the black outline of the brewery all blended for him into something very pleasant and comforting. And it seemed to him as though Count Newlin were stepping on air and would climb up into the crimson sky. They arrived home. The samovar was already boiling on the table. Old Shelistov was sitting with his friends, officials in the circuit court, and as usual he was criticizing something. "It's loudishness," he said, "loudishness and nothing more, yes." Since Nikitin had been in love with Masha, everything at the Shelistovs pleased him. The house, the garden, and the evening tea, and the wickerwork chairs, and the old nurse, and even the word loutishness, which the old man was fond of using. The only thing he did not like was the number of cats and dogs and the Egyptian pigeons who moaned disconsolately in a big cage in the veranda. There were so many house dogs and yard dogs that he had only learnt to recognize two of them in the course of his acquaintance with the Shelostovs, Mushka and Som. Mushka was a little mangy dog with a shaggy face, spiteful and spoiled. She hated Nikitin. When she saw him, she put her head on one side, showed her teeth, and began, "Ar-rar-rar," and "Gan-gan-ga, ar-rar-rar." Then she would get under his chair, and when he would try to drive her away, she would go off into piercing yaps, and the family would say, "Don't be frightened. She doesn't bite. She is a good dog." Som was a tall black dog with long legs and a tail as hard as a stick. At dinner and tea, he usually moved about under the table and thumped on people's boots and on the legs of the table with his tail. He was a good-natured, stupid dog, but Nikitin could not endure him because he had the habit of putting his head on people's knees at dinner and messing their trousers with saliva. Nikitin had more than once tried to hit him on his head with a knife handle, to flip him on the nose, had abused him, had complained of him, but nothing saved his trousers. After their ride, the tea, jam, rusks, and butter seemed very nice. They all drank their first glass in silence and with great relish. Over the second, they began an argument. It was always Varya who started the arguments at tea. She was good-looking, handsomer than Masha, and was considered the cleverest and most cultured person in the house, and she behaved with dignity and severity, as an eldest daughter should who has taken the place of her dead mother in the house. As the mistress of the house, she felt herself entitled to wear a dressing gown in the presence of her guests, and to call the officers by their surnames. She looked on Masha as a little girl, and talked to her as though she were a schoolmistress. She used to speak of herself as an old maid, so she was certain she would marry. Every conversation, even about the weather, she invariably turned into an argument. She had a passion for catching at words, pouncing on contradictions, quibbling over phrases. You would begin talking to her, and she would stare at you and suddenly interrupt. Excuse me, Petrov, the other day you said the very opposite." Or she would smile ironically and say, "I notice, though, you begin to advocate the principles of the secret police. I congratulate you." If you jested or made a pun, you would hear her voice at once. "That's stale, that's pointless." If an officer ventured on a joke, she would make a contemptuous grimace and say, "An army joke." And she rolled the R so impressively that Mushka invariably answered from under a chair, "Ar-rar-rar," and "Gan-gan-ga." On this occasion at tea, the argument began with Nikitin's mentioning the school examinations. "Excuse me, Sergei Vasilich," Varya interrupted him. "You say it's difficult for the boys, and whose fault is that, let me ask you? For instance, you set the boys in the 8th class an essay on Pushkin as a psychologist. To begin with, you shouldn't set such a difficult subject, and secondly, Pushkin was not a psychologist. S.H.T. Chedrin now, or Dostoevsky, let us say, is a different matter, but Pushkin is a great poet and nothing more." "S.H.T. Chedrin is one thing, and Pushkin is another," Nikitin answered sulkily. "I know you don't think much of S.H.T. Chedrin at the high school, but that's not the point. Tell me, in what sense is Pushkin a psychologist?" "Why do you mean to say he was not a psychologist? If you like, I'll give you examples." And Nikitin recited several passages from Onyegin, and then from Boris Godunov. "I see no psychology in that," Varya sighed. "The psychologist is the man who describes the recesses of the human soul, and that's fine poetry and nothing more." "I know the sort of psychology you want," said Nikitin, offended. "You want someone to saw my finger with a blunt saw while I howl at the top of my voice. That's what you mean by psychology. That's poor, but still you haven't shown me in what sense Pushkin is a psychologist." When Nikitin had to argue against anything that seemed to him narrow, conventional, or something of that kind, he usually leaped up from his seat, clutched at his head with both hands, and began with a moan, running from one end of the room to another. And it was the same now. He jumped up, clutched his head in his hands, and with a moan walked round the table, then he sat down a little way off. The officers took his part. Captain Polyansky began assuring Varya that Pushkin really was a psychologist, and to prove it quoted 2 lines from Lermontov. Lieutenant Jernit said that if Pushkin had not been a psychologist, they would not have erected a monument to him in Moscow. "That's loutishness," was heard from the other end of the table. I said as much to the governor. "It's loutishness, Your Excellency," I said. "I won't argue any more," cried Nikitin. "It's unending. Enough, get away, you nasty dog," he cried to Soam, who laid his head and paw on his knee. "Arrarars inganga," came from under the table. "Admit that you are wrong," cried Varia. "Own up." But some young ladies came in, and the argument dropped of itself. They all went into the drawing room. Varia sat down at the piano and began playing dances. They danced first a waltz, then a polka, then a quadrille with a grand chain which Captain Polyansky led through all the rooms, then a waltz again. During the dancing, the old men sat in the drawing room, smoking and looking at the young people. Among them was Shebeldin, the director of the municipal bank, who was famed for his love of literature and dramatic art. He had founded the local musical and dramatic society and took part in the performances himself, confining himself, for some reason, to playing comic footman or to reading in a sing-song voice, The Woman Who Was a Sinner. His nickname in the town was the Mummy, as he was tall, very lean and scraggy, and always had a solemn air and a fixed, lusterless eye. He was so devoted to the dramatic art that he even shaved his mustache and beard, and this made him still more like a mummy. After the grand chain, he shuffled up to Nikitin sideways, coughed, and said, "I had the pleasure of being present during the argument at tea. I fully share your opinion. We are of one mind, and it would be a great pleasure to me to talk to you. Have you read Lessing on the dramatic art of Hamburg?" "No, I haven't." Shebeldin was horrified and waved his hands as though he had burnt his fingers, and saying nothing more, staggered back from Nikitin. Shebeldin's appearance, his question and his surprise struck Nikitin as funny, but he thought none the less. "It really is awkward. I am a teacher of literature, and to this day I've not read Lessing. I must read him." Before supper, the whole company, old and young, sat down to play Fate. They took 2 packs of cards. One pack was dealt round to the company, the other was laid on the table face downwards. "The one who has this card in his hand," old Shelistov began solemnly, lifting the top card of the second pack, "is fated to go into the nursery and kiss nurse." The pleasure of kissing the nurse fell to the lot of Shebeldin. They all crowded round him, took him to the nursery, and laughing and clapping their hands, made him kiss the nurse. There was a great uproar and shouting. "Not so ardently," cried Shelistov with tears of laughter. "Not so ardently." It was Nikitin's fate to hear the confessions of all. He sat on a chair in the middle of the drawing room. A shawl was brought and put over his head. The first who came to confess to him was Varia. "I know your sins," Nikitin began, looking in the darkness at her stern profile. "Tell me, madam, how do you explain your walking with Polyansky every day? Oh, it's not for nothing she walks with an hussar." "That's poor," said Varia and walked away. Then under the shawl he saw the shine of big motionless eyes, caught the lines of a dear profile in the dark, together with a familiar, precious fragrance which reminded Nikitin of Masha's room. "Marie Godefroy," he said, and did not know his own voice, it was so soft and tender. "What are your sins?" Masha screwed up her eyes and put out the tip of her tongue at him, then she laughed and went away. And a minute later she was standing in the middle of the room, clapping her hands and crying, "Supper, supper, supper." And they all streamed into the dining room. At supper, Varia had another argument, and this time with her father. Polyansky ate stolidly, drank red wine, and described to Nikitin how once in a winter campaign he had stood all night up to his knees in a bog. The enemy was so near that they were not allowed to speak or smoke. The night was cold and dark. A piercing wind was blowing. Nikitin listened and stole side glances at Masha. She was gazing at him immovably, without blinking, as though she was pondering something or was lost in a reverie. It was pleasure and agony to him both at once. "Why does she look at me like that?" was the question that fretted him. "It's awkward. People may notice it. Oh, how young, how naive she is." The party broke up at midnight. When Nikitin went out at the gate, a window opened on the first floor, and Masha showed herself at it. "Sergei Vasilich," she called. "What is it?" "I tell you what," said Masha, evidently thinking of something to say. "I tell you what. Polyansky said he would come in a day or two with his camera and take us all. We must meet here." "Very well." Masha vanished, the window was slammed, and someone immediately began playing the piano in the house. "Well, it is a house," thought Nikitin while he crossed the street. "A house in which there is no moaning except from Egyptian pigeons, and they only do it because they have no other means of expressing their joy." But the Shelostovs were not the only festive household. Nikitin had not gone 200 paces before he heard the strains of a piano from another house. A little further, he met a peasant playing the balalaika at the gate. In the gardens, the band struck up a potpourri of Russian songs. Nikitin lived nearly half a mile from the Shelostoys, in a flat of 8 rooms at the rent of 300 rubles a year, which he shared with his colleague Ippolit Ippolitich, a teacher of geography and history. When Nikitin went in this Ippolit Ippolitich, a snub-nosed, middle-aged man with a reddish beard, with a coarse, good-natured, unintellectual face like a workman's, was sitting at the table correcting his pupils' maps. He considered that the most important and necessary part of the study of geography was the drawing of maps, and of the study of history, the learning of dates. He would sit for nights together correcting in blue pencil the maps drawn by the boys and girls he taught, or making chronological tables. "What a lovely day it has been," said Nikitin, going in to him. "I wonder at you, how can you sit indoors?" Ippolit Ippolitich was not a talkative person. He either remained silent or talked of things which everybody knew already. Now what he answered was, "Yes, very fine weather. It's May now, we soon shall have real summer, and summer's a very different thing from winter. In the winter you have to heat the stoves, but in summer you can keep warm without. In summer you have your window open at night and still are warm, and in winter you are cold even with the double frames in." Nikitin had not sat at the table for more than 1 minute before he was bored. "Good night," he said, getting up and yawning. "I wanted to tell you something romantic concerning myself, but you are geography. If one talks to you of love, you will ask one at once, what was the date of the Battle of Khalkha? Confound you with your battles and your capes in Siberia. What are you cross about? Why, it is vexatious." And vexed that he had not spoken to Masha, and that he had no one to talk to of his love, he went to his study and lay down upon the sofa. It was dark and still in the study. Lying gazing into the darkness, Nikitin for some reason began thinking how in 2 or 3 years he would go to Petersburg, how Masha would see him off at the station and would cry. In Petersburg he would get a long letter from her in which she would entreat him to come home as quickly as possible. And he would write to her. He would begin his letter like that, "My dear little rat." "Yes, my dear little rat," he said, and he laughed. He was lying in an uncomfortable position. He put his arms under his head and put his left leg over the back of the sofa. He felt more comfortable. Meanwhile, a pale light was more and more perceptible at the windows. Sleepy cocks crowed in the yard. Nikitin went on thinking how he would come back from Petersburg, how Masha would meet him at the station, and with a shriek of delight would fling herself on his neck, or, better still, he would cheat her and come home by stealth late at night. The cook would open the door, then he would go on tiptoe to the bedroom, undress noiselessly, and jump into bed. And she would wake up and be overjoyed. It was beginning to get quite light. By now there were no windows, no study. On the steps of the brewery by which they had ridden that day, Masha was sitting, saying something. Then she took Nikitin by the arm and went with him to the suburban garden. There he saw the oaks and the crows' nests like hats. One of the nests rocked. Out of it peeped Shebeldin, shouting loudly, "You have not read Lessing." Nikitin shuddered all over and opened his eyes. Ippolit Ippolitich was standing before the sofa, and throwing back his head, was putting on his cravat. "Get up, it's time for school," he said. "You shouldn't sleep in your clothes, it spoils your clothes. You should sleep in your bed undressed." And as usual he began slowly and emphatically, saying what everybody knew. Nikitin's first lesson was on Russian language in the 2nd class. When at 9 o'clock punctually he went into the classroom, he saw written on the blackboard 2 large letters M.S. that, no doubt, meant Masha Shelostov. "They've scented it out already, the rascals," thought Nikitin. "How is it they know everything?" The second lesson was in the 5th class. And their 2 letters, M.S., were written on the blackboard, and when he went out of the classroom at the end of the lesson, he heard the shout behind him as though from a theater gallery. "Hurrah for Masha Shelostov!" His head was heavy from sleeping in his clothes, his limbs were weighted down with inertia. The boys, who were expecting every day to break up before the examinations, did nothing, were restless, and so bored that they got into mischief. Nikitin, too, was restless, did not notice their pranks, and was continually going to the window. He could see the street brilliantly lighted up with the sun. Above the houses, the blue limpid sky, the birds, and far, far away, beyond the gardens and the houses, vast indefinite distance, the forests in the blue haze, the smoke from a passing train. Here 2 officers in white tunics, playing with their whips, passed in the street in the shade of the acacias. Here a lot of Jews with gray beards and caps on drove past in a wagonette. The governess walked by with the director's granddaughter. Soam ran by in the company of 2 other dogs. And then Varya, wearing a simple gray dress and red stockings, carrying the Vyasnik Evropy in her hand, passed by. She must have been to the town library. And it would be a long time before lessons were over at 3 o'clock, and after school he could not go home nor to the Shelostovs, but must go to give a lesson at Wolf's. This Wolf, a wealthy Jew who had turned Lutheran, did not send his children to the high school, but had them taught at home by the high school masters and paid 5 rubles a lesson. He was bored. At 3 o'clock he went to Wolf's and spent there, as it seemed to him, an eternity. He left there at 5 o'clock, and before 7 he had to be at the high school again to a meeting of the masters to draw up the plan for the viva voce examination of the 4th and 6th classes. When late in the evening he left the high school and went to the Shelostovs, his heart was beating and his face was flushed. A month before, even a week before, he had, every time that he made up his mind to speak to her, prepared a whole speech, with an introduction and a conclusion. Now he had not one word ready. Everything was in a muddle in his head, and all he knew was that today he would certainly declare himself, and that it was utterly impossible to wait any longer. I will ask her to come to the garden, he thought. We'll walk about a little and I'll speak. There was not a soul in the hall. He went into the dining room and then into the drawing room. There was no one there either. He could hear Varya arguing with some one upstairs and the clink of the dressmaker's scissors in the nursery. There was a little room in the house which had 3 names: the little room, the passage room, and the dark room. There was a big cupboard in it where they kept medicines, gunpowder, and their hunting gear. Leading from this room to the first floor was a narrow wooden staircase where cats were always asleep. There were 2 doors in it, one leading to the nursery, one to the drawing room. When Nikitin went into this room to go upstairs, the door from the nursery opened and shut with such a bang that it made the stairs and the cupboard tremble. Masha, in a dark dress, ran in with a piece of blue material in her hand, and not noticing Nikitin, darted towards the stairs. "Stay," said Nikitin, stopping her. "Good evening, Godfrey, allow me." He gasped, he did not know what to say. With one hand he held her hand, and with the other the blue material. And she was half frightened, half surprised, and looked at him with big eyes. "Allow me," Nikitin went on, afraid she would go away. "There's something I must say to you. Only, it's inconvenient here. I am incapable. Understand, Godfrey, I can't, that's all." The blue material slipped onto the floor, and Nikitin took Masha by the other hand. She turned pale, moved her lips, then stepped back from Nikitin and found herself in the corner between the wall and the cupboard. "On my honor, I assure you," he said softly. "Masha, on my honor." She threw back her head and he kissed her lips, and that the kiss might last longer, he put his fingers to her cheeks. And it somehow happened that he found himself in the corner between the cupboard and the wall, and she put her arms round his neck and pressed her head against his chin. Then they both ran into the garden. The Shelostoys had a garden of 9 acres. There were about 20 old maples and lime trees in it. There was 1 fir tree, and all the rest were fruit trees: cherries, apples, pears, horse chestnuts, silvery olive trees. There were heaps of flowers, too. Nikitin and Masha ran along the avenues in silence, laughed, asked each other from time to time disconnected questions which they did not answer. A crescent moon was shining over the garden, and drowsy tulips and irises were stretching up from the dark grass in its faint light, as though entreating for words of love for them, too. When Nikitin and Masha went back to the house, the officers and the young ladies were already assembled and dancing the mazurka. Again, Polyansky led the grand chain through all the rooms. Again, after dancing, they played Fate. Before supper, when the visitors had gone into the dining room, Masha, left alone with Nikitin, pressed close to him and said, "You must speak to Papa and Varya yourself. I am ashamed." After supper he talked to the old father. After listening to him, Shelistov thought a little and said, "I am very grateful for the honor you do me and my daughter, but let me speak to you as a friend. I will speak to you, not as a father, but as one gentleman to another. Tell me, why do you want to be married so young? Only peasants are married so young, and that, of course, is loudishness. But why should you? Where's the satisfaction of putting on the fetters at your age?" "I am not young," said Nikitin, offended. "I am in my 27th year." "Papa, the farrier has come," cried Varya from the other room. And the conversation broke off. Varya, Masha, and Polyansky saw Nikitin home. When they reached his gate, Varya said, "Why is it your mysterious Metropolitich never shows himself anywhere? He might come and see us." The mysterious Ippolitich was sitting on his bed, taking off his trousers, when Nikitin went in to him. "Don't go to bed, my dear fellow," said Nikitin breathlessly. "Stop a minute, don't go to bed." Ippolitich put on his trousers hurriedly and asked in a flutter, "What is it?" "I am going to be married." Nikitin sat down beside his companion, and looking at him wonderingly, as though surprised at himself, said, "Only fancy, I am going to be married. To Masha Shelistov, I made an offer today." "Well, she seems a good sort of girl, only she is very young." "Yes, she is young," sighed Nikitin, and shrugged his shoulders with a careworn air. "Very, very young. She was my pupil at the high school. I know her. She wasn't bad at geography, but she was no good at history, and she was inattentive in class, too." Nikitin, for some reason, felt suddenly sorry for his companion, and longed to say something kind and comforting to him. "My dear fellow, why don't you get married?" he asked. "Why don't you marry Varya, for instance? She is a splendid, first-rate girl. It's true she is very fond of arguing, but a heart. What a heart! She was just asking about you. Marry her, my dear boy, eh?" He knew perfectly well that Varya would not marry this dull, snub-nosed man, but still persuaded him to marry her. "Why? Marriage is a serious step," said Ippolitich after a moment's thought. "One has to look at it all round and weigh things thoroughly. It's not to be done rashly. Prudence is always a good thing, and especially in marriage, when a man, ceasing to be a bachelor, begins a new life." And he talked of what everyone has known for ages. Nikitin did not stay to listen, said good night, and went to his own room. He undressed quickly and quickly got into bed, in order to be able to think the sooner of his happiness, of Masha, of the future. He smiled, then suddenly recalled that he had not read Lessing. "I must read him," he thought, "though after all, why should I bother him?" And exhausted by his happiness, he fell asleep at once and went on smiling till the morning. He dreamed of the thud of horses' hoofs on a wooden floor. He dreamed of the black horse Count Newlin, then of the white giant and its sister Maka being led out of the stable. Roman II. It was very crowded and noisy in the church, and once someone cried out, and the head priest, who was marrying Masha and me, looked through his spectacles at the crowd and said severely, "Don't move about the church and don't make a noise, but stand quietly and pray. You should have the fear of God in your hearts." My best men were two of my colleagues, and Masha's best men were Captain Polyansky and Lieutenant Jernit. The bishop's choir sang superbly. The sputtering of the candles, the brilliant light, the gorgeous dresses, the officers, the numbers of gay, happy faces, and a special ethereal look in Masha, everything together, the surroundings and the words of the wedding prayers moved me to tears and filled me with triumph. I thought how my life had blossomed, how poetically it was shaping itself. 2 years ago I was still a student. I was living in cheap furnished rooms, without money, without relations, and, as I fancied then, with nothing to look forward to. Now I am a teacher in the high school in one of the best provincial towns, with a secure income, loved, spoiled. It is for my sake, I thought, this crowd is collected, for my sake 3 candelabra have been lighted, the deacon is booming, the choir is doing its best. And it's for my sake that this young creature, whom I soon shall call my wife, is so young, so elegant, and so joyful. I recalled our first meetings, our rides into the country, my declaration of love and the weather, which, as though expressly, was so exquisitely fine all the summer. And the happiness which at one time in my old rooms seemed to me possible only in novels and stories, I was now experiencing in reality. I was now, as it were, holding it in my hands. After the ceremony, they all crowded in disorder round Masha and me, expressed their genuine pleasure, congratulated us and wished us joy. The brigadier general, an old man of 70, confined himself to congratulating Masha and said to her in a squeaky, aged voice, so loud that it could be heard all over the church, "I hope that even after you are married you may remain the rose you are now, my dear." The officers, the director, and all the teachers smiled from politeness, and I was conscious of an agreeable artificial smile on my face, too. Dear Ippolit Ippolitich, the teacher of history and geography, who always says what everyone has heard before, pressed my hand warmly and said with feeling, "Hitherto you have been unmarried and have lived alone, and now you are married and no longer single." From the church we went to a 2-storied house which I am receiving as part of the dowry. Besides that house, Masha is bringing me 20,000 rubles, as well as a piece of wasteland with a shanty on it, where I am told there are numbers of hens and ducks which are not looked after and are turning wild. When I got home from the church, I stretched myself at full length on the low sofa in my new study and began to smoke. I felt snug, cozy, and comfortable as I never had in my life before. And meanwhile the wedding party were shouting hurrah, while a wretched band in the hall played flourishes and all sorts of trash. Varya, Masha's sister, ran into the study with a wineglass in her hand, and with a queer, strained expression, as though her mouth were full of water. Apparently she had meant to go on further, but she suddenly burst out laughing and sobbing, and the wineglass crashed on the floor. We took her by the arms and led her away. "Nobody can understand," she muttered afterwards, lying on the old nurse's bed in a back room. Nobody, my God, nobody can understand." But everyone understood very well that she was 4 years older than her sister Masha, and still unmarried, and that she was crying, not from envy, but from the melancholy consciousness that her time was passing, and perhaps had passed. When they danced the quadrille, she was back in the drawing-room with a tear-stained and heavily powdered face, and I saw Captain Polyansky holding a plate of ice before her while she ate it with a spoon. It is past 5 o'clock in the morning. I took up my diary to describe my complete and perfect happiness, and thought I would write a good 6 pages and read it tomorrow to Masha. But strange to say, everything is muddled in my head and as misty as a dream, and I can remember vividly nothing but that episode with Varya, and I want to write, poor Varya. I could go on sitting here and writing, poor Varya. By the way, the trees have begun rustling. It will rain. The crows are cawing, and my Masha, who has just gone to sleep, has for some reason a sorrowful face. For a long while afterwards Nikitin did not write his diary. At the beginning of August, he had the school examinations, and after the 15th the classes began. As a rule, he set off for school before 9 in the morning, and before 10 o'clock he was looking at his watch and pining for his Masha and his new house. In the lower forms he would set some boy to dictate, and while the boys were writing, would sit in the window with his eyes shut, dreaming. Whether he dreamed of the future or recalled the past, everything seemed to him equally delightful, like a fairy tale. In the senior classes, they were reading aloud Gogol or Pushkin's prose works, and that made him sleepy. People, trees, fields, horses rose before his imagination, and he would say with a sigh, as though fascinated by the author, "How lovely!" At the midday recess, Masha used to send him lunch in a snow-white napkin, and he would eat it slowly, with pauses, to prolong the enjoyment of it. And Ippolit Ippolitich, whose lunch as a rule consisted of nothing but bread, looked at him with respect and envy, and gave expression to some familiar fact, such as, "Men cannot live without food." After school Nikitin went straight to give his private lessons, and when at last by 6 o'clock he got home, he felt excited and anxious, as though he had been away for a year. He would run upstairs breathless, find Masha, throw his arms round her and kiss her and swear that he loved her, that he could not live without her, declare that he had missed her fearfully, and ask her in trepidation how she was and why she looked so depressed. Then they would dine together. After dinner, he would lie on the sofa in his study and smoke, while she sat beside him and talked in a low voice. His happiest days now were Sundays and holidays, when he was at home from morning till evening. On those days, he took part in the naive but extraordinarily pleasant life, which reminded him of a pastoral idyll. He was never weary of watching how his sensible and practical Masha was arranging her nest, and anxious to show that he was of some use in the house, he would do something useless, for instance, bring the chaise out of the stable and look at it from every side. Masha had installed a regular dairy with 3 cows, and in her cellar she had many jugs of milk and pots of sour cream, and she kept it all for butter. Sometimes, by way of a joke, Nikitin would ask her for a glass of milk, and she would be quite upset because it was against her rules, but he would laugh and throw his arms round her, saying, There, I was joking, my darling, I was joking." Or he would laugh at her strictness when, finding in the cupboard some stale bit of cheese or sausage as hard as a stone, she would say seriously, "They will eat that in the kitchen." He would observe that such a scrap was only fit for a mousetrap, and she would reply warmly that men knew nothing about housekeeping, and that it was just the same to the servants if you were to send down 100 weight of savories to the kitchen. He would agree and embrace her enthusiastically. Everything that was just in what she said seemed to him extraordinary and amazing, and what did not fit in with his convictions seemed to him naive and touching. Sometimes he was in a philosophical mood, and he would begin to discuss some abstract subject while she listened and looked at his face with curiosity. "I am immensely happy with you, my joy," he used to say, playing with her fingers or plaiting and unplaiting her hair. "But I don't look upon this happiness of mine as something that has come to me by chance, as though it had dropped from heaven. This happiness is a perfectly natural, consistent, logical consequence. I believe that man is the creator of his own happiness, and now I am enjoying just what I have myself created. Yes, I speak without false modesty. I have created this happiness myself, and I have a right to it. You know my past. My unhappy childhood without father or mother, my depressing youth, poverty, all this was a struggle, all this was the path by which I made my way to happiness." In October, the school sustained a heavy loss. Ippolit Ippolitich was taken ill with erysipelas on the head and died. For 2 days before his death, he was unconscious and delirious, but even in his delirium he said nothing that was not perfectly well known to everyone. The Volga flows into the Caspian Sea. Horses eat oats and hay. There were no lessons at the high school on the day of his funeral. His colleagues and pupils were the coffin bearers, and the school choir sang all the way to the grave the anthem, Holy God. 3 priests, 2 deacons, all his pupils and the staff of the boys' high school, and the bishop's choir in their best caftans, took part in the procession. And passers-by who met the solemn procession crossed themselves and said, "God grant us all such a death." Returning home from the cemetery much moved, Nikitin got out his diary from the table and wrote, "We have just consigned to the tomb Ippolit Ippolitich Rozhitsky. Peace to your ashes, modest worker." Masha, Varya, and all the women at the funeral wept from genuine feeling, perhaps because they knew this uninteresting, humble man had never been loved by a woman. I wanted to say a warm word at my colleague's grave, but I was warned that this might displease the director, as he did not like our poor friend. I believe that this is the first day since my marriage that my heart has been heavy. There was no other event of note in the scholastic year. The winter was mild, with wet snow and no frost. On Epiphany Eve, for instance, the wind howled all night as though it were autumn, and water trickled off the roofs. And in the morning, at the ceremony of the blessing of the water, the police allowed no one to go on the river because they said the ice was swelling up and looked dark. But in spite of bad weather, Nikitin's life was as happy as in summer. And indeed, he acquired another source of pleasure. He learned to play vint. Only one thing troubled him, moved him to anger, and seemed to prevent him from being perfectly happy: the cats and dogs which formed part of his wife's dairy. The rooms, especially in the morning, always smelt like a menagerie, and nothing could destroy the odor. The cats frequently fought with the dogs. The spiteful beast Mushka was fed a dozen times a day. She still refused to recognize Nikitin and growled at him, "Ar, and ga. One night in Lent, he was returning home from the club where he had been playing cards. It was dark, raining, and muddy. Nikitin had an unpleasant feeling at the bottom of his heart and could not account for it. He did not know whether it was because he had lost 12 rubles at cards, or whether because one of the players, when they were settling up, had said that of course Nikitin had pots of money, with obvious reference to his wife's portion. He did not regret the 12 rubles, and there was nothing offensive in what had been said. But still, there was the unpleasant feeling. He did not even feel a desire to go home. "Foo, how horrid," he said, standing still at a lamppost. It occurred to him that he did not regret the 12 rubles because he got them for nothing. If he had been a working man, he would have known the value of every farthing, and would not have been so careless whether he lost or won. And his good fortune had all, he reflected, come to him by chance, for nothing, and really was as superfluous for him as medicine for the healthy. If, like the vast majority of people, he had been harassed by anxiety for his daily bread, had been struggling for existence, if his back and chest had ached from work, then supper, a warm, snug home, and domestic happiness would have been the necessity, the compensation, the crown of his life. As it was, all this had a strange, indefinite significance for him. "Foo, how horrid," he repeated, knowing perfectly well that these reflections were in themselves a bad sign. When he got home, Masha was in bed. She was breathing evenly and smiling, and was evidently sleeping with great enjoyment. Near her, the white cat lay curled up, purring. While Nikitin lit the candle and lighted his cigarette, Masha woke up and greedily drank a glass of water. "I ate too many sweets," she said and laughed. "Have you been home?" she asked after a pause. "No." Nikitin knew already that Captain Polyansky, on whom Varya had been building great hopes of late, was being transferred to one of the western provinces, and was already making his farewell visits in the town, and so it was depressing at his father-in-law's. "Varya looked in this evening," said Masha, sitting up. "She did not say anything, but one could see from her face how wretched she is. Poor darling, I can't bear Polyansky. He is fat and bloated, and when he walks or dances his cheeks shake. He is not a man I would choose, but still, I did think he was a decent person." "I think he is a decent person now," said Nikitin. "Then why has he treated Varya so badly?" "Why badly?" asked Nikitin, beginning to feel irritation against the white cat who was stretching and arching its back. "As far as I know, he has made no proposal and has given her no promises." "Then why was he so often at the house? If he didn't mean to marry her, he oughtn't to have come." Nikitin put out the candle and got into bed, but he felt disinclined to lie down and to sleep. He felt as though his head were immense and empty as a barn, and that new, peculiar thoughts were wandering about in it like tall shadows. He thought that, apart from the soft light of the Eichen lamp that beamed upon their quiet domestic happiness, that apart from this little world in which he and this cat lived so peacefully and happily, there was another world. And he had a passionate, poignant longing to be in that other world, to work himself at some factory or big workshop, to address big audiences, to write, to publish, to raise a stir, to exhaust himself, to suffer. He wanted something that would engross him till he forgot himself, ceased to care for the personal happiness which yielded him only sensations so monotonous. And suddenly there rose vividly before his imagination the figure of Shebeldin with his clean-shaven face, saying to him with horror, "You haven't even read Lessing. You are quite behind the times. How you have gone to seed." Masha woke up and again drank some water. He glanced at her neck, at her plump shoulders and throat, and remembered the word the brigadier general had used in Church Rose. "Rose," he muttered and laughed. His laugh was answered by a sleepy growl from Mushka under the bed. "Ar-rar-rar, inga-inga-inga." A heavy anger sank like a cold weight on his heart, and he felt tempted to say something rude to Masha and even to jump up and hit her. His heart began throbbing. "So then," he asked, restraining himself, "since I went to your house, I was bound in duty to marry you." "Of course, you know that very well." "That's nice," and a minute later he repeated, "That's nice." To relieve the throbbing of his heart, and to avoid saying too much, Nikitin went to his study and lay down on the sofa, without a pillow. Then he lay on the floor on the carpet. "What nonsense it is," he said to reassure himself. "You are a teacher, you are working in the noblest of callings. What need have you of any other world? What rubbish." But almost immediately he told himself with conviction that he was not a real teacher, but simply a government employee, as commonplace and mediocre as the Czech who taught Greek. He had never had a vocation for teaching, he knew nothing of the theory of teaching, and never had been interested in the subject. He did not know how to treat children, he did not understand the significance of what he taught, and perhaps did not teach the right things. Poor Ippolit Ippolitich had been frankly stupid, and all the boys, as well as his colleagues, knew what he was and what to expect from him. But he, Nikitin, like the Czech, knew how to conceal his stupidity and cleverly deceived everyone by pretending that, thank God, his teaching was a success. These new ideas frightened Nikitin. He rejected them, called them stupid, and believed that all this was due to his nerves, that he would laugh at himself. And he did, in fact, by the morning laugh at himself and call himself an old woman. But it was clear to him that his peace of mind was lost, perhaps, forever, and that in that little two-story house happiness was henceforth impossible for him. He realized that the illusion had evaporated, and that a new life of unrest and clear sight was beginning, which was incompatible with peace and personal happiness. Next day, which was Sunday, he was at the school chapel, and there met his colleagues and the director. It seemed to him that they were entirely preoccupied with concealing their ignorance and discontent with life, and he, too, to conceal his uneasiness, smiled affably and talked of trivialities. Then he went to the station and saw the mail train come in and go out, and it was agreeable to him to be alone and not to have to talk to anyone. At home he found Varya and his father-in-law, who had come to dinner. Varya's eyes were red with crying, and she complained of a headache while Shelistov ate a great deal, saying that young men nowadays were unreliable, and that there was very little gentlemanly feeling among them. "It's loudishness," he said. "I shall tell him so to his face. It's loudishness, sir, I shall say." Nikitin smiled affably and helped Masha to look after their guests, but after dinner, he went to his study and shut the door. The March sun was shining brightly in at the windows and shedding its warm rays on the table. It was only the 20th of the month, but already the cabmen were driving with wheels, and the starlings were noisy in the garden. It was just the weather in which Masha would come in, put one arm round his neck, tell him the horses were saddled or the chaise was at the door, and ask him what she should put on to keep warm. Spring was beginning as exquisitely as last spring, and it promised the same joys. But Nikitin was thinking that it would be nice to take a holiday and go to Moscow and stay at his old lodgings there. In the next room they were drinking coffee and talking of Captain Polyansky, while he tried not to listen and wrote in his diary, "Where am I, my God? I am surrounded by vulgarity and vulgarity. Wearisome, insignificant people, pots of sour cream, jugs of milk, cockroaches, stupid women. There is nothing more terrible, mortifying, and distressing than vulgarity. I must escape from here. I must escape today, or I shall go out of my mind." Not wanted. Between 6 and 7 o'clock on a July evening, a crowd of summer visitors, mostly fathers of families burdened with parcels, portfolios, and ladies' hat boxes, was trailing along from the little station of Helkovo in the direction of the summer villas. They all looked exhausted, hungry, and ill-humored, as though the sun were not shining and the grass were not green for them. Trudging along among the others was Pavel Matveyich Zaykin, a member of the circuit court, a tall, stooping man in a cheap cotton dust coat and with a cockade on his faded cap. He was perspiring, red in the face, and gloomy. "Do you come out to your holiday home every day?" said a summer visitor in ginger-colored trousers, addressing him. "No, not every day," Zaykin answered sullenly. "My wife and son are staying here all the while, and I come down 2 or 3 times a week. I haven't time to come every day. Besides, it is expensive." "You're right there, it is expensive," sighed he of the ginger trousers. "In town you can't walk to the station, you have to take a cab, and then the ticket costs 42 kopecks. You buy a paper for the journey, one is tempted to drink a glass of vodka. It's all petty expenditure not worth considering, but mind you, in the course of the summer it will run up to some 200 rubles. Of course, to be in the lap of nature is worth any money, I don't dispute it. Idyllic and all the rest of it. But of course, with the salary an official gets, as you know yourself, every farthing has to be considered. If you waste a halfpenny, you lie awake all night." "Yes, I receive, my dear sir, I haven't the honor of knowing your name. I receive a salary of very nearly 2,000 rubles a year. I am a civil councillor, I smoke second-rate tobacco, and I haven't a ruble to spare to buy Vichy water, prescribed me by the doctor for gallstones." "It's altogether abominable," said Zaykin after a brief silence. "I maintain, sir, that summer holidays are the invention of the devil and of woman. The devil was actuated in the present instance by malice, woman by excessive frivolity. Mercy on us, it is not life at all. It is hard labor, it is hell. It's hot and stifling, you can hardly breathe, and you wander about like a lost soul and can find no refuge. In town, there is no furniture, no servants. Everything has been carried off to the villa. You eat what you can get. You go without your tea because there is no one to heat the samovar. You can't wash yourself. And when you come down here into this lap of nature, you have to walk, if you please, through the dust and heat. Phew, are you married? Yes, 3 children, size ginger trousers. It's abominable altogether. It's a wonder we are still alive. At last, the summer visitors reached their destination. Zakin said goodbye to Ginger Trousers and went into his villa. He found a death-like silence in the house. He could hear nothing but the buzzing of the gnats and the prayer for help of a fly destined for the dinner of a spider. The windows were hung with muslin curtains, through which the faded flowers of the geraniums showed red. On the unpainted wooden walls near the oleograph's flies were slumbering. There was not a soul in the passage, the kitchen, or the dining room. In the room which was called indifferently the parlor or the drawing room, Zakin found his son Petya, a little boy of 6. Petya was sitting at the table, and breathing loudly with his lower lip stuck out, was engaged in cutting out the figure of a knave of diamonds from a card. "Oh, that's you, father," he said without turning round. "Good evening." "Good evening, and where is mother?" "Mother, she is gone with Olga Kirillovna to a rehearsal of the play. The day after tomorrow they will have a performance, and they will take me, too. And will you go?" When is she coming back?" "She said she would be back in the evening." "And where is Natalia?" "Mama took Natalia with her to help her dress for the performance, and Akulina has gone to the wood to get mushrooms." "Father, why is it that when gnats bite you their stomachs get red?" "I don't know, because they suck blood, so there is no one in the house then." "No one, I am all alone in the house." Zakin sat down in an easy chair, and for a moment gazed blankly at the window. "Who is going to get our dinner?" he asked. "They haven't cooked any dinner today, father. Mama thought you were not coming today and did not order any dinner. She is going to have dinner with Olga Kirillovna at the rehearsal." "Oh, thank you very much. And you, what have you to eat?" "I've had some milk. They bought me 6 kopecks worth of milk. And father, why do gnats suck blood?" Zakin suddenly felt as though something heavy were rolling down on his liver and beginning to gnaw it. He felt so vexed, so aggrieved, and so bitter that he was choking and tremulous. He wanted to jump up, to bang something on the floor, and to burst into loud abuse. But then he remembered that his doctor had absolutely forbidden him all excitement. So he got up, and making an effort to control himself, began whistling a tune from Les Huguenots. "Father, can you act in plays?" he heard Petya's voice. "Oh, don't worry me with stupid questions," said Zakin, getting angry. "He sticks to one like a leaf in the bath. Here you are, 6 years old and just as silly as you were 3 years ago. Stupid, neglected child, why are you spoiling those cards, for instance? How dare you spoil them?" "These cards aren't yours," said Petya, turning round. "Natalia gave them me." "You are telling fibs, you horrid boy," said Zakin, growing more and more irritated. "You are always telling fibs, you want a whipping, you horrid little pig. I will pull your ears." Petya leapt up and, craning his neck, stared fixedly at his father's red and wrathful face. His big eyes first began blinking, then were dimmed with moisture, and the boy's face began working. "But why are you scolding?" squealed Petya. "Why do you attack me, you stupid? I am not interfering with anybody, I am not naughty, I do what I am told, and yet, you are cross, why are you scolding me?" The boy spoke with conviction, and wept so bitterly that Zakin felt conscience-stricken. "Yes, really, why am I falling foul of him?" he thought. "Come, come," he said, touching the boy on the shoulder. "I am sorry, Petya, forgive me, you are my good boy, my nice boy, I love you." Petya wiped his eyes with his sleeve, sat down, with a sigh, in the same place and began cutting out the queen. Zakin went off to his own room. He stretched himself on the sofa and, putting his hands behind his head, sank into thought. The boy's tears had softened his anger, and by degrees the oppression on his liver grew less. He felt nothing but exhaustion and hunger. "Father," he heard on the other side of the door, "shall I show you my collection of insects?" "Yes, show me." Petya came into the study and handed his father a long green box. Before raising it to his ear, Zakin could hear a despairing buzz and the scratching of claws on the sides of the box. Opening the lid, he saw a number of butterflies, beetles, grasshoppers, and flies fastened to the bottom of the box with pins. All except 2 or 3 butterflies were still alive and moving. "Why, the grasshopper is still alive," said Petya in surprise. "I caught him yesterday morning, and he is still alive." "Who taught you to pin them in this way?" "Olga Kirillovna." "Olga Kirillovna ought to be pinned down like that herself," said Zakin with repulsion. "Take them away, it's shameful to torture animals." "My God, how horribly he is being brought up," he thought as Petya went out. Pavel Matveyich forgot his exhaustion and hunger and thought of nothing but his boy's future. Meanwhile, outside the light was gradually fading. He could hear the summer visitors trooping back from the evening bathe. Someone was stopping near the open dining room window and shouting, "Do you want any mushrooms?" And getting no answer, shuffled on with bare feet. But at last, when the dusk was so thick that the outlines of the geraniums behind the muslin curtain were lost, and whiffs of the freshness of evening were coming in at the window, the door of the passage was thrown open noisily, and there came a sound of rapid footsteps, talk, and laughter. "Mama!" shrieked Petya. Zakin peeped out of his study and saw his wife, Nadezhda Stepanovna, healthy and rosy as ever. With her he saw Olga Kirillovna, a spare woman with fair hair and heavy freckles, and 2 unknown men. One, a lanky young man with curly red hair and a big Adam's apple. The other, a short stubby man with a shaven face like an actor's and a bluish crooked chin. "Natalia, set the samovar," cried Nadezhda Stepanovna with a loud rustle of her skirts. "I hear Pavel Matveyich has come. Pavel, where are you? Good evening, Pavel," she said, running into the study breathlessly. "So you've come, I am so glad. 2 of our amateurs have come with me. Come, I'll introduce you. Here, the taller one is Koromislov. He sings splendidly, and the other, the little one, is called Smerkolov. He is a real actor. He recites magnificently." "Oh, how tired I am. We have just had a rehearsal." "It goes splendidly. We are acting the lodger with the trombone and waiting for him. The performance is the day after tomorrow." "Why did you bring them?" asked Zakin. "I couldn't help it, Poppet. After tea we must rehearse our parts and sing something. I am to sing a duet with Koromislov. Oh yes, I was almost forgetting. Darling, send Natalia to get some sardines, vodka, cheese, and something else. They will most likely stay to supper. Oh, how tired I am. I've no money." "You must, Poppet, it would be awkward. Don't make me blush." Half an hour later Natalia was sent for vodka and savories. Zakin, after drinking tea and eating a whole French loaf, went to his bedroom and lay down on the bed, while Nadezhda Stepanovna and her visitors, with much noise and laughter, set to work to rehearse their parts. For a long time Pavel Matveyich heard Koromislov's nasal reciting and Smerkolov's theatrical exclamations. The rehearsal was followed by a long conversation, interrupted by the shrill laughter of Olga Kirillovna. Smerkolov, as a real actor, explained the parts with aplomb and heat. Then followed the duet, and after the duet there was the clatter of crockery. Through his drowsiness, Zakin heard them persuading Smerkolov to read The Woman Who Was a Sinner, and heard him, after affecting to refuse, begin to recite. He hissed, beat himself on the breast, wept, laughed in a husky bass. Zakin scowled and hid his head under the quilt. "It's a long way for you to go, and it's dark," he heard Nadezhda Stepanovna's voice an hour later. "Why shouldn't you stay the night here? Koromislov can sleep here in the drawing room on the sofa, and you, Smerkolov, in Petya's bed. I can put Petya in my husband's study. Do stay, really." At last, when the clock was striking 2, all was hushed, the bedroom door opened, and Nadezhda Stepanovna appeared. "Pavel, are you asleep?" she whispered. "No, why?" "Go into your study, darling, and lie on the sofa. I am going to put Olga Kirillovna here, in your bed. Do go, dear. I would put her to sleep in the study, but she is afraid to sleep alone. Do get up." Zakin got up, threw on his dressing gown, and taking his pillow, crept wearily to the study. Feeling his way to his sofa, he lighted a match and saw Petya lying on the sofa. The boy was not asleep, and looking at the match with wide-open eyes. "Father, why is it gnats don't go to sleep at night?" he asked. Because you and I are not wanted. We have nowhere to sleep even." "Father, and why is it Olga Kirillovna has freckles on her face?" "Oh, shut up, I am tired of you." After a moment's thought, Zakin dressed and went out into the street for a breath of air. He looked at the gray morning sky, at the motionless clouds, heard the lazy call of the drowsy corncrake, and began dreaming of the next day, when he would go to town, and coming back from the court would tumble into bed. Suddenly the figure of a man appeared round the corner. A watchman, no doubt, thought Zakin. But going nearer and looking more closely, he recognized in the figure the summer visitor in the ginger trousers. "You're not asleep?" he asked. "No, I can't sleep," sighed Ginger Trousers. "I am enjoying nature. A welcome visitor, my wife's mother, arrived by the night train, you know. She brought with her our nieces. Splendid girls. I was delighted to see them, although it's very damp, and you too are enjoying nature." "Yes," grunted Zakin, "I am enjoying it too. Do you know whether there is any sort of tavern or restaurant in the neighborhood?" Ginger Trousers raised his eyes to heaven and meditated profoundly. Typhus, a young lieutenant called Klimov, was traveling from Petersburg to Moscow in a smoking carriage of the mail train. Opposite him was sitting an elderly man with a shaven face like a sea captain's, by all appearances a well-to-do Finn or Swede. He pulled at his pipe the whole journey and kept talking about the same subject. "Ha, you are an officer. I have a brother an officer too, only he is a naval officer. He is a naval officer, and he is stationed at Kronstadt. Why are you going to Moscow?" "I am serving there." "Ha, and are you a family man?" "No, I live with my sister and aunt." "My brother's an officer, only he is a naval officer. He has a wife and 3 children." "Ha." The Finn seemed continually surprised at something, and gave a broad idiotic grin when he exclaimed, "Ha!" and continually puffed at his stinking pipe. Klimov, who for some reason did not feel well, and found it burdensome to answer questions, hated him with all his heart. He dreamed of how nice it would be to snatch the wheezing pipe out of his hand and fling it under the seat, and drive the Finn himself into another compartment. Detestable people, these Finns and Greeks, he thought. Absolutely superfluous, useless, detestable people. They simply fill up space on the earthly globe. What are they for? And the thought of Finns and Greeks produced a feeling akin to sickness all over his body. For the sake of comparison, he tried to think of the French, of the Italians, but his efforts to think of these people evoked in his mind, for some reason, nothing but images of organ grinders, naked women, and the foreign oleographs which hung over the chest of drawers at home, at his aunt's. Altogether, the officer felt in an abnormal state. He could not arrange his arms and legs comfortably on the seat, though he had the whole seat to himself. His mouth felt dry and sticky, there was a heavy fog in his brain, his thoughts seemed to be straying, not only within his head, but outside his skull, among the seats and the people that were shrouded in the darkness of night. Through the mist in his brain, as through a dream, he heard the murmur of voices, the rumble of wheels, the slamming of doors. The sounds of the bells, the whistles, the guards, the running to and fro of passengers on the platforms seemed more frequent than usual. The time flew by rapidly, imperceptibly, and so it seemed as though the train were stopping at stations every minute and metallic voices crying continually. "Is the mail ready?" "Yes," was repeatedly coming from outside. It seemed as though the man in charge of the heating came in too often to look at the thermometer, that the noise of trains going in the opposite direction and the rumble of the wheels over the bridges was incessant. The noise, the whistles, the Finn, the tobacco smoke, all this mingling with the menace and flickering of the misty images in his brain, the shape and character of which a man in health can never recall, weighed upon Klimov like an unbearable nightmare. In horrible misery, he lifted his heavy head, looked at the lamp in the rays of which shadows and misty blurs seemed to be dancing. He wanted to ask for water, but his parched tongue would hardly move, and he scarcely had strength to answer the Finn's questions. He tried to lie down more comfortably and go to sleep, but he could not succeed. The Finn several times fell asleep, woke up again, lighted his pipe, addressed him with his "ha," and went asleep again. And still the lieutenant's legs could not get into a comfortable position, and still the menacing images stood facing him. At Spirovo, he went out into the station for a drink of water. He saw people sitting at the table and hurriedly eating. And how can they eat? He thought, trying not to sniff the air, that smelt of roast meat, and not to look at the munching mouths. They both seemed to him sickeningly disgusting. A good-looking lady was conversing loudly with a military man in a red cap, and showing magnificent white teeth as she smiled. and the smile, and the teeth, and the lady herself made on Klimov the same revolting impression as the ham and the rissoles. He could not understand how it was the military man in the red cap was not ill at ease, sitting beside her and looking at her healthy, smiling face. When after drinking some water he went back to his carriage, the Finn was sitting smoking. His pipe was wheezing and squelching like a galash with holes in it in wet weather. "Huh," he said, surprised. "What station is this?" "I don't know," answered Klimov, lying down and shutting his mouth that he might not breathe the acrid tobacco smoke. "And when shall we reach Tver?" "I don't know. Excuse me, I can't answer. I am ill. I caught cold today." The Finn knocked his pipe against the window frame and began talking of his brother, the naval officer. Klimov no longer heard him. He was thinking miserably of his soft, comfortable bed, of a bottle of cold water, of his sister Katia, who was so good at making one comfortable, soothing, giving one water. He even smiled when the vision of his orderly Pavel, taking off his heavy, stifling boots and putting water on the little table, flitted through his imagination. He fancied that if he could only get into his bed, have a drink of water, his nightmare would give place to sound, healthy sleep. "Is the mail ready?" A hollow voice reached him from the distance. "Yes," answered a bass voice almost at the window. It was already the second or third station from Spirovo. The time was flying rapidly in leaps and bounds, and it seemed as though the bells, whistles, and stoppings would never end. In despair, Klimov buried his face in the corner of the seat, clutched his head in his hands, and began again thinking of his sister Katia and his orderly Pavel. But his sister and his orderly were mixed up with the misty images in his brain, whirled round, and disappeared. His burning breath, reflected from the back of the seat, seemed to scald his face. His legs were uncomfortable. There was a draft from the window on his back, but however wretched he was, he did not want to change his position. A heavy nightmarish lethargy gradually gained possession of him and fettered his limbs. When he brought himself to raise his head, it was already light in the carriage. The passengers were putting on their fur coats and moving about. The train was stopping. Porters in white aprons and with discs on their breasts were bustling among the passengers and snatching up their boxes. Klimov put on his greatcoat, mechanically followed the other passengers out of the carriage, and it seemed to him that not he but someone else was moving, and he felt that his fever, his thirst, and the menacing images which had not let him sleep all night came out of the carriage with him. Mechanically, he took his luggage and engaged a sledge driver. The man asked him for 1.25 rubles to drive to Povarsky Street, but he did not haggle, and without protest got submissively into the sledge. He still understood the difference of numbers, but money had ceased to have any value to him. At home, Klimov was met by his aunt and his sister Katia, a girl of 18. When Katia greeted him, she had a pencil and exercise book in her hand, and he remembered that she was preparing for an examination as a teacher. Gasping with fever, he walked aimlessly through all the rooms without answering their questions or greetings, and when he reached his bed, he sank down on the pillow. The Finn, the red cap, the lady with the white teeth, the smell of roast meat, the flickering blurs filled his consciousness, and by now he did not know where he was and did not hear the agitated voices. When he recovered consciousness, he found himself in bed, undressed, saw a bottle of water and Pavel, but it was no cooler, nor softer, nor more comfortable for that. His arms and legs, as before, refused to lie comfortably. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he heard the wheezing of the Finn's pipe. A stalwart, black-bearded doctor was busy doing something beside the bed, brushing against Pavel with his broad back. It's all right, young man," he muttered. "Excellent, excellent. Guad, guad." The doctor called Klimov young man, said guad instead of good, and so-o instead of so. So-o, he murmured. Guad, guad, excellent young man, you mustn't lose heart." The doctor's rapid, careless talk, his well-fed countenance, and condescending young man irritated Klimov. "Why do you call me young man?" he moaned. "What familiarity, damn it all." And he was frightened by his own voice. The voice was so dried up, so weak and peevish, that he would not have known it. "Excellent, excellent," muttered the doctor, not in the least offended. "You mustn't get angry, so-s." And the time flew by at home with the same startling swiftness as in the railway carriage. The daylight was continually being replaced by the dusk of evening. The doctor seemed never to leave his bedside, and he heard at every moment his so-o, so-o, so-o. A continual succession of people was incessantly crossing the bedroom. Among them were Pavel, the Finn, Captain Yarashevich, Lance Corporal Maximenko, the red cap, the lady with the white teeth, the doctor. They were all talking and waving their arms, smoking and eating. Once by daylight, Klimov saw the chaplain of the regiment, Father Alexander, who was standing before the bed, wearing a stole and with a prayer book in his hand. He was muttering something with a grave face, such as Klimov had never seen in him before. The lieutenant remembered that Father Alexander used in a friendly way to call all the Catholic officers Poles, and wanting to amuse him, he cried, "Father Yarashevich the Pole has climbed up a pole." But Father Alexander, a light-hearted man who loved a joke, did not smile, but became graver than ever and made the sign of the cross over Klimov. At nighttime, by turn, two shadows came noiselessly in and out. They were his aunt and sister. His sister's shadow knelt down and prayed. She bowed down to the icon, and her gray shadow on the wall bowed down too, so that two shadows were praying. The whole time there was a smell of roast meat and the Finn's pipe, but once Klimov smelt the strong smell of incense. He felt so sick he could not lie still, and began shouting, "The incense, take away the incense." There was no answer. He could only hear the subdued singing of the priest somewhere and someone running upstairs. When Klimov came to himself, there was not a soul in his bedroom. The morning sun was streaming in at the window through the lower blind, and a quivering sunbeam, bright and keen as the sword's edge, was flashing on the glass bottle. He heard the rattle of wheels, so there was no snow now in the street. The lieutenant looked at the ray, at the familiar furniture, at the door, and the first thing he did was to laugh. His chest and stomach heaved with delicious, happy, tickling laughter. His whole body from head to foot was overcome by a sensation of infinite happiness and joy in life, such as the first man must have felt when he was created and first saw the world. Klimov felt a passionate desire for movement, people, talk. His body lay a motionless block, only his hands stirred, but that he hardly noticed, and his whole attention was concentrated on trifles. He rejoiced in his breathing, in his laughter, rejoiced in the existence of the water bottle, the ceiling, the sunshine, the tape on the curtains. God's world, even in the narrow space of his bedroom, seemed beautiful, varied, grand. When the doctor made his appearance, the lieutenant was thinking what a delicious thing medicine was, how charming and pleasant the doctor was, and how nice and interesting people were in general. So, excellent, excellent, and now we are well again. Guad, guad, the doctor pattered. The lieutenant listened and laughed joyously. He remembered the Finn, the lady with the white teeth, the train, and he longed to smoke, to eat. "Doctor," he said, "tell them to give me a crust of rye bread and salt, and sardines." The doctor refused. Pavel did not obey the order and did not go for the bread. The lieutenant could not bear this and began crying like a naughty child. "Baby," laughed the doctor, "Mammy, bye-bye." Klimov laughed too, and when the doctor went away, he fell into a sound sleep. He woke up with the same joyfulness and sensation of happiness. His aunt was sitting near the bed. "Well, aunt," he said joyfully, "what has been the matter?" "Spotted typhus." "Really? But now I am well, quite well. Where is Katia?" "She is not at home. I suppose she has gone somewhere from her examination." The old lady said this and looked at her stocking. Her lips began quivering, she turned away and suddenly broke into sobs. Forgetting the doctor's prohibition in her despair, she said, "Ah, Katia, Katia, our angel is gone, is gone." She dropped her stocking and bent down to it, and as she did so her cap fell off her head. Looking at her gray head and understanding nothing, Klimov was frightened for Katia and asked, "Where is she, aunt?" The old woman, who had forgotten Klimov and was thinking only of her sorrow, said, "She caught typhus from you and is dead. She was buried the day before yesterday." This terrible, unexpected news was fully grasped by Klimov's consciousness, but terrible and startling as it was, it could not overcome the animal joy that filled the convalescent. He cried and laughed, and soon began scolding because they would not let him eat. Only a week later when, leaning on Pavel, he went in his dressing gown to the window, looked at the overcast spring sky, and listened to the unpleasant clang of the old iron rails which were being carted by, his heart ached. He burst into tears and leaned his forehead against the window frame. "How miserable I am," he muttered. "My God, how miserable." and joy gave way to the boredom of everyday life and the feeling of his irrevocable loss. A misfortune. Sofia Petrovna, the wife of Lubiantsev the notary, a handsome young woman of 25, was walking slowly along a track that had been cleared in the wood, with Ilyin, a lawyer who was spending the summer in the neighborhood. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. Feathery white masses of clouds stood overhead. Patches of bright blue sky peeped out between them. The clouds stood motionless, as though they had caught in the tops of the tall old pine trees. It was still and sultry. Farther on, the track was crossed by a low railway embankment on which a sentinel with a gun was, for some reason, pacing up and down. Just beyond the embankment, there was a large white church with 6 domes and a rusty roof. "I did not expect to meet you here," said Sofia Petrovna, looking at the ground and prodding at the last year's leaves with the tip of her parasol. "And now I am glad we have met. I want to speak to you seriously and once for all. I beg you, Ivan Mihalovich, if you really love and respect me, please make an end of this pursuit of me. You follow me about like a shadow, you are continually looking at me not in a nice way, making love to me, writing me strange letters, and I don't know where it's all going to end. Why, what can come of it?" Ilyin said nothing. Sofia Petrovna walked on a few steps and continued. "And this complete transformation in you all came about in the course of 2 or 3 weeks, after 5 years' friendship. I don't know you, Ivan Mihalovich." Sofia Petrovna stole a glance at her companion. Screwing up his eyes, he was looking intently at the fluffy clouds. His face looked angry, ill-humored, and preoccupied, like that of a man in pain forced to listen to nonsense. "I wonder you don't see it yourself," Madame Lubiantsev went on, shrugging her shoulders. "You ought to realize that it's not a very nice part you are playing. I am married, I love and respect my husband. I have a daughter. Can you think all that means nothing? Besides, as an old friend you know my attitude to family life and my views as to the sanctity of marriage." Ilyin cleared his throat angrily and heaved a sigh. "Sanctity of marriage," he muttered. "Oh Lord. Yes, yes. I love my husband, I respect him, and in any case I value the peace of my home. I would rather let myself be killed than be a cause of unhappiness to Andrei and his daughter. And I beg you, Ivan Mihalovich, for God's sake, leave me in peace. Let us be as good, true friends as we used to be and give up these sighs and groans which really don't suit you. It's settled and over. Not a word more about it. Let us talk of something else." Sofia Petrovna again stole a glance at Ilyin's face. Ilyin was looking up. He was pale and was angrily biting his quivering lips. She could not understand why he was angry and why he was indignant, but his pallor touched her. "Don't be angry, let us be friends," she said affectionately. "Agreed, here's my hand." Ilyin took her plump little hand in both of his, squeezed it, and slowly raised it to his lips. "I am not a schoolboy," he muttered. "I am not in the least tempted by friendship with the woman I love. Enough, enough, it's settled and done with. We have reached the seat, let us sit down." Sofia Petrovna's soul was filled with a sweet sense of relief. The most difficult and delicate thing had been said, the painful question was settled and done with. Now she could breathe freely and look Ilyin straight in the face. She looked at him, and the egoistic feeling of the superiority of the woman over the man who loves her agreeably flattered her. It pleased her to see this huge, strong man, with his manly, angry face and his big black beard clever, cultivated, and, people said, talented, sit down obediently beside her and bow his head dejectedly. For 2 or 3 minutes they sat without speaking. "Nothing is settled or done with," began Ilyin. "You repeat copybook maxims to me. I love and respect my husband. The sanctity of marriage. I know all that without your help, and I could tell you more too. I tell you truthfully and honestly that I consider the way I am behaving as criminal and immoral. What more can one say than that? But what's the good of saying what everybody knows? Instead of feeding nightingales with paltry words, you had much better tell me what I am to do." "I've told you already, go away. As you know perfectly well, I have gone away 5 times, and every time I turned back on the way. I can show you my through tickets, I've kept them all. I have not well enough to run away from you. I am struggling horribly, but what the devil am I good for if I have no backbone, if I am weak, cowardly? I can't struggle with nature. Do you understand? I cannot. I run away from here, and she holds on to me and pulls me back. Contemptible, loathsome weakness." Ilyin flushed crimson, got up, and walked up and down by the seat. "I feel as cross as a dog," he muttered, clenching his fists. I hate and despise myself, my God. Like some depraved schoolboy, I am making love to another man's wife, writing idiotic letters, degrading myself. Ugh. Ailyn clutched at his head, grunted, and sat down. And then your insincerity, he went on bitterly. If you do dislike my disgusting behavior, why have you come here? What drew you here? In my letters, I only ask you for a direct, definite answer, yes or no, but instead of a direct answer, you contrive every day these chance meetings with me and regale me with copybook maxims. Madame Lubiantsev was frightened and flushed. She suddenly felt the awkwardness which a decent woman feels when she is accidentally discovered undressed. You seem to suspect I am playing with you, she muttered. I have always given you a direct answer, and only today I've begged you. Ah, as though one begged in such cases. If you were to say straight out, get away, I should have been gone long ago, but you've never said that. You've never once given me a direct answer. Strange indecision. Yes, indeed, either you are playing with me or else. Ailyn leaned his head on his fists without finishing. Sofia Petrovna began going over in her own mind the way she had behaved from beginning to end. She remembered that not only in her actions, but even in her secret thoughts, she had always been opposed to Ailyn's love-making. But yet she felt there was a grain of truth in the lawyer's words. But not knowing exactly what the truth was, she could not find answers to make to Ailyn's complaint, however hard she thought. It was awkward to be silent, and shrugging her shoulders, she said, So I am to blame, it appears. I don't blame you for your insincerity, sighed Ailyn. I did not mean that when I spoke of it. Your insincerity is natural and in the order of things. If people agreed together and suddenly became sincere, everything would go to the devil. Sofia Petrovna was in no mood for philosophical reflections, but she was glad of a chance to change the conversation, and asked, But why? Because only savage women and animals are sincere. Once civilization has introduced a demand for such comforts as, for instance, feminine virtue, sincerity is out of place. Ailyn jabbed his stick angrily into the sand. Madame Lubiantsev listened to him and liked his conversation, though a great deal of it she did not understand. What gratified her most was that she, an ordinary woman, was talked to by a talented man on intellectual subjects. It afforded her great pleasure, too, to watch the working of his mobile, young face, which was still pale and angry. She failed to understand a great deal that he said, but what was clear to her in his words was the attractive boldness with which the modern man without hesitation or doubt decides great questions and draws conclusive deductions. She suddenly realized that she was admiring him and was alarmed. Forgive me, but I don't understand, she said hurriedly. What makes you talk of insincerity? I repeat my request again, be my good, true friend, let me alone. I beg you most earnestly. Very good, I'll try again, sighed Ailyn, glad to do my best. Only I doubt whether anything will come of my efforts. Either I shall put a bullet through my brains or take to drink in an idiotic way. I shall come to a bad end. There's a limit to everything, to struggles with nature, too. Tell me, how can one struggle against madness? If you drink wine, how are you to struggle against intoxication? What am I to do if your image has grown into my soul, and day and night stands persistently before my eyes, like that pine there at this moment? Come, tell me, what hard and difficult thing can I do to get free from this abominable, miserable condition, in which all my thoughts, desires, and dreams are no longer my own, but belong to some demon who has taken possession of me? I love you so much that I am completely thrown out of gear. I've given up my work and all who are dear to me, forgotten my God. I've never been in love like this in my life. Sofia Petrovna, who had not expected such a turn to their conversation, drew away from Ailyn and looked into his face in dismay. Tears came into his eyes, his lips were quivering, and there was an imploring, hungry expression in his face. I love you, he muttered, bringing his eyes near her big, frightened eyes. You are so beautiful. I am in agony now, but I swear I would sit here all my life, suffering and looking in your eyes. But be silent, I implore you. Sofia Petrovna, feeling utterly disconcerted, tried to think as quickly as possible of something to say to stop him. I'll go away, she decided, but before she had time to make a movement to get up, Ailyn was on his knees before her. He was clasping her knees, gazing into her face and speaking passionately, hotly, eloquently. In her terror and confusion, she did not hear his words. For some reason now, at this dangerous moment, while her knees were being agreeably squeezed and felt as though they were in a warm bath, she was trying, with a sort of angry spite, to interpret her own sensations. She was angry that instead of brimming over with protesting virtue, she was entirely overwhelmed with weakness, apathy, and emptiness, like a drunken man utterly reckless. Only at the bottom of her soul, a remote bit of herself was malignantly taunting her. "Why don't you go? Is this as it should be?" "Yes." Seeking for some explanation, she could not understand how it was she did not pull away the hand to which Ailian was clinging like a leech, and why, like Ailian, she hastily glanced to right and to left to see whether anyone was looking. The clouds and the pines stood motionless, looking at them severely, like old ushers seeing mischief, but bribed not to tell the school authorities. The sentry stood like a post on the embankment and seemed to be looking at the seat. "Let him look," thought Sofia Petrovna. But listen," she said at last, with despair in her voice. "What can come of this? What will be the end of this?" I don't know," he whispered, waving off the disagreeable questions. They heard the hoarse, discordant whistle of the train. This cold, irrelevant sound from the everyday world of prose made Sofia Petrovna rouse herself. "I can't stay, it's time I was at home," she said, getting up quickly. "The train is coming in. Andrei is coming by it, he will want his dinner." Sofia Petrovna turned towards the embankment with a burning face. The engines slowly crawled by, then came the carriages. It was not the local train, as she had supposed, but a goods train. The trucks filed by against the background of the white church in a long string like the days of a man's life, and it seemed as though it would never end. But at last the train passed, and the last carriage with the guard and a light in it had disappeared behind the trees. Sofia Petrovna turned round sharply, and without looking at Ailian, walked rapidly back along the track. She had regained her self-possession. Crimson with shame, humiliated not by Ailian, no, but by her own cowardice, by the shamelessness with which she, a chaste and high-principled woman, had allowed a man, not her husband, to hug her knees, she had only one thought now: to get home as quickly as possible to her villa, to her family. The lawyer could hardly keep pace with her. Turning from the clearing into a narrow path, she turned round and glanced at him so quickly that she saw nothing but the sand on his knees, and waved to him to drop behind. Reaching home, Sofia Petrovna stood in the middle of her room for 5 minutes without moving, and looked first at the window and then at her writing table. "You low creature," she said, upbraiding herself, "you low creature." To spite herself, she recalled in precise detail, keeping nothing back. She recalled that though all this time she had been opposed to Ailian's love-making, something had impelled her to seek an interview with him. And what was more, when he was at her feet, she had enjoyed it enormously. She recalled it all without sparing herself, and now, breathless with shame, she would have liked to slap herself in the face. "Poor Andrei," she said to herself, trying as she thought of her husband to put into her face as tender an expression as she could. "Varia, my poor little girl, doesn't know what a mother she has. Forgive me, my dear ones, I love you so much, so much." And anxious to prove to herself that she was still a good wife and mother, and that corruption had not yet touched that sanctity of marriage of which she had spoken to Ailian, Sofia Petrovna ran to the kitchen and abused the cook for not having yet laid the table for Andrei Ilyitch. She tried to picture her husband's hungry and exhausted appearance, commiserated him aloud, and laid the table for him with her own hands, which she had never done before. Then she found her daughter Varia, picked her up in her arms, and hugged her warmly. The child seemed to her cold and heavy, but she was unwilling to acknowledge this to herself, and she began explaining to the child how good, kind, and honorable her papa was. But when Andrei Ilyitch arrived soon afterwards, she hardly greeted him. The rush of false feeling had already passed off without proving anything to her, only irritating and exasperating her by its falsity. She was sitting by the window, feeling miserable and cross. It is only by being in trouble that people can understand how far from easy it is to be the master of one's feelings and thoughts. Sofia Petrovna said afterwards that there was a tangle within her which it was as difficult to unravel as to count a flock of sparrows rapidly flying by. From the fact that she was not overjoyed to see her husband, that she did not like his manner at dinner, She concluded all of a sudden that she was beginning to hate her husband. Andrei Ilyich, languid with hunger and exhaustion, fell upon the sausage while waiting for the soup to be brought in, and ate it greedily, munching noisily and moving his temples. My goodness, thought Sofia Petrovna, I love and respect him, but why does he munch so repulsively? The disorder in her thoughts was no less than the disorder in her feelings. Like all persons inexperienced in combating unpleasant ideas, Madame Lubiantsev did her utmost not to think of her trouble, and the harder she tried, the more vividly Ilyin, the sand on his knees, the fluffy clouds, the train, stood out in her imagination. And why did I go there this afternoon like a fool? She thought, tormenting herself. And am I really so weak that I cannot depend upon myself? Fear magnifies danger. By the time Andrei Ilyich was finishing the last course, she had firmly made up her mind to tell her husband everything and to flee from danger. I've something serious to say to you, Andrei. She began after dinner while her husband was taking off his coat and boots to lie down for a nap. Well, let us leave this place. Where shall we go? It's too soon to go back to town. No, for a tour or something of that sort. For a tour, repeated the notary, stretching. I dream of that myself, but where are we to get the money, and to whom am I to leave the office? And thinking a little, he added, Of course you must be bored. Go by yourself if you like. Sofia Petrovna agreed, but at once reflected that Ilyin would be delighted with the opportunity and would go with her in the same train, in the same compartment. She thought and looked at her husband, now satisfied but still languid. For some reason her eyes rested on his feet, miniature, almost feminine feet, clad in striped socks. There was a thread standing out at the tip of each sock. Behind the blind, a bumblebee was beating itself against the window pane and buzzing. Sofia Petrovna looked at the threads on the socks, listened to the bee, and pictured how she would set off. Vis-a-vis Ilyin would sit, day and night, never taking his eyes off her, wrathful at his own weakness and pale with spiritual agony. He would call himself an immoral schoolboy, would abuse her, tear his hair, but when darkness came on and the passengers were asleep or got out at a station, he would seize the opportunity to kneel before her and embrace her knees as he had at the seat in the wood. She caught herself indulging in this daydream. Listen, I won't go alone, she said. You must come with me. Nonsense, Sofachka, sighed Lubiantsev. One must be sensible and not want the impossible. You will come when you know all about it, thought Sofia Petrovna. Making up her mind to go at all costs, she felt that she was out of danger. Little by little her ideas grew clearer, her spirits rose, and she allowed herself to think about it all, feeling that however much she thought, however much she dreamed, she would go away. While her husband was asleep, the evening gradually came on. She sat in the drawing room and played the piano. The greater liveliness out of doors, the sound of music, but above all the thought that she was a sensible person, that she had surmounted her difficulties, completely restored her spirits. Other women, her appeased conscience told her, would probably have been carried off their feet in her position and would have lost their balance while she had almost died of shame, had been miserable, and was now running out of the danger which perhaps did not exist. She was so touched by her own virtue and determination that she even looked at herself 2 or 3 times in the looking-glass. When it got dark, visitors arrived. The men sat down in the dining room to play cards, the ladies remained in the drawing room and the veranda. The last to arrive was Ilyin. He was gloomy, morose, and looked ill. He sat down in the corner of the sofa and did not move the whole evening. Usually good-humored and talkative, this time he remained silent, frowned, and rubbed his eyebrows. When he had to answer some question, he gave a forced smile with his upper lip only and answered jerkily and irritably. 4 or 5 times he made some jest, but his jests sounded harsh and cutting. It seemed to Sofia Petrovna that he was on the verge of hysterics. Only now, sitting at the piano, she recognized fully for the first time that this unhappy man was in deadly earnest, that his soul was sick, and that he could find no rest. For her sake he was wasting the best days of his youth and his career, spending the last of his money on a summer villa, abandoning his mother and sisters, and, worst of all, wearing himself out in an agonizing struggle with himself. From mere common humanity, he ought to be treated seriously. She recognized all this clearly till it made her heart ache, and if at that moment she had gone up to him and said to him, "No, there would have been a force in her voice hard to disobey. But she did not go up to him and did not speak indeed, never thought of doing so. The pettiness and egoism of youth had never been more patent in her than that evening. She realized that Ailén was unhappy and that he was sitting on the sofa as though he were on hot coals. She felt sorry for him, but at the same time the presence of a man who loved her to distraction filled her soul with triumph and a sense of her own power. She felt her youth, her beauty, and her unassailable virtue, and since she had decided to go away, gave herself full license for that evening. She flirted, laughed incessantly, sang with peculiar feeling and gusto. Everything delighted and amused her. She was amused at the memory of what had happened at the seat in the wood, of the sentinel who had looked on. She was amused by her guests, by Ailén's cutting jests, by the pin in his cravat, which she had never noticed before. There was a red snake with diamond eyes on the pin. This snake struck her as so amusing that she could have kissed it on the spot. Sofia Petrovna sang nervously, with defiant recklessness as though half intoxicated, and she chose sad, mournful songs which dealt with wasted hopes, the past, old age, as though in mockery of another's grief. And old age comes nearer and nearer. She sang, and what was old age to her? It seems as though there is something going wrong with me, she thought from time to time through her laughter and singing. The party broke up at 12 o'clock. Ailén was the last to leave. Sofia Petrovna was still reckless enough to accompany him to the bottom step of the veranda. She wanted to tell him that she was going away with her husband and to watch the effect this news would produce on him. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, but it was light enough for Sofia Petrovna to see how the wind played with the skirts of his overcoat and with the awning of the veranda. She could see, too, how white Ailén was and how he twisted his upper lip in the effort to smile. "Sonia Sonichka, my darling woman," he muttered, preventing her from speaking. "My dear, my sweet." In a rush of tenderness, with tears in his voice, he showered caressing words upon her that grew tenderer and even called her thou, as though she were his wife or mistress. Quite unexpectedly, he put one arm round her waist and with the other hand took hold of her elbow. "My precious, my delight," he whispered, kissing the nape of her neck. "Be sincere, come to me at once." She slipped out of his arms and raised her head to give vent to her indignation and anger. But the indignation did not come off, and all her vaunted virtue and chastity was only sufficient to enable her to utter the phrase used by all ordinary women on such occasions. "You must be mad." "Come, let us go," Ailén continued. "I felt just now, as well as at the seat in the wood, that you are as helpless as I am, Sonia. You are in the same plight. You love me and are fruitlessly trying to appease your conscience." Seeing that she was moving away, he caught her by her lace cuff and said rapidly, "If not today, then tomorrow you will have to give in. Why, then, this waste of time? My precious, darling Sonia, the sentence is passed. Why put off the execution? Why deceive yourself?" Sofia Petrovna tore herself from him and darted in at the door. Returning to the drawing-room, she mechanically shut the piano, looked for a long time at the music stand, and sat down. She could not stand up nor think. All that was left of her excitement and recklessness was a fearful weakness, apathy, and dreariness. Her conscience whispered to her that she had behaved badly, foolishly, that evening, like some madcap girl that she had just been embraced on the veranda and still had an uneasy feeling in her waist and her elbow. There was not a soul in the drawing-room. There was only one candle burning. Madame Lubientsev sat on the round stool before the piano, motionless, as though expecting something. And as though taking advantage of the darkness and her extreme lassitude, an oppressive, overpowering desire began to assail her. Like a boa constrictor, it gripped her limbs and her soul, and grew stronger every second, and no longer menaced her as it had done, but stood clear before her in all its nakedness. She sat for half an hour without stirring, not restraining herself from thinking of Ailén. Then she got up languidly and dragged herself to her bedroom. Andrei Ilyitch was already in bed. She sat down by the open window and gave herself up to desire. There was no tangle now in her head. All her thoughts and feelings were bent with one accord upon a single aim. She tried to struggle against it, but instantly gave it up. She understood now how strong and relentless was the foe. Strength and fortitude were needed to combat him, and her birth, her education, and her life had given her nothing to fall back upon. Immoral wretch, low creature, she nagged at herself for her weakness, so that's what you're like. Her outraged sense of propriety was moved to such indignation by this weakness that she lavished upon herself every term of abuse she knew, and told herself many offensive and humiliating truths. So, for instance, she told herself that she never had been moral, that she had not come to grief before simply because she had had no opportunity, that her inward conflict during that day had all been a farce. And even if I have struggled, she thought, what sort of struggle was it? Even the woman who sells herself struggles before she brings herself to it, and yet she sells herself. A fine struggle. Like milk I've turned in a day, in one day. She convicted herself of being tempted, not by feeling, not by Eileen personally, but by sensations which awaited her. An idle lady, having her fling in the summer holidays like so many. Like an unfledged bird when the mother has been slain, sang a husky tenor outside the window. If I am to go, it's time, thought Sofia Petrovna. Her heart suddenly began beating violently. Andrei, she almost shrieked. Listen, we are going, yes. Yes, I've told you already, you go alone. But listen, she began. If you don't go with me, you are in danger of losing me. I believe I am in love already. With whom? Asked Andrei Ilyitch. It can't make any difference to you who it is, cried Sofia Petrovna. Andrei Ilyitch sat up with his feet out of bed and looked wonderingly at his wife's dark figure. It's a fancy, he yawned. He did not believe her, but yet he was frightened. After thinking a little and asking his wife several unimportant questions, he delivered himself of his opinions on the family, on infidelity. Spoke listlessly for about 10 minutes and got into bed again. His moralizing produced no effect. There are a great many opinions in the world, and a good half of them are held by people who have never been in trouble. In spite of the late hour, summer visitors were still walking outside. Sofia Petrovna put on a light cape, stood a little, thought a little. She still had resolution enough to say to her sleeping husband, Are you asleep? I am going for a walk. Will you come with me? That was her last hope. Receiving no answer, she went out. It was fresh and windy. She was conscious neither of the wind nor the darkness, but went on and on. An overmastering force drove her on, and it seemed as though, if she had stopped, it would have pushed her in the back. Immoral creature, she muttered mechanically. Low wretch. She was breathless, hot with shame, did not feel her legs under her, but what drove her on was stronger than shame, reason, or fear. A trifle from life. A well-fed, red-cheeked young man called Nikolai Ilyich Belyaev, of 32, who was an owner of house property in Petersburg, and a devotee of the racecourse, went one evening to see Olga Ivanovna Ernin with whom he was living, or, to use his own expression, was dragging out a long, wearisome romance. And indeed, the first interesting and enthusiastic pages of this romance had long been perused. Now the pages dragged on, and still dragged on, without presenting anything new or of interest. Not finding Olga Ivanovna at home, my hero lay down on the lounge chair and proceeded to wait for her in the drawing room. Good evening, Nikolai Ilyitch, he heard a child's voice. Mother will be here directly. She has gone with Sonia to the dressmaker's. Olga Ivanovna's son, Alyosha, boy of 8, who looked graceful and very well cared for, who was dressed like a picture, in a black velvet jacket and long black stockings, was lying on the sofa in the same room. He was lying on a satin cushion and, evidently imitating an acrobat he had lately seen at the circus, stuck up in the air first one leg and then the other. When his elegant legs were exhausted, he brought his arms into play or jumped up impulsively and went on all fours, trying to stand with his legs in the air. All this he was doing with the utmost gravity, gasping and groaning painfully as though he regretted that God had given him such a restless body. Ah, good evening, my boy, said Belyaev. It's you, I did not notice you. Is your mother well? Alyosha, taking hold of the tip of his left toe with his right hand and falling into the most unnatural attitude, turned over, jumped up, and peeped at Belyaev from behind the big fluffy lampshade. What shall I say? He said, shrugging his shoulders. In reality, mother's never well. You see, she is a woman, and women, Nikolai Ilyitch, have always something the matter with them. Belyaev, having nothing better to do, began watching Alyosha's face. He had never before, during the whole of his intimacy with Olga Ivanovna, paid any attention to the boy, and had completely ignored his existence. The boy had been before his eyes, but he had not cared to think why he was there and what part he was playing. In the twilight of the evening, Alyosha's face, with his white forehead and black, unblinking eyes, unexpectedly reminded Belyaev of Olga Ivanovna as she had been during the first pages of their romance. And he felt disposed to be friendly to the boy. "Come here, insect," he said. "Let me have a closer look at you." The boy jumped off the sofa and skipped up to Belyaev. "Well," began Nikolay Ilyich, putting a hand on the boy's thin shoulder, "how are you getting on?" "How shall I say? We used to get on a great deal better." "Why?" "It's very simple. Sonia and I used only to learn music and reading, and now they give us French poetry to learn. Have you been shaved lately?" "Yes." "Yes, I see you have. Your beard is shorter. Let me touch it. Does that hurt?" "No." "Why is it that if you pull one hair it hurts, but if you pull a lot at once it doesn't hurt a bit? Ha ha, and you know it's a pity you don't have whiskers. Here ought to be shaved. But here at the sides the hair ought to be left." The boy nestled up to Belyaev and began playing with his watch chain. "When I go to the high school," he said, "Mother is going to buy me a watch. I shall ask her to buy me a watch chain like this. WH at a loquet, Father's got a locket like that, only yours has little bars on it and his has letters. There's Mother's portrait in the middle of his. Father has a different sort of chain now, not made with rings but like ribbon." "How do you know? Do you see your father?" "I." Alyosha blushed, and in great confusion, feeling caught in a lie, began zealously scratching the locket with his nail. Belyaev looked steadily into his face and asked, "Do you see your father?" "No." "Come, speak frankly, on your honor. I see from your face you are telling a fib. Once you've let a thing slip out it's no good wriggling about it. Tell me, do you see him? Come, as a friend." Alyosha hesitated. "You won't tell Mother," he said. "As though I should." "On your honors?" "On my honor." "Do you swear?" "Ah, you provoking boy, what do you take me for?" Alyosha looked round him, then with wide-open eyes whispered to him, "Only, for goodness' sake, don't tell Mother. Don't tell anyone at all, for it is a secret. I hope to goodness Mother won't find out, or we should all catch it, Sonia and I and Pelagia. Well, listen, Sonia and I see Father every Tuesday and Friday. When Pelagia takes us for a walk before dinner, we go to the Apfel restaurant, and there is Father waiting for us. He is always sitting in a room apart, where you know there's a marble table and an ashtray in the shape of a goose without a back. What do you do there?" "Nothing. First we say how do you do, then we all sit round the table, and Father treats us with coffee and pies. You know Sonia eats the meat pies, but I can't endure meat pies. I like the pies made of cabbage and eggs. We eat such a lot that we have to try hard to eat as much as we can at dinner, for fear Mother should notice." "What do you talk about?" "With Father, about anything. He kisses us, he hugs us, tells us all sorts of amusing jokes. Do you know, he says when we are grown up he is going to take us to live with him. Sonia does not want to go, but I agree. Of course, I should miss Mother, but then I should write her letters. It's a queer idea, but we could come and visit her on holidays, couldn't we? Father says, too, that he will buy me a horse. He's an awfully kind man. I can't understand why Mother does not ask him to come and live with us, and why she forbids us to see him. You know he loves Mother very much. He is always asking us how she is and what she is doing. When she was ill, he clutched his head like this and kept running about. He always tells us to be obedient and respectful to her. Listen, is it true that we are unfortunate?" "Why?" "That's what Father says. You are unhappy children, he says. It's strange to hear him, really. You are unhappy, he says. I am unhappy and Mother's unhappy. You must pray to God, he says, for yourselves and for her." Alyosha let his eyes rest on a stuffed bird and sank into thought. "So," growled Belyaev, "so that's how you are going on. You arrange meetings at restaurants, and Mother does not know." "No, oh, how should she know? Pelagia would not tell her for anything, you know. The day before yesterday he gave us some pears, as sweet as jam. I ate too." Well, and I say, listen, did Father say anything about me?" "About you, what shall I say?" Alyosha looked searchingly into Belyaev's face and shrugged his shoulders. "He didn't say anything particular." "For instance, what did he say?" "You won't be offended." "What next? Why does he abuse me?" "He doesn't abuse you, but you know he is angry with you. He says mother's unhappy owing to you, and that you have ruined mother. You know he is so queer. I explain to him that you are kind, that you never scold mother, but he only shakes his head. So he says I have ruined her. Yes, you mustn't be offended, Nikolay Ilyich. Belyaev got up, stood still a moment, and walked up and down the drawing room. That's strange and ridiculous, he muttered, shrugging his shoulders and smiling sarcastically. He's entirely to blame, and I have ruined her, eh? An innocent lamb, I must say. So he told you I ruined your mother. Yes, but you said you would not be offended, you know. I am not offended, and it's not your business. Why, it's positively ridiculous. I have been thrust into it like a chicken in the broth, and now it seems I'm to blame. A ring was heard. The boy sprang up from his place and ran out. A minute later, a lady came into the room with a little girl. This was Olga Ivanovna, Alyosha's mother. Alyosha followed them in, skipping and jumping, humming aloud and waving his hands. Belyaev nodded and went on walking up and down. Of course, whose fault is it if not mine? He muttered with a snort. He is right, he is an injured husband. What are you talking about? Asked Olga Ivanovna. What about? Why, just listen to the tales your lawful spouse is spreading now. It appears that I am a scoundrel and a villain, that I have ruined you and the children. All of you are unhappy, and I am the only happy one. Wonderfully, wonderfully happy. I don't understand, Nikolay. What's the matter? Why, listen to this young gentleman, said Belyaev, pointing to Alyosha. Alyosha flushed crimson, then turned pale, and his whole face began working with terror. Nikolay Ilyich, he said in a loud whisper, SHSH. Olga Ivanovna looked in surprise at Alyosha, then at Belyaev, then at Alyosha again. Just ask him, Belyaev went on. Your Pelagia, like a regular fool, takes them about to restaurants and arranges meetings with their papa. But that's not the point. The point is that their dear papa is a victim, while I'm a wretch who has broken up both your lives. Nikolay Ilyich, moaned Alyosha. Why, you promised on your word of honor. Oh, get away, said Belyaev, waving him off. This is more important than any word of honor. It's the hypocrisy revolts me, the lying. I don't understand it, said Olga Ivanovna, and tears glistened in her eyes. Tell me, Alyosha, she turned to her son, do you see your father? Alyosha did not hear her. He was looking with horror at Belyaev. It's impossible, said his mother. I will go and question Pelagia. Olga Ivanovna went out. I say you promised on your word of honor, said Alyosha, trembling all over. Belyaev dismissed him with a wave of his hand and went on walking up and down. He was absorbed in his grievance and was oblivious of the boy's presence, as he always had been. He, a grown-up, serious person, had no thought to spare for boys. And Alyosha sat down in the corner and told Sonia with horror how he had been deceived. He was trembling, stammering, and crying. It was the first time in his life that he had been brought into such coarse contact with lying. Till then he had not known that there are in the world, besides sweet pears, pies, and expensive watches, a great many things for which the language of children has no expression. The cook's wedding. Grisha, a fat, solemn little person of 7, was standing by the kitchen door listening and peeping through the keyhole. In the kitchen, something extraordinary, and in his opinion never seen before, was taking place. A big, thick-set, red-haired peasant with a beard and a drop of perspiration on his nose, wearing a cabman's full coat, was sitting at the kitchen table on which they chopped the meat and sliced the onions. He was balancing a saucer on the 5 fingers of his right hand and drinking tea out of it, and crunching sugar so loudly that it sent a shiver down Grisha's back. Aksenia Stepanovna, the old nurse, was sitting on the dirty stool facing him, and she too was drinking tea. Her face was grave, though at the same time it beamed with a kind of triumph. Pelagia, the cook, was busy at the stove and was apparently trying to hide her face. And on her face, Grisha saw a regular illumination. It was burning and shifting through every shade of color, beginning with a crimson purple and ending with a deathly white. She was continually catching hold of knives, forks, bits of wood, and rags with trembling hands, moving, grumbling to herself, making a clatter, but in reality doing nothing. She did not once glance at the table at which they were drinking tea, and to the questions put to her by the nurse she gave jerky, sullen answers without turning her face. Help yourself, Danilo Semyonich, the the nurse urged him hospitably. "Why do you keep on with tea and nothing but tea? You should have a drop of vodka." And nurse put before the visitor a bottle of vodka and a wine glass, while her face wore a very wily expression. "I never touch it." "No," said the cabman, declining. "Don't press me, Aksinya Stepanovna." "What a man, 's a cabman and not drink. The bachelor can't get on without drinking, help yourself." The cabman looked askance at the bottle, then at nurse's wily face, and his own face assumed an expression no less cunning, as much as to say, "You won't catch me, you old witch." "I don't drink, please excuse me. Such a weakness does not do in our calling. A man who works at a trade may drink, for he sits at home, but we cabmen are always in view of the public. Aren't we? If one goes into a pothouse, one finds one's horse gone. If one takes a drop too much, it is worse still. Before you know where you are, you will fall asleep or slip off the box. That's where it is." "And how much do you make a day, Danilo Semyonich?" "That's according. One day you will have a fare for 3 rubles, and another day you will come back to the yard without a farthing. The days are very different. Nowadays our business is no good. There are lots and lots of cabmen, as you know. Hay is dear and folks are paltry nowadays and always contriving to go by tram. And yet, thank God, I have nothing to complain of. I have plenty to eat and good clothes to wear, and we could even provide well for another." The cabman stole a glance at Pelagia, if it were to their liking. Grisha did not hear what was said further. His mamma came to the door and sent him to the nursery to learn his lessons. "Go and learn your lesson. It's not your business to listen here." When Grisha reached the nursery, he put my own book in front of him, but he did not get on with his reading. All that he had just seen and heard aroused a multitude of questions in his mind. "The cook's going to be married," he thought. "Strange, I don't understand what people get married for. Mama was married to Papa, cousin Verotchka to Pavel Andreich. But one might be married to Papa and Pavel Andreich after all. They have gold watch chains and nice suits, their boots are always polished. But to marry that dreadful cabman with a red nose and felt boots. Fie, and why is it nurse wants poor Pelagia to be married?" When the visitor had gone out of the kitchen, Pelagia appeared and began clearing away. Her agitation still persisted. Her face was red and looked scared. She scarcely touched the floor with the broom and swept every corner 5 times over. She lingered for a long time in the room where Mama was sitting. She was evidently oppressed by her isolation, and she was longing to express herself, to share her impressions with someone, to open her heart. "He's gone," she muttered, seeing that Mama would not begin the conversation. "One can see he is a good man," said Mama, not taking her eyes off her sewing. "Sober and steady." "I declare I won't marry him, mistress," Pelagia cried suddenly, flushing crimson. "I declare I won't." "Don't be silly, you are not a child. It's a serious step. You must think it over thoroughly, it's no use talking nonsense. Do you like him?" "What an idea, mistress," cried Pelagia, abashed. "They say such things that, my goodness." "She should say she doesn't like him," thought Grisha. "What an affected creature you are. Do you like him?" "But he is old, mistress." "Think of something else," nurse flew out at her from the next room. "He has not reached his 40th year, and what do you want a young man for? Handsome is as handsome does. Marry him and that's all about it." "I swear I won't," squealed Pelagia. "You are talking nonsense. What sort of rascal do you want? Anyone else would have bowed down to his feet, and you declare you won't marry him. You want to be always winking at the postmen and tutors. That tutor that used to come to Grishenka, mistress, she was never tired of making eyes at him. Oh, the shameless hussy." "Have you seen this Danilo before?" Mama asked Pelagia. "How could I have seen him? I set eyes on him today for the first time. Aksinya picked him up and brought him along. The accursed devil. And where has he come from for my undoing?" At dinner, when Pelagia was handing the dishes, everyone looked into her face and teased her about the cabman. She turned fearfully red and went off into a forced giggle. "It must be shameful to get married," thought Grisha. "Terribly shameful." All the dishes were too salt, and blood oozed from the half-raw chickens, and to cap it all, plates and knives kept dropping out of Pelagia's hands during dinner, as though from a shelf that had given way. But no one said a word of blame to her, as they all understood the state of her feelings. Only once Papa flicked his table napkin angrily and said to Mama, "What do you want to be getting them all married for? What business is it of yours? Let them get married of themselves if they want to. After dinner, neighboring cooks and maidservants kept flitting into the kitchen, and there was the sound of whispering till late evening. How they had scented out the matchmaking, God knows. When Grisha woke in the night, he heard his nurse and the cook whispering together in the nursery. Nurse was talking persuasively, while the cook alternately sobbed and giggled. When he fell asleep after this, Grisha dreamed of Pelagia being carried off by Chernomor and a witch. Next day there was a calm. The life of the kitchen went on its accustomed way as though the cabman did not exist. Only from time to time Nurse put on her new shawl, assumed a solemn and austere air, and went off somewhere for an hour or two, obviously to conduct negotiations. Pelagia did not see the cabman, and when his name was mentioned, she flushed up and cried. May he be thrice damned, as though I should be thinking of him, Typhus. In the evening, Mamma went into the kitchen, while Nurse and Pelagia were zealously mincing something, and said, You can marry him, of course that's your business, but I must tell you, Pelagia, that he cannot live here. You know I don't like to have anyone sitting in the kitchen. Mind now, remember. And I can't let you sleep out. Goodness knows, what an idea, mistress, shrieked the cook. Why do you keep throwing him up at me? Plague take him, he's a regular curse, confound him. Glancing one Sunday morning into the kitchen, Grisha was struck dumb with amazement. The kitchen was crammed full of people. Here were cooks from the whole courtyard, the porter, 2 policemen, a non-commissioned officer with good conduct stripes, and the boy Filka. This Filka was generally hanging about the laundry playing with the dogs. Now he was combed and washed, and was holding an icon in a tinfoil setting. Pelagia was standing in the middle of the kitchen in a new cotton dress, with a flower on her head. Beside her stood the cabman. The happy pair were red in the face and perspiring and blinking with embarrassment. Well, I fancy it is time, said the non-commissioned officer after a prolonged silence. Pelagia's face worked all over and she began blubbering. The soldier took a big loaf from the table, stood beside Nurse, and began blessing the couple. The cabman went up to the soldier, flopped down on his knees, and gave a smacking kiss on his hand. He did the same before Nurse. Pelagia followed him mechanically, and she too bowed down to the ground. At last the outer door was opened, there was a whiff of white mist, and the whole party flocked noisily out of the kitchen into the yard. Poor thing, thought Grisha, hearing the sobs of the cook. Where have they taken her? Why don't Papa and Mama protect her? After the wedding, there was singing and concertina playing in the laundry till late evening. Mama was cross all the evening because Nurse smelt of vodka, and owing to the wedding, there was no one to heat the samovar. Pelagia had not come back by the time Grisha went to bed. The poor thing is crying somewhere in the dark, he thought, while the cabman is saying to her, shut up. Next morning, the cook was in the kitchen again. The cabman came in for a minute. He thanked Mama, and glancing sternly at Pelagia, said, Will you look after her, madam? Be a father and a mother to her. And you, too, Aksenia Stepanovna, do not forsake her. See that everything is as it should be, without any nonsense. And also, madam, if you would kindly advance me 5 rubles of her wages. I have got to buy a new horse collar. Again a problem for Grisha. Pelagia was living in freedom, doing as she liked, and not having to account to anyone for her actions, and all at once, for no sort of reason, a stranger turns up, who has somehow acquired rights over her conduct and her property. Grisha was distressed. He longed passionately, almost to tears, to comfort this victim, as he supposed, of man's injustice. Picking out the very biggest apple in the storeroom, he stole into the kitchen, slipped it into Pelagia's hand, and darted headlong away. Sleepy. Night. Vanka, the little nurse, a girl of 13, is rocking the cradle in which the baby is lying, and humming hardly audibly. Hush-a-bye, my baby wee, while I sing a song for thee. A little green lamp is burning before the icon. There is a string stretched from one end of the room to the other, on which baby clothes and a pair of big black trousers are hanging. There is a big patch of green on the ceiling from the icon lamp, and the baby clothes and the trousers throw long shadows on the stove, on the cradle, and on Vanka. When the lamp begins to flicker, the green patch and the shadows come to life, and are set in motion, as though by the wind. It is stuffy. There is a smell of cabbage soup, and of the inside of a boot shop. The baby's crying. For a long while he has been hoarse and exhausted with crying, but he still goes on screaming, and there is no knowing when he will stop. And Vanka is sleepy. Her eyes are glued together, her head droops, her neck aches. She cannot move her eyelids or her lips, and she feels as though her face is dried and wooden, as though her head has become as small as the head of a pin. "Hushaby, my baby wee," she hums, "while I cook the groats for thee." A cricket is churring in the stove. Through the door in the next room, the master and the apprentice of fantasy are snoring. The cradle creaks plaintively, Varka murmurs, and it all blends into that soothing music of the night to which it is so sweet to listen when one is lying in bed. Now that music is merely irritating and oppressive because it goads her to sleep, and she must not sleep. If Varka, God forbid, should fall asleep, her master and mistress would beat her. The lamp flickers. The patch of green and the shadows are set in motion, forcing themselves on Varka's fixed, half-open eyes, and in her half-slumbering brain are fashioned into misty visions. She sees dark clouds chasing one another over the sky and screaming like the baby. But then the wind blows, the clouds are gone, and Varka sees a broad high road covered with liquid mud. Along the high road stretch files of wagons, while people with wallets on their backs are trudging along and shadows flit backwards and forwards. On both sides she can see forests through the cold, harsh mist. All at once the people with their wallets and their shadows fall on the ground in the liquid mud. "What is that for?" Varka asks. To sleep, they answer her. And they fall sound asleep, and sleep sweetly, while crows and magpies sit on the telegraph wires, scream like the baby, and try to wake them. "Hushaby, my baby wee, and I will sing a song to thee," murmurs Varka, and now she sees herself in a dark, stuffy hut. Her dead father, Yefim Stepanov, is tossing from side to side on the floor. She does not see him, but she hears him moaning and rolling on the floor from pain. His guts have burst, as he says. The pain is so violent that he cannot utter a single word, and can only draw in his breath and clack his teeth like the rattling of a drum. Boo-boo-boo-boo. Her mother, Pelagia, has run to the master's house to say that Yefim is dying. She has been gone a long time and ought to be back. Varka lies awake on the stove and hears her father's boo-boo-boo. And then she hears someone has driven up to the hut. It is a young doctor from the town who has been sent from the big house where he is staying on a visit. The doctor comes into the hut. He cannot be seen in the darkness, but he can be heard coughing and rattling the door. "Light a candle," he says. "Boo-boo-boo," answers Yefim. Pelagia rushes to the stove and begins looking for the broken pot with the matches. A minute passes in silence. The doctor, feeling in his pocket, lights a match. "In a minute, sir, in a minute," says Pelagia. She rushes out of the hut and soon afterwards comes back with a bit of candle. Yefim's cheeks are rosy and his eyes are shining, and there is a peculiar keenness in his glance, as though he were seeing right through the hut and the doctor. "Come, what is it? What are you thinking about?" says the doctor, bending down to him. "Aha, have you had this long?" "What, dying, your honor, my hour has come. I am not to stay among the living." "Don't talk nonsense, we will cure you." "That's as you please, your honor, we humbly thank you, only we understand. Since death has come, there it is." The doctor spends a quarter of an hour over Yefim, then he gets up and says, "I can do nothing. You must go into the hospital, there they will operate on you. Go at once. You must go, it's rather late, they will all be asleep in the hospital, but that doesn't matter, I will give you a note. Do you hear?" "Kind sir, but what can he go in?" says Pelagia. "We have no horse." "Never mind, I'll ask your master, he'll let you have a horse." The doctor goes away, the candle goes out, and again there is the sound of boo-boo-boo. Half an hour later someone drives up to the hut. A cart has been sent to take Yefim to the hospital. He gets ready and goes. But now it is a clear, bright morning. Pelagia is not at home. She has gone to the hospital to find what is being done to Yefim. Somewhere there is a baby crying, and Varka hears someone singing with her own voice. "Hushaby, my baby wee, I will sing a song to thee." Pelagia comes back, she crosses herself and whispers. "They put him to rights in the night, but towards morning he gave up his soul to God. The kingdom of heaven be his and peace everlasting. They say he was taken too late. He ought to have gone sooner." Varka goes out into the road and cries there, but all at once someone hits her on the back of her head so hard that her forehead knocks against a birch tree. She raises her eyes and sees facing her, her master, the shoemaker. "What are you about, you scabby slut?" he says. "The child is crying and you are asleep." He gives her a sharp slap behind the ear, and she shakes her head, rocks the cradle, and murmurs her song. The green patch and the shadows from the trousers and the baby clothes move up and down, nod to her, and soon take possession of her brain again. Again, she sees the high road covered with liquid mud. The people with wallets on their backs and the shadows have lain down and are fast asleep. Looking at them, Varka has a passionate longing for sleep. She would lie down with enjoyment, but her mother Pelagia is walking beside her, hurrying her on. They are hastening together to the town to find situations. Give alms for Christ's sake, her mother begs of the people they meet. Show us the divine mercy, kind-hearted gentlefolk. Give the baby here, a familiar voice answers. Give the baby here, the same voice repeats, this time harshly and angrily. Are you asleep, you wretched girl? Varka jumps up and looking round grasps what is the matter. There is no high road, no Pelagia, no people meeting them. There is only her mistress, who has come to feed the baby and is standing in the middle of the room. While the stout, broad-shouldered woman nurses the child and soothes it, Varka stands looking at her and waiting till she has done. And outside the windows the air is already turning blue. The shadows and the green patch on the ceiling are visibly growing pale. It will soon be morning. Take him, says her mistress, buttoning up her chemise over her bosom. He is crying. He must be bewitched. Varka takes the baby, puts him in the cradle and begins rocking it again. The green patch and the shadows gradually disappear, and now there is nothing to force itself on her eyes and cloud her brain. But she is as sleepy as before, fearfully sleepy. Varka lays her head on the edge of the cradle and rocks her whole body to overcome her sleepiness, but yet her eyes are glued together, and her head is heavy. Varka, heat the stove. She hears the master's voice through the door. So it is time to get up and set to work. Varka leaves the cradle and runs to the shed for firewood. She is glad. When one moves and runs about, one is not so sleepy as when one is sitting down. She brings the wood, heats the stove, and feels that her wooden face is getting supple again, and that her thoughts are growing clearer. Varka, set the samovar, shouts her mistress. Varka splits a piece of wood, but has scarcely time to light the splinters and put them in the samovar, when she hears a fresh order. Varka, clean the master's galoshes. She sits down on the floor, cleans the galoshes, and thinks how nice it would be to put her head into a big deep galosh and have a little nap in it. And all at once the galosh grows, swells, fills up the whole room. Varka drops the brush, but at once shakes her head, opens her eyes wide, and tries to look at things so that they may not grow big and move before her eyes. Varka, wash the steps outside. I am ashamed for the customers to see them. Varka washes the steps, sweeps and dusts the rooms, then heats another stove and runs to the shop. There is a great deal of work. She hasn't 1 minute free. But nothing is so hard as standing in the same place at the kitchen table peeling potatoes. Her head droops over the table, the potatoes dance before her eyes, the knife tumbles out of her hand while her fat, angry mistress is moving about near her with her sleeves tucked up, talking so loud that it makes a ringing in Varka's ears. It is agonizing, too, to wait at dinner, to wash, to sew. There are minutes when she longs to flop onto the floor regardless of everything, and to sleep. The day passes. Seeing the windows getting dark, Varka presses her temples that feel as though they were made of wood, and smiles, though she does not know why. The dusk of evening caresses her eyes that will hardly keep open and promises her sound sleep soon. In the evening, visitors come. Varka, set the samovar, shouts her mistress. The samovar is a little one, and before the visitors have drunk all the tea they want, she has to heat it 5 times. After tea, Varka stands for a whole hour on the same spot, looking at the visitors and waiting for orders. Varka, run and buy 3 bottles of beer. She starts off and tries to run as quickly as she can, to drive away sleep. Varka, fetch some vodka. Varka, where's the corkscrew? Varka, clean a herring. But now, at last, the visitors have gone. The lights are put out. The master and mistress go to bed. Varka, rock the baby. She hears the last order. The cricket churs in the stove. The green patch on the ceiling and the shadows from the trousers and the baby clothes force themselves on Varka's half-opened eyes again, wink at her, and cloud her mind. Hushaby, my baby wee, she murmurs, and I will sing a song to thee. And the baby screams and is worn out with screaming. Again Varka sees the muddy high road, the people with wallets, her mother Pelagia, her father Yefim. She understands everything, she recognizes everyone, but through her half-sleep she cannot understand the force which binds her, hand and foot, weighs upon her, and prevents her from living. She looks round, searches for that force that she may escape from it, but she cannot find it. At last, tired to death, she does her very utmost, strains her eyes, looks up at the flickering green patch, and listening to the screaming, finds the foe who will not let her live. That foe is the baby. She laughs. It seems strange to her that she has failed to grasp such a simple thing before. The green patch, the shadows, and the cricket seem to laugh and wonder too. The hallucination takes possession of Vanka. She gets up from her stool, and with a broad smile on her face and wide, unblinking eyes, she walks up and down the room. She feels pleased and tickled at the thought that she will be rid directly of the baby that binds her hand and foot. Kill the baby and then sleep, sleep, sleep. Laughing and winking and shaking her fingers at the green patch, Vanka steals up to the cradle and bends over the baby. When she has strangled him, she quickly lies down on the floor, laughs with delight that she can sleep, and in a minute is sleeping as sound as the dead. Children. Papa and Mama and Aunt Nadia are not at home. They have gone to a christening party at the house of that old officer who rides on a little gray horse. While waiting for them to come home, Grisha, Anya, Alyosha, Sonya, and the cook's son, Andrei, are sitting at the table in the dining room, playing at Ludo. To tell the truth, it is bedtime, but how can one go to sleep without hearing from Mama what the baby was like at the christening and what they had for supper? The table, lighted by a hanging lamp, is dotted with numbers, nutshells, scraps of paper, and little bits of glass. 2 cards lie in front of each player and a heap of bits of glass for covering the numbers. In the middle of the table is a white saucer with 5 kopecks in it. Beside the saucer, a half-eaten apple, a pair of scissors, and a plate on which they have been told to put their nutshells. The children are playing for money. The stake is a kopeck. The rule is, if anyone cheats, he is turned out at once. There is no one in the dining room but the players, and Nurse, Agafia Ivanovna, is in the kitchen, showing the cook how to cut a pattern, while their elder brother, Vasya, a schoolboy in the 5th class, is lying on the sofa in the drawing room, feeling bored. They are playing with zest. The greatest excitement is expressed on the face of Grisha. He is a small boy of 9, with a head cropped so that the bare skin shows through, chubby cheeks, and thick lips like a Negro's. He is already in the preparatory class, and so is regarded as grown-up and the cleverest. He is playing entirely for the sake of the money. If there had been no kopecks in the saucer, he would have been asleep long ago. His brown eyes stray uneasily and jealously over the other players' cards. The fear that he may not win, envy, and the financial combinations of which his cropped head is full, will not let him sit still and concentrate his mind. He fidgets as though he were sitting on thorns. When he wins, he snatches up the money greedily and instantly puts it in his pocket. His sister, Anya, a girl of 8 with a sharp chin and clever shining eyes, is also afraid that someone else may win. She flushes and turns pale and watches the players keenly. The kopecks do not interest her. Success in the game is for her a question of vanity. The other sister, Sonya, a child of 6 with a curly head, and a complexion such as is seen only in very healthy children, expensive dolls, and the faces on bonbon boxes, is playing Ludo for the process of the game itself. There is bliss all over her face. Whoever wins, she laughs and claps her hands. Alyosha, a chubby, spherical little figure, gasps, breathes hard through his nose, and stares open-eyed at the cards. He is moved neither by covetousness nor vanity. So long as he is not driven out of the room or sent to bed, he is thankful. He looks phlegmatic, but at heart he is rather a little beast. He is not there so much for the sake of the Ludo, as for the sake of the misunderstandings which are inevitable in the game. He is greatly delighted if one hits another or calls him names. He ought to have run off somewhere long ago, but he won't leave the table for a minute, for fear they should steal his counters or his kopecks. As he can only count the units and numbers which end in naught, Anya covers his numbers for him. The 5th player, the cook's son, Andrei, a dark-skinned and sickly-looking boy in a cotton shirt with a copper cross on his breast, stands motionless, looking dreamily at the numbers. He takes no interest in winning or in the success of the others, because he is entirely engrossed by the arithmetic of the game, and its far from complex theory. How many numbers there are in the world, he is thinking, and how is it they don't get mixed up? They all shout out the numbers in turn, except Sonya and Alyosha. To vary the monotony, they have invented in the course of time a number of synonyms and comic nicknames. 7, for instance, is called the oven rake, 11 the sticks, 77 Semyon Semyonich, 90 grandfather, and so on. The game is going merrily. 32, cries Grisha, drawing the little yellow cylinders out of his father's cap. 17, oven rake, 28, lay them straight. Anya sees that Andriy has let 28 slip. At any other time, she would have pointed it out to him, but now when her vanity lies in the saucer with the kopecks, she is triumphant. 23, Grisha goes on, Semyon Semyonich, 9. A beetle, cries Sonya, pointing to a beetle running across the table. Aya. Don't kill it, says Alyosha in his deep bass, perhaps it's got children. Sonya follows the black beetle with her eyes and wonders about its children. What tiny little beetles they must be. 43, 1, Grisha goes on, unhappy at the thought that Anya has already made 2 4s. 6. Game, I have got the game, cries Sonya, rolling her eyes coquettishly and giggling. The players' countenances lengthen. Must make sure, says Grisha, looking with hatred at Sonya. Exercising his rights as a big boy, and the cleverest, Grisha takes upon himself to decide. What he wants, that they do. Sonya's reckoning is slowly and carefully verified, and to the great regret of her fellow players, it appears that she has not cheated. Another game is begun. I did see something yesterday, says Anya, as though to herself. Philip Philippich turned his eyelids inside out somehow, and his eyes looked red and dreadful, like an evil spirit's. I saw it too, says Grisha. 8, and a boy at our school can move his ears. 27. Andriy looks up at Grisha, meditates, and says, I can move my ears too. Well then, move them. Andriy moves his eyes, his lips, and his fingers, and fancies that his ears are moving too. Everyone laughs. He is a horrid man, that Philip Philippich, sighs Sonya. He came into our nursery yesterday, and I had nothing on but my chemise, and I felt so improper. Game, Grisha cries suddenly, snatching the money from the saucer. I've got the game, you can look and see if you like. The cook's son looks up and turns pale. Then I can't go on playing any more, he whispers. Why not? Because I have got no more money. You can't play without money, says Grisha. Andriy ransacks his pockets once more to make sure. Finding nothing in them but crumbs and a bitten pencil, he drops the corners of his mouth and begins blinking miserably. He is on the point of crying. I'll put it down for you, says Sonya, unable to endure his look of agony. Only mind you must pay me back afterwards. The money is brought, and the game goes on. I believe they are ringing somewhere, says Anya, opening her eyes wide. They all leave off playing and gaze open-mouthed at the dark window. The reflection of the lamp glimmers in the darkness. It was your fancy. At night they only ring in the cemetery, says Andriy. And what do they ring there for? To prevent robbers from breaking into the church. They are afraid of the bells. And what do robbers break into the church for? Asks Sonya. Everyone knows what for, to kill the watchman. A minute passes in silence. They all look at one another, shudder, and go on playing. This time Andriy wins. He has cheated, Alyosha booms out, apropos of nothing. What a lie, I haven't cheated. Andriy turns pale, his mouth works, and he gives Alyosha a slap on the head. Alyosha glares angrily, jumps up, and with one knee on the table slaps Andriy on the cheek. Each gives the other a second blow, and both howl. Sonya, feeling such horrors too much for her, begins crying too, and the dining room resounds with lamentations on various notes. But do not imagine that that is the end of the game. Before 5 minutes are over, the children are laughing and talking peaceably again. Their faces are tear-stained, but that does not prevent them from smiling. Alyosha is positively blissful. There has been a squabble. Vasya, the 5th form schoolboy, walks into the dining room. He looks sleepy and disillusioned. This is revolting, he thinks, seeing Grisha feel in his pockets in which the kopecks are jingling. How can they give children money, and how can they let them play games of chance? A nice way to bring them up, I must say. It's revolting. But the children's play is so tempting that he feels an inclination to join them and to try his luck. Wait a minute and I'll sit down to a game, he says. Put down a kopeck. In a minute, he says, fumbling in his pockets. I haven't a kopeck, but here is a ruble. I'll stake a ruble. No, you must put down a kopeck. You stupids, A ruble is worth more than a kopeck anyway, the schoolboy explains. Whoever wins can give me change. No, please, go away. The fifth form schoolboy shrugs his shoulders and goes into the kitchen to get change from the servants. It appears there is not a single kopeck in the kitchen. In that case, you give me change, he urges Grisha, coming back from the kitchen. I'll pay you for the change, won't you? Come, give me 10 kopecks for a ruble. Grisha looks suspiciously at Vasya, wondering whether it isn't some trick, a swindle. I won't, he says, holding his pockets. Vasya begins to get cross and abuses them, calling them idiots and blockheads. I'll put down a stake for you, Vasya, says Sonya. Sit down. He sits down and lays 2 cards before him. Anya begins counting the numbers. I've dropped a kopeck, Grisha announces suddenly in an agitated voice. Wait. He takes the lamp and creeps under the table to look for the kopeck. They clutch at nutshells and all sorts of nastiness, knock their heads together, but do not find the kopeck. They begin looking again and look till Vasya takes the lamp out of Grisha's hands and puts it in its place. Grisha goes on looking in the dark, but at last the kopeck is found. The players sit down at the table and mean to go on playing. Sonya is asleep, Alyosha announces. Sonya, with her curly head lying on her arms, is in a sweet, sound, tranquil sleep, as though she had been asleep for an hour. She has fallen asleep by accident, while the others were looking for the kopeck. Come along, lie on Mama's bed, says Anya, leading her away from the table. Come along. They all troop out with her, and 5 minutes later Mama's bed presents a curious spectacle. Sonya is asleep. Alyosha is snoring beside her. With their heads to the others' feet, sleep Grisha and Anya. The cook's son, Andrei too, has managed to snuggle in beside them. Near them lie the kopecks that have lost their power till the next game. Good night. The Runaway. It had been a long business. At first, Pashka had walked with his mother in the rain, at one time across a mown field, then by forest paths, where the yellow leaves stuck to his boots. He had walked until it was daylight. Then he had stood for 2 hours in the dark passage, waiting for the door to open. It was not so cold and damp in the passage as in the yard, but with the high wind spurts of rain flew in even there. When the passage gradually became packed with people, Pashka, squeezed among them, leaned his face against somebody's sheepskin which smelt strongly of salt fish and sank into a doze. But at last the bolt clicked, the door flew open, and Pashka and his mother went into the waiting room. All the patients sat on benches without stirring or speaking. Pashka looked round at them, and he too was silent, though he was seeing a great deal that was strange and funny. Only once, when a lad came into the waiting room hopping on one leg, Pashka longed to hop too. He nudged his mother's elbow, giggled in his sleeve, and said, "Look, Mammy, a sparrow." "Hush, child, hush," said his mother. A sleepy-looking hospital assistant appeared at the little window. "Come and be registered," he boomed out. All of them, including the funny lad who hopped, filed up to the window. The assistant asked each one his name and his father's name, where he lived, how long he had been ill, and so on. From his mother's answers, Pashka learned that his name was not Pashka, but Pavel Kalashnikov, that he was 7 years old, that he could not read or write, and that he had been ill ever since Easter. Soon after the registration, he had to stand up for a little while. The doctor, in a white apron, with a towel round his waist, walked across the waiting room. As he passed by the boy who hopped, he shrugged his shoulders and said in a sing-song tenor, "Well, you are an idiot. Aren't you an idiot? I told you to come on Monday, and you come on Friday. It's nothing to me if you don't come at all, but you know, you idiot, your leg will be done for." The lad made a pitiful face, as though he were going to beg for alms, blinked and said, "Kindly do something for me, Ivan Mikhailych." "It's no use saying Ivan Mikhailych," the doctor mimicked him. "You were told to come on Monday, and you ought to obey. You are an idiot, and that is all about it." The doctor began seeing the patients. He sat in his little room and called up the patients in turn. Sounds were continually coming from the little room, piercing wails, a child's crying, or the doctor's angry words. "Come, why are you bawling? Am I murdering you or what? Sit quiet." Pashka's turn came. "Pavel Kalashnikov," shouted the doctor. His mother was aghast, as though she had not expected this summons, and taking Pashka by the hand, she led him into the room. The doctor was sitting at the table, mechanically tapping on a thick book with a little hammer. "What's wrong?" he asked without looking at them. The little lad has an ulcer on his elbow, sir, answered his mother, and her face assumed an expression as though she really were terribly grieved at Pashka's ulcer. Undress him. Pashka, panting, unwound the kerchief from his neck, then wiped his nose on his sleeve and began deliberately pulling off his sheepskin. Woman, you have not come here on a visit, said the doctor angrily. Why are you dawdling? You are not the only one here. Pashka hurriedly flung the sheepskin on the floor and with his mother's help took off his shirt. The doctor looked at him lazily and patted him on his bare stomach. You have grown quite a respectable corporation, Brother Pashka, he said and heaved a sigh. Come, show me your elbow. Pashka looked sideways at the basin full of blood-stained slops, looked at the doctor's apron, and began to cry. May I? The doctor mimicked him. Nearly old enough to be married, spoilt boy, and here he is blubbering. For shame. Pashka, trying not to cry, looked at his mother, and in that look could be read the entreaty. Don't tell them at home that I cried at the hospital. The doctor examined his elbow, pressed it, heaved a sigh, clicked with his lips, then pressed it again. You ought to be beaten, woman, but there is no one to do it, he said. Why didn't you bring him before? Why, the whole arm is done for. Look, foolish woman. You see, the joint is diseased. You know best, kind sir, sighed the woman. Kind sir? She's let the boy's arm rot, and now it is kind sir. What kind of workman will he be without an arm? You'll be nursing him and looking after him for ages. I bet if you had had a pimple on your nose, you'd have run to the hospital quick enough, but you have left your boy to rot for 6 months. You are all like that. The doctor lighted a cigarette. While the cigarette smoked, he scolded the woman and shook his head in time to the song he was humming inwardly, while he thought of something else. Pashka stood naked before him, listening and looking at the smoke. When the cigarette went out, the doctor started and said in a lower tone, Well, listen, woman. You can do nothing with ointments and drops in this case. You must leave him in the hospital. If necessary, sir, why not? We must operate on him. You stop with me, Pashka, said the doctor, slapping Pashka on the shoulder. Let mother go home and you and I will stop here, old man. It's nice with me, old boy, it's first rate here. I'll tell you what we'll do, Pashka. We will go catching finches together. I will show you a fox. We will go visiting together. Shall we? And mother will come for you tomorrow, eh? Pashka looked inquiringly at his mother. You stay, child, she said. He'll stay, cried the doctor gleefully. And there is no need to discuss it. I'll show him a live fox. We will go to the fair together to buy candy. Maria Denisovna, take him upstairs. The doctor, apparently a light-hearted and friendly fellow, seemed glad to have company. Pashka wanted to oblige him, especially as he had never in his life been to a fair, and would have been glad to have a look at a live fox, but how could he do without his mother? After a little reflection, he decided to ask the doctor to let his mother stay in the hospital too, but before he had time to open his mouth, the lady assistant was already taking him upstairs. He walked up and looked about him with his mouth open. The staircase, the floors, and the doorposts, everything huge, straight, and bright were painted a splendid yellow color and had a delicious smell of lenten oil. On all sides lamps were hanging, strips of carpet stretched along the floor, copper taps stuck out on the walls. But best of all, Pashka liked the bedstead upon which he was made to sit down and the gray woolen coverlet. He touched the pillows and the coverlet with his hands, looked round the ward, and made up his mind that it was very nice at the doctor's. The ward was not a large one. It consisted of only 3 beds. One bed stood empty, the second was occupied by Pashka, and on the third sat an old man with sour eyes who kept coughing and spitting into a mug. From Pashka's bed, part of another ward could be seen with 2 beds. On one, a very pale, wasted-looking man with an india-rubber bottle on his head was asleep. On the other, a peasant with his head tied up, looking very like a woman, was sitting with his arms spread out. After making Pashka sit down, the assistant went out and came back a little later with a bundle of clothes under her arm. These are for you, she said. Put them on. Pashka undressed and not without satisfaction began attiring himself in his new array. When he had put on the shirt, the drawers, and the little gray dressing gown, he looked at himself complacently and thought that it would not be bad to walk through the village in that costume. His imagination pictured his mother sending him to the kitchen garden by the river to gather cabbage leaves for the little pig. He saw himself walking along, while the boys and girls surrounded him and looked with envy at his little dressing gown. A nurse came into the ward, bringing 2 tin bowls, 2 spoons, and 2 pieces of bread. One bowl she set before the old man, the other before Pashka. "Eat," she said. Looking into his bowl, Pashka saw some rich cabbage soup, and in the soup a piece of meat, and thought again that it was very nice at the doctor's, and that the doctor was not nearly so cross as he had seemed at first. He spent a long time swallowing the soup, licking the spoon after each mouthful. Then when there was nothing left in the bowl but the meat, he stole a look at the old man and felt envious that he was still eating the soup. With a sigh, Pashka attacked the meat, trying to make it last as long as possible, but his efforts were fruitless. The meat, too, quickly vanished. There was nothing left but the piece of bread. Plain bread without anything on it was not appetizing, but there was no help for it. Pashka thought a little and ate the bread. At that moment, the nurse came in with another bowl. This time there was roast meat with potatoes in the bowl. "And where is the bread?" asked the nurse. Instead of answering, Pashka puffed out his cheeks and blew out the air. "Why did you gobble it all up?" said the nurse reproachfully. "What are you going to eat your meat with?" She went and fetched another piece of bread. Pashka had never eaten roast meat in his life, and trying it now found it very nice. It vanished quickly, and then he had a piece of bread left bigger than the first. When the old man had finished his dinner, he put away the remains of his bread in a little table. Pashka meant to do the same, but on second thoughts ate his piece. When he had finished, he went for a walk. In the next ward, besides the 2 he had seen from the door, there were 4 other people. Of these only one drew his attention. This was a tall, extremely emaciated peasant with a morose-looking, hairy face. He was sitting on the bed, nodding his head and swinging his right arm all the time like a pendulum. Pashka could not take his eyes off him for a long time. At first, the man's regular pendulum-like movements seemed to him curious, and he thought they were done for the general amusement. But when he looked into the man's face, he felt frightened and realized that he was terribly ill. Going into a third ward, he saw 2 peasants with dark red faces as though they were smeared with clay. They were sitting motionless on their beds, and with their strange faces, in which it was hard to distinguish their features, they looked like heathen idols. "Auntie, why do they look like that?" Pashka asked the nurse. "They have got smallpox, little lad." Going back to his own ward, Pashka sat down on his bed and began waiting for the doctor to come and take him to catch finches or to go to the fair. But the doctor did not come. He got a passing glimpse of a hospital assistant at the door of the next ward. He bent over the patient on whose head lay a bag of ice and cried, "Mihailo." But the sleeping man did not stir. The assistant made a gesture and went away. Pashka scrutinized the old man, his next neighbor. The old man coughed without ceasing and spat into a mug. His cough had a long drawn-out, creaking sound. Pashka liked one peculiarity about him. When he drew the air in as he coughed, something in his chest whistled and sang on different notes. "Grandfather, what is it whistles in you?" Pashka asked. The old man made no answer. Pashka waited a little and asked, "Grandfather, where is the fox?" "What fox?" "The live one." "Where should it be?" "In the forest." A long time passed, but the doctor still did not appear. The nurse brought in tea and scolded Pashka for not having saved any bread for his tea. The assistant came once more and set to work to wake Mihailo. It turned blue outside the windows, the wards were lighted up, but the doctor did not appear. It was too late now to go to the fair and catch finches. Pashka stretched himself on his bed and began thinking. He remembered the candy promised him by the doctor, the face and voice of his mother, the darkness in his hut at home, the stove, peevish Granny Yegorovna, and he suddenly felt sad and dreary. He remembered that his mother was coming for him next day, smiled, and shut his eyes. He was awakened by a rustling. In the next ward, someone was stepping about and speaking in a whisper. 3 figures were moving about Mihailo's bed in the dim light of the nightlight and the icon lamp. "Shall we take him, bed and all, or without?" asked one of them. "Without, you won't get through the door with the bed. He's died at the wrong time, the kingdom of heaven be his." One took Mihailo by his shoulders, another by his legs, and lifted him up. Mihailo's arms and the skirt of his dressing gown hung limply to the ground. A third it was the peasant who looked like a woman crossed himself, and all 3, tramping clumsily with their feet and stepping on Mihailo's skirts, went out of the ward. There came the whistle and humming on different notes from the chest of the old man who was asleep. Pashka listened, peeped at the dark windows, and jumped out of bed in terror. "Marmkaye," he moaned in a deep bass. And without waiting for an answer, he rushed into the next ward. There the darkness was dimly lighted up by a nightlight and the icon lamp. The patients, upset by the death of Mihailo, were sitting on their bedsteads. Their disheveled figures, mixed up with the shadows, looked broader, taller, and seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. On the furthest bedstead in the corner, where it was darkest, there sat the peasant moving his head and his hand. Pashka, without noticing the doors, rushed into the smallpox ward, from there into the corridor. From the corridor he flew into a big room where monsters, with long hair and the faces of old women, were lying and sitting on the beds. Running through the women's wing, he found himself again in the corridor, saw the banisters of the staircase he knew already, and ran downstairs. There he recognized the waiting room in which he had sat that morning, and began looking for the door into the open air. The latch creaked, there was a whiff of cold wind, and Pashka, stumbling, ran out into the yard. He had only one thought: to run. He did not know the way, but felt convinced that if he ran, he would be sure to find himself at home with his mother. The sky was overcast, but there was a moon behind the clouds. Pashka ran from the steps straight forward, went round the barn and stumbled into some thick bushes. After stopping for a minute and thinking, he dashed back again to the hospital, ran round it, and stopped again undecided. Behind the hospital there were white crosses. "Marmkaye," he cried and dashed back. Running by the dark sinister buildings, he saw one lighted window. The bright red patch looked dreadful in the darkness, but Pashka, frantic with terror, not knowing where to run, turned towards it. Beside the window was a porch with steps, and a front door with a white board on it. Pashka ran up the steps, looked in at the window, and was at once possessed by intense, overwhelming joy. Through the window he saw the merry, affable doctor sitting at the table reading a book. Laughing with happiness, Pashka stretched out his hands to the person he knew and tried to call out, but some unseen force choked him and struck at his legs. He staggered and fell down on the steps unconscious. When he came to himself, it was daylight, and a voice he knew very well, that had promised him a fair, finches, and a fox, was saying beside him, "Well, you are an idiot, Pashka. Aren't you an idiot? You ought to be beaten, but there's no one to do it." Grisha. Grisha, a chubby little boy born 2 years and 8 months ago, is walking on the boulevard with his nurse. He is wearing a long, wadded pelisse, a scarf, a big cap with a fluffy pom-pom, and warm overboots. He feels hot and stifled, and now, too, the rollicking April sunshine is beating straight in his face and making his eyelids tingle. The whole of his clumsy, timidly and uncertainly stepping little figure expresses the utmost bewilderment. Hitherto Grisha has known only a rectangular world, where in one corner stands his bed, in the other nurse's trunk, in the third a chair, while in the fourth there is a little lamp burning. If one looks under the bed, one sees a doll with a broken arm and a drum, and behind nurse's trunk there are a great many things of all sorts: cotton reels, boxes without lids, and a broken jack-a-dandy. In that world, besides nurse and Grisha, there are often Mama and the cat. Mama is like a doll, and Puss is like Papa's fur coat, only the coat hasn't got eyes and a tail. From the world which is called the nursery, a door leads to a great expanse where they have dinner and tea. There stands Grisha's chair on high legs, and on the wall hangs a clock which exists to swing its pendulum and chime. From the dining room, one can go into a room where there are red armchairs. Here, there is a dark patch on the carpet, concerning which fingers are still shaken at Grisha. Beyond that room is still another, to which one is not admitted, and where one sees glimpses of Papa, an extremely enigmatical person. Nurse and Mama are comprehensible. They dress Grisha, feed him, and put him to bed, but what Papa exists for is unknown. There is another enigmatical person, Auntie, who presented Grisha with a drum. She appears and disappears. Where does she disappear to? Grisha has more than once looked under the bed, behind the trunk, and under the sofa, but she was not there. In this new world, where the sun hurts one's eyes, there are so many Papas and Mamas and Aunties that there is no knowing to whom to run. But what is stranger and more absurd than anything is the horses. Grisha gazes at their moving legs and can make nothing of it. He looks at his nurse for her to solve the mystery, but she does not speak. All at once he hears a fearful tramping. A crowd of soldiers, with red faces and bath brooms under their arms, move in step along the boulevard straight upon him. Grisha turns cold all over with terror and looks inquiringly at Nurse to know whether it is dangerous. But Nurse neither weeps nor runs away, so there is no danger. Grisha looks after the soldiers and begins to move his feet in step with them himself. Two big cats with long faces run after each other across the boulevard, with their tongues out and their tails in the air. Grisha thinks that he must run too and runs after the cats. "Stop," cries Nurse, seizing him roughly by the shoulder. "Where are you off to? Haven't you been told not to be naughty?" Here there is a nurse sitting holding a tray of oranges. Grisha passes by her and, without saying anything, takes an orange. "What are you doing that for?" cries the companion of his travels, slapping his hand and snatching away the orange. "Silly." Now Grisha would have liked to pick up a bit of glass that was lying at his feet and gleaming like a lamp, but he is afraid that his hand will be slapped again. "My respects to you." Grisha hears suddenly, almost above his ear, a loud, thick voice, and he sees a tall man with bright buttons. To his great delight, this man gives Nurse his hand, stops, and begins talking to her. The brightness of the sun, the noise of the carriages, the horses, the bright buttons are all so impressively new and not dreadful that Grisha's soul is filled with a feeling of enjoyment, and he begins to laugh. Come along," he cries to the man with the bright buttons, tugging at his coattails. "Come along where?" asks the man. "Come along," Grisha insists. He wants to say that it would be just as well to take with them Papa, Mama, and the cat, but his tongue does not say what he wants to. A little later, Nurse turns out of the boulevard and leads Grisha into a big courtyard where there is still snow, and the man with the bright buttons comes with them too. They carefully avoid the lumps of snow and the puddles. Then, by a dark and dirty staircase, they go into a room. Here there is a great deal of smoke, there is a smell of roast meat, and a woman is standing by the stove frying cutlets. The cook and the nurse kiss each other and sit down on the bench together with the man and begin talking in a low voice. Grisha, wrapped up as he is, feels insufferably hot and stifled. Why is this? He wonders, looking about him. He sees the dark ceiling, the oven fork with two horns, the stove which looks like a great black hole. "Mamma," he drawls. Come, cries the nurse. "Wait a bit." The cook puts a bottle on the table, 2 wine glasses, and a pie. The 2 women and the man with the bright buttons clink glasses and empty them several times, and the man puts his arm round first the cook and then the nurse. And then all 3 begin singing in an undertone. Grisha stretches out his hand towards the pie, and they give him a piece of it. He eats it and watches Nurse drinking. He wants to drink too. "Give me some, Nurse," he begs. The cook gives him a sip out of her glass. He rolls his eyes, blinks, coughs, and waves his hands for a long time afterwards, while the cook looks at him and laughs. When he gets home, Grisha begins to tell Mama, the walls, and the bed where he has been and what he has seen. He talks not so much with his tongue as with his face and his hands. He shows how the sun shines, how the horses run, how the terrible stove looks, and how the cook drinks. In the evening, he cannot get to sleep. The soldiers with the brooms, the big cats, the horses, the bit of glass, the tray of oranges, the bright buttons, all gathered together, weigh on his brain. He tosses from side to side, babbles, and at last, unable to endure his excitement, begins crying. "You are feverish," says Mama, putting her open hand on his forehead. "What can have caused it?" "Stove," wails Grisha. "Go away, stove." He must have eaten too much, Mama decides. And Grisha, shattered by the impressions of the new life he has just experienced, receives a spoonful of castor oil from Mama. Oysters. I need no great effort of memory to recall, in every detail, the rainy autumn evening when I stood with my father in one of the more frequented streets of Moscow, and felt that I was gradually being overcome by a strange illness. I had no pain at all, but my legs were giving way under me, the words stuck in my throat, my head slipped weakly on one side. It seemed as though, in a moment, I must fall down and lose consciousness. If I had been taken into a hospital at that minute, the doctors would have had to write over my bed, "Fames, a disease which is not in the manuals of medicine." Beside me on the pavement stood my father in a shabby summer overcoat and a serge cap, from which a bit of white wadding was sticking out. On his feet, he had big heavy galoshes. Afraid, vain man, that people would see that his feet were bare under his galoshes, he had drawn the tops of some old boots up round the calves of his legs. This poor, foolish, queer creature, whom I loved the more warmly the more ragged and dirty his smart summer overcoat became, had come to Moscow 5 months before to look for a job as copying clerk. For those 5 months he had been trudging about Moscow looking for work, and it was only on that day that he had brought himself to go into the street to beg for alms. Before us was a big house of 3 stories, adorned with a blue signboard with the word restaurant on it. My head was drooping feebly backwards and on one side, and I could not help looking upwards at the lighted windows of the restaurant. Human figures were flitting about at the windows. I could see the right side of the orchestrion, 2 oleographs, hanging lamps. Staring into one window, I saw a patch of white. The patch was motionless, and its rectangular outline stood out sharply against the dark brown background. I looked intently and made out of the patch a white placard on the wall. Something was written on it, but what it was, I could not see. For half an hour I kept my eyes on the placard. Its white attracted my eyes and, as it were, hypnotized my brain. I tried to read it, but my efforts were in vain. At last the strange disease got the upper hand. The rumble of the carriages began to seem like thunder. In the stench of the street, I distinguished 1,000 smells. The restaurant lights and the lamps dazzled my eyes like lightning. My 5 senses were overstrained and sensitive beyond the normal. I began to see what I had not seen before. Oysters, I made out on the placard. A strange word. I had lived in the world 8 years and 3 months, but had never come across that word. What did it mean? Surely it was not the name of the restaurant keeper. But signboards with names on them always hang outside, not on the walls indoors. "Papa, what does oysters mean?" I asked in a husky voice, making an effort to turn my face towards my father. My father did not hear. He was keeping a watch on the movements of the crowd and following every passerby with his eyes. From his eyes, I saw that he wanted to say something to the passersby, but the fatal word hung like a heavy weight on his trembling lips and could not be flung off. He even took a step after one passerby and touched him on the sleeve, but when he turned round, he said, "I beg your pardon," was overcome with confusion, and staggered back. "Papa, what does oysters mean?" I repeated. "It is an animal that lives in the sea." I instantly pictured to myself this unknown marine animal. I thought it must be something midway between a fish and a crab. As it was from the sea they made of it, of course, a very nice hot fish soup with savory pepper and laurel leaves, or broth with vinegar and fricassee of fish and cabbage, or crayfish sauce, or served it cold with horseradish. I vividly imagined it being brought from the market, quickly cleaned, quickly put in the pot, quickly, for everyone was hungry. Awfully hungry. From the kitchen rose the smell of hot fish and crayfish soup. I felt that this smell was tickling my palate and nostrils, that it was gradually taking possession of my whole body. The restaurant, my father, the white placard, my sleeves were all smelling of it, smelling so strongly that I began to chew. I moved my jaws and swallowed as though I really had a piece of this marine animal in my mouth. My legs gave way from the blissful sensation I was feeling, and I clutched at my father's arm to keep myself from falling and leant against his wet summer overcoat. My father was trembling and shivering. He was cold. "Papa, are oysters a Lenten dish?" I asked. "They are eaten alive," said my father. "They are in shells like tortoises, but in 2 halves." The delicious smell instantly left off affecting me, and the illusion vanished. Now I understood it all. "How nasty," I whispered, "how nasty." So that's what oysters meant. I imagined to myself a creature like a frog sitting in a shell, peeping out from it with big glittering eyes and moving its revolting jaws. I imagined this creature in a shell with claws, glittering eyes, and a slimy skin being brought from the market. The children would all hide while the cook, frowning with an air of disgust, would take the creature by its claw, put it on a plate, and carry it into the dining room. The grown-ups would take it and eat it alive with its eyes, its teeth, its legs, while it squeaked and tried to bite their lips. I frowned, but why did my teeth move as though I were munching? The creature was loathsome, disgusting, terrible, but I ate it greedily, afraid of distinguishing its taste or smell. As soon as I had eaten one, I saw the glittering eyes of a second, a third. I ate them too. At last I ate the table napkin, the plate, my father's galoshes, the white placard. I ate everything that caught my eye because I felt that nothing but eating would take away my illness. The oysters had a terrible look in their eyes and were loathsome. I shuddered at the thought of them, but I wanted to eat, to eat. "Oysters, give me some oysters," was the cry that broke from me, and I stretched out my hand. "Help us, gentlemen," I heard at that moment my father say, in a hollow and shaking voice. "I am ashamed to ask, but my God, I can bear no more." "Oysters," I cried, pulling my father by the skirts of his coat. "Do you mean to say you eat oysters, a little chap like you?" I heard laughter close to me. Two gentlemen in top hats were standing before us, looking into my face and laughing. "Do you really eat oysters, youngster? That's interesting. How do you eat them?" I remember that a strong hand dragged me into the lighted restaurant. A minute later, there was a crowd round me, watching me with curiosity and amusement. I sat at a table and ate something slimy, salt with a flavor of dampness and moldiness. I ate greedily without chewing, without looking and trying to discover what I was eating. I fancied that if I opened my eyes, I should see glittering eyes, claws, and sharp teeth. All at once I began biting something hard. There was a sound of a scrunching. "Ha ha, he is eating the shells," laughed the crowd. "Little silly, do you suppose you can eat that?" After that I remember a terrible thirst. I was lying in my bed and could not sleep for heartburn and the strange taste in my parched mouth. My father was walking up and down, gesticulating with his hands. "I believe I have caught cold," he was muttering. "I've a feeling in my head as though someone were sitting on it. Perhaps it is because I have not eaten anything today. I really am a queer, stupid creature. I saw those gentlemen pay 10 rubles for the oysters. Why didn't I go up to them and ask them to lend me something? They would have given something." Towards morning, I fell asleep and dreamt of a frog sitting in a shell, moving its eyes. At midday I was awakened by thirst and looked for my father. He was still walking up and down and gesticulating. "Home." Someone came from the Grigorievs to fetch a book, but I said you were not at home. The postman brought the newspaper and 2 letters. "By the way, Yevgeny Petrovitch, I should like to ask you to speak to Seryaja. Today, and the day before yesterday, I have noticed that he is smoking." When I began to expostulate with him, he put his fingers in his ears as usual and sang loudly to drown my voice. Yevgeny Petrovitch Bykovsky, the prosecutor of the circuit court, who had just come back from a session and was taking off his gloves in his study, looked at the governess as she made her report and laughed. "Seryaja smoking," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "I can picture the little cherub with a cigarette in his mouth. Why, how old is he?" 7. You think it is not important, but at his age smoking is a bad and pernicious habit, and bad habits ought to be eradicated in the beginning. Perfectly true, and where does he get the tobacco? He takes it from the drawer in your table. Yes, in that case, send him to me. When the governess had gone out, Bykovsky sat down in an armchair before his writing table, shut his eyes, and fell to thinking. He pictured his Seryaja with a huge cigar, a yard long, in the midst of clouds of tobacco smoke, and this caricature made him smile. At the same time, the grave, troubled face of the governess called up memories of the long-past, half-forgotten time when smoking aroused in his teachers and parents a strange, not quite intelligible horror. It really was horror. Children were mercilessly flogged and expelled from school, and their lives were made a misery on account of smoking, though not a single teacher or father knew exactly what was the harm or sinfulness of smoking. Even very intelligent people did not scruple to wage war on a vice which they did not understand. Yevgeny Petrovitch remembered the headmaster of the high school, a very cultured and good-natured old man, who was so appalled when he found a high school boy with a cigarette in his mouth that he turned pale, immediately summoned an emergency committee of the teachers, and sentenced the sinner to expulsion. This was probably a law of social life. The less an evil was understood, the more fiercely and coarsely it was attacked. The prosecutor remembered 2 or 3 boys who had been expelled and their subsequent life, and could not help thinking that very often the punishment did a great deal more harm than the crime itself. The living organism has the power of rapidly adapting itself, growing accustomed and inured to any atmosphere whatever. Otherwise, man would be bound to feel at every moment what an irrational basis there often is underlying his rational activity, and how little of established truth and certainty There is even in work so responsible and so terrible in its effects as that of the teacher, of the lawyer, of the writer. And such light and discursive thoughts as visit the brain only when it is weary and resting began straying through Yevgeny Petrovich's head. There is no telling whence and why they come. They do not remain long in the mind, but seem to glide over its surface without sinking deeply into it. For people who are forced for whole hours, and even days, to think by routine in one direction, such free private thinking affords a kind of comfort, an agreeable solace. It was between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening. Overhead, on the second story, someone was walking up and down, and on the floor above that 4 hands were playing scales. The pacing of the man overhead who, to judge from his nervous step, was thinking of something harassing or was suffering from toothache, and the monotonous scales gave the stillness of the evening a drowsiness that disposed to lazy reveries. In the nursery, 2 rooms away, the governess and Seryaja were talking. "Papa has come," caroled the child. "Papa has come, pa. Vater Pierre vous appelle à les vite," cried the governess, shrill as a frightened bird. "I am speaking to you." What am I to say to him, though? Yevgeny Petrovich wondered. But before he had time to think of anything whatever, his son Seryaja, a boy of 7, walked into the study. He was a child whose sex could only have been guessed from his dress, weakly, white-faced, and fragile. He was limp like a hothouse plant, and everything about him seemed extraordinarily soft and tender. His movements, his curly hair, the look in his eyes, his velvet jacket. "Good evening, Papa," he said, in a soft voice, clambering onto his father's knee and giving him a rapid kiss on his neck. "Did you send for me?" "Excuse me, Sergei Yevgenich," answered the prosecutor, removing him from his knee. "Before kissing, we must have a talk, and a serious talk. I am angry with you and don't love you anymore. I tell you, my boy, I don't love you and you are no son of mine." Seryaja looked intently at his father, then shifted his eyes to the table and shrugged his shoulders. "What have I done to you?" he asked in perplexity, blinking. "I haven't been in your study all day, and I haven't touched anything. Natalia Semyonovna has just been complaining to me that you have been smoking. Is it true? Have you been smoking?" "Yes, I did smoke once. That's true." "Now you see you are lying as well," said the prosecutor, frowning to disguise a smile. "Natalia Semyonovna has seen you smoking twice, so you see you have been detected in 3 misdeeds. Smoking, taking someone else's tobacco, and lying, 3 faults." "Oh yes," Seryaja recollected, and his eyes smiled. That's true. I smoked twice, today and before." "So you see it was not once, but twice. I am very, very much displeased with you. You used to be a good boy, but now I see you are spoilt and have become a bad one." Yevgeny Petrovich smoothed down Seryaja's collar and thought. "What more am I to say to him?" "Yes, it's not right," he continued. "I did not expect it of you. In the first place, you ought not to take tobacco that does not belong to you. Every person has only the right to make use of his own property. If he takes anyone else's, he is a bad man." "I am not saying the right thing," thought Yevgeny Petrovich. "For instance, Natalia Semyonovna has a box with her clothes in it. That's her box, and you and I dare not touch it, as it is not ours. That's right, isn't it? You've got toy horses and pictures. I don't take them, do I? Perhaps I might like to take them, but they are not mine, but yours." "Take them if you like," said Seryaja, raising his eyebrows. "Please don't hesitate, Papa, take them. That yellow dog on your table is mine, but I don't mind. Let it stay." "You don't understand me," said Bykovsky. "You have given me the dog, it is mine now, and I can do what I like with it, but I didn't give you the tobacco is mine." "I am not explaining properly," thought the prosecutor. "It's wrong, quite wrong. If I want to smoke someone else's tobacco, I must first of all ask his permission." Languidly linking one phrase on to another and imitating the language of the nursery, Bykovsky tried to explain to his son the meaning of property. Seryaja gazed at his chest and listened attentively. He liked talking to his father in the evening. Then he leaned his elbow on the edge of the table and began screwing up his short-sighted eyes at the papers and the inkstand. His eyes strayed over the table and rested on the gum bottle. "Papa, what is gum made of?" he asked suddenly, putting the bottle to his eyes. Bykovsky took the bottle out of his hands and set it in its place and went on. "Secondly, you smoke. That's very bad. Though I smoke, it does not follow that you may. I smoke and know that it is stupid. I blame myself and don't like myself for it. A clever teacher, I am, he thought. Tobacco is very bad for the health, and anyone who smokes dies earlier than he should. It's particularly bad for boys like you to smoke. Your chest is weak, you haven't reached your full strength yet, and smoking leads to consumption and other illness in weak people. Uncle Ignat died of consumption, you know. If he hadn't smoked, perhaps he would have lived till now. Seryaja looked pensively at the lamp, touched the lampshade with his finger, and heaved a sigh. Uncle Ignat played the violin splendidly, he said. His violin is at the Grigorievs now. Seryaja leaned his elbows on the edge of the table again and sank into thought. His white face wore a fixed expression, as though he were listening or following a train of thought of his own. Distress and something like fear came into his big staring eyes. He was most likely thinking now of death, which had so lately carried off his mother and Uncle Ignat. Death carries mothers and uncles off to the other world, while their children and violins remain upon the earth. The dead lie somewhere in the sky beside the stars and look down from there upon the earth. Can they endure the parting? What am I to say to him? Thought Yevgeny Petrovitch. He's not listening to me. Obviously, he does not regard either his misdoings or my arguments as serious. How am I to drive it home? The prosecutor got up and walked about the study. Formerly, in my time, these questions were very simply settled, he reflected. Every urchin who was caught smoking was thrashed. The cowardly and faint-hearted did actually give up smoking. Any who were somewhat more plucky and intelligent, after the thrashing took to carrying tobacco in the legs of their boots and smoking in the barn. When they were caught in the barn and thrashed again, they would go away to smoke by the river. And so on, till the boy grew up. My mother used to give me money and sweets not to smoke. Now that method is looked upon as worthless and immoral. The modern teacher, taking his stand on logic, tries to make the child form good principles, not from fear, nor from desire for distinction or reward, but consciously. While he was walking about, thinking, Seryaja climbed up with his legs on a chair sideways to the table and began drawing. That he might not spoil official paper nor touch the ink, a heap of half-sheets, cut on purpose for him, lay on the table together with a blue pencil. Cook was chopping up cabbage today and she cut her finger, he said, drawing a little house and moving his eyebrows. She gave such a scream that we were all frightened and ran into the kitchen. Stupid thing, Natalia Semyonovna told her to dip her finger in cold water, but she sucked it. And how could she put a dirty finger in her mouth? That's not proper, you know, Papa. Then he went on to describe how, while they were having dinner, a man with a hurdy-gurdy had come into the yard with a little girl who had danced and sung to the music. He has his own train of thought, thought the prosecutor. He has a little world of his own in his head, and he has his own ideas of what is important and unimportant. To gain possession of his attention, it's not enough to imitate his language, one must also be able to think in the way he does. He would understand me perfectly if I really were sorry for the loss of the tobacco, if I felt injured and cried. That's why no one can take the place of a mother in bringing up a child, because she can feel, cry, and laugh together with the child. One can do nothing by logic and morality. What more shall I say to him? What? And it struck Yevgeny Petrovitch as strange and absurd that he, an experienced advocate, who spent half his life in the practice of reducing people to silence, forestalling what they had to say and punishing them, was completely at a loss and did not know what to say to the boy. I say, give me your word of honor that you won't smoke again, he said. Word of honor, caroled Seryaja, pressing hard on the pencil and bending over the drawing. Word of honor. Does he know what is meant by word of honor? Bykovsky asked himself. No, I am a poor teacher of morality. If some schoolmaster or one of our legal fellows could peep into my brain at this moment, he would call me a poor stick, and would very likely suspect me of unnecessary subtlety. But in school and in court, of course, all these wretched questions are far more simply settled than at home. Here one has to do with people whom one loves beyond everything, and love is exacting and complicates the question. If this boy were not my son, but my pupil or a prisoner on his trial, I should not be so cowardly, and my thoughts would not be racing all over the place. Yevgeny Petrovitch sat down to the table and pulled one of Seryaja's drawings to him. In it, there was a house with a crooked roof, and smoke which came out of the chimney like a flash of lightning in zigzags up to the very edge of the paper. Beside the house stood a soldier with dots for eyes and a bayonet that looked like the figure 4. "A man can't be taller than a house," said the prosecutor. Suryaja got on his knee and moved about for some time to get comfortably settled there. "No, Papa," he said, looking at his drawing. "If you were to draw the soldier small, you would not see his eyes." Ought he to argue with him? From daily observation of his son, the prosecutor had become convinced that children, like savages, have their own artistic standpoints and requirements peculiar to them, beyond the grasp of grown-up people. Had he been attentively observed, Suryaja might have struck a grown-up person as abnormal. He thought it possible and reasonable to draw men taller than houses, and to represent in pencil not only objects, but even his sensations. Thus he would depict the sounds of an orchestra in the form of smoke like spherical blurs, a whistle in the form of a spiral thread. To his mind, sound was closely connected with form and color, so that when he painted letters, he invariably painted the letter L yellow, M red, a black, and so on. Abandoning his drawing, Suryaja shifted about once more, got into a comfortable attitude, and busied himself with his father's beard. First he carefully smoothed it, then he parted it and began combing it into the shape of whiskers. "Now you are like Ivan Stepanovich," he said, "and in a minute you will be like our porter." "Papa, why is it porters stand by doors? Is it to prevent thieves getting in?" The prosecutor felt the child's breathing on his face. He was continually touching his hair with his cheek, and there was a warm, soft feeling in his soul, as soft as though not only his hands, but his whole soul were lying on the velvet of Suryaja's jacket. He looked at the boy's big dark eyes, and it seemed to him as though from those wide pupils there looked out at him his mother and his wife, and everything that he had ever loved. To think of thrashing him, he mused. A nice task to devise a punishment for him. How can we undertake to bring up the young? In old days people were simpler and thought less, and so settled problems boldly. But we think too much, we are eaten up by logic. The more developed a man is, the more he reflects and gives himself up to subtleties, the more undecided and scrupulous he becomes, and the more timidity he shows in taking action. How much courage and self-confidence it needs, when one comes to look into it closely, to undertake to teach, to judge, to write a thick book. It struck 10. "Come, boy, it's bedtime," said the prosecutor. "Say good night and go." "No, Papa," said Suryaja, "I will stay a little longer. Tell me something, tell me a story." "Very well, only after the story you must go to bed at once." Yevgeny Petrovitch on his free evenings was in the habit of telling Suryaja stories. Like most people engaged in practical affairs, he did not know a single poem by heart, and could not remember a single fairy tale, so he had to improvise. As a rule, he began with the stereotyped. In a certain country, in a certain kingdom. Then he heaped up all kinds of innocent nonsense and had no notion as he told the beginning how the story would go on and how it would end. Scenes, characters, and situations were taken at random, impromptu, and the plot and the moral came of itself as it were, with no plan on the part of the storyteller. Suryaja was very fond of this improvisation, and the prosecutor noticed that the simpler and the less ingenious the plot, the stronger the impression it made on the child. "Listen," he said, raising his eyes to the ceiling. "Once upon a time, in a certain country, in a certain kingdom, there lived an old, very old emperor with a long gray beard and with great gray mustaches like this. Well, he lived in a glass palace which sparkled and glittered in the sun like a great piece of clear ice. The palace, my boy, stood in a huge garden in which there grew oranges, bergamots, cherries. Tulips, roses, and lilies of the valley were in flower in it, and birds of different colors sang there. Yes, on the trees there hung little glass bells, and when the wind blew, they rang so sweetly that one was never tired of hearing them. Glass gives a softer, tenderer note than metals. Well, what next? There were fountains in the garden. Do you remember you saw a fountain at Auntie Sonia's summer villa? Well, there were fountains just like that in the emperor's garden, only ever so much bigger, and the jets of water reached to the top of the highest poplar." Yevgeny Petrovitch thought a moment and went on. "The old emperor had an only son and heir of his kingdom, a boy as little as you. He was a good boy. He was never naughty, he went to bed early, he never touched anything on the table, and altogether he was a sensible boy. He had only one fault, he used to smoke." Suryaja listened attentively and looked into his father's eyes without blinking. The prosecutor went on, thinking, what next? He spun out a long rigmarole and ended like this. The emperor's son fell ill with consumption through smoking and died when he was 20. His infirm and sick old father was left without anyone to help him. There was no one to govern the kingdom and defend the palace. Enemies came, killed the old man, and destroyed the palace, and now there are neither cherries, nor birds, nor little bells in the garden. That's what happened. This ending struck Yevgeny Petrovich as absurd and naive, but the whole story made an intense impression on Seryaja. Again, his eyes were clouded by mournfulness and something like fear. For a minute, he looked pensively at the dark window, shuddered, and said, in a sinking voice, "I am not going to smoke any more." When he had said good night and gone away, his father walked up and down the room and smiled to himself. They would tell me it was the influence of beauty, artistic form, he meditated. It may be so, but that's no comfort. It's not the right way all the same. Why must morality and truth never be offered in their crude form, but only with embellishments, sweetened and gilded like pills? It's not normal. It's falsification, deception, tricks. He thought of the jurymen to whom it was absolutely necessary to make a speech. Of the general public who absorb history only from legends and historical novels, and of himself and how he had gathered an understanding of life not from sermons and laws, but from fables, novels, poems. Medicine should be sweet, truth beautiful, and man has had this foolish habit since the days of Adam, though, indeed, perhaps it is all natural and ought to be so. There are many deceptions and delusions in nature that serve a purpose. He set to work, but lazy, intimate thoughts still strayed through his mind for a good while. Overhead, the scales could no longer be heard, but the inhabitant of the second story was still pacing from one end of the room to another. A classical student. Before setting off for his examination in Greek, Vanya kissed all the holy images. His stomach felt as though it were upside down. There was a chill at his heart, while the heart itself throbbed and stood still with terror before the unknown. What would he get that day? A 3 or a 2, 6 times he went to his mother for her blessing, and, as he went out, asked his aunt to pray for him. On the way to school, he gave a beggar 2 kopecks, in the hope that those 2 kopecks would atone for his ignorance, and that, please God, he would not get the numerals with those awful 40s and 80s. He came back from the high school late, between 4 and 5. He came in and noiselessly lay down on his bed. His thin face was pale. There were dark rings round his red eyes. "Well, how did you get on? How were you marked?" asked his mother, going to his bedside. Vanya blinked, twisted his mouth, and burst into tears. His mother turned pale, let her mouth fall open, and clasped her hands. The breeches she was mending dropped out of her hands. "What are you crying for? You've failed then?" she asked. "I am plucked. I got a 2. "I knew it would be so. I had a presentiment of it," said his mother. "Merciful God, how is it you have not passed? What is the reason of it? What subject have you failed in?" "In Greek, mother, they asked me the future of Pharaoh, and I, instead of saying oisamai, said opsamai. Then there isn't an accent if the last syllable is long, and I got flustered. I forgot that the alpha was long in it. I went and put in the accent. Then Artaxerxes told me to give the list of the enclitic particles. I did, and I accidentally mixed in a pronoun and made a mistake, and so he gave me a 2. I am a miserable person. I was working all night. I've been getting up at 4 o'clock all this week." "No, it's not you, but I who am miserable, you wretched boy. It's I that am miserable. You've worn me to a thread paper, you Herod, you torment, you bane of my life. I pay for you, you good-for-nothing rubbish. I've bent my back toiling for you, I'm worried to death, and I may say I am unhappy, and what do you care? How do you work?" I do work all night. You've seen it yourself. I prayed to God to take me, but he won't take me, a sinful woman. You torment. Other people have children like everyone else, and I've one only and no sense, no comfort out of him. Beat you? I'd beat you, but where am I to find the strength? Mother of God, where am I to find the strength? The mama hid her face in the folds of her blouse and broke into sobs. Vanya wriggled with anguish and pressed his forehead against the wall. The aunt came in. "So that's how it is. Just what I expected," she said, at once guessing what was wrong, turning pale and clasping her hands. "I've been depressed all the morning. There's trouble coming, I thought, and here it's come. The villain, the torment." "Why are you swearing at him?" cried the aunt, nervously pulling her coffee-colored kerchief off her head and turning upon the mother. It's not his fault, it's your fault. You are to blame. Why did you send him to that high school? You are a fine lady. You want to be a lady? I dare say, as though you'll turn into gentry. But if you had sent him, as I told you, into business, to an office like my Kuzia, here is Kuzia getting 500 a year. 500 rubles is worth having, isn't it? And you are wearing yourself out and wearing the boy out with this studying, plague take it. He is thin, he coughs. Just look at him. He's 13, and he looks no more than 10. No, Nastenka, no, my dear. I haven't thrashed him enough, the torment. He ought to have been thrashed, that's what it is. Jesuit Mahomet torment. She shook her fist at her son. You want a flogging, but I haven't the strength. They told me years ago when he was little, whip him, whip him. I didn't heed them, sinful woman as I am, and now I am suffering for it. You wait a bit. I'll flay you, wait a bit. The mamma shook her wet fist and went weeping into her lodger's room. The lodger, Yevtihi Kuzmich Kuporosov, was sitting at his table, reading Dancing Self-Taught. Yevtihi Kuzmich was a man of intelligence and education. He spoke through his nose, washed with a soap the smell of which made everyone in the house sneeze, ate meat on fast days, and was on the lookout for a bride of refined education, and so was considered the cleverest of the lodgers. He sang tenor. My good friend, began the mamma, dissolving into tears, if you would have the generosity thrash my boy for me, do me the favor. He's failed in his examination, the nuisance of a boy. Would you believe it, he's failed. I can't punish him through the weakness of my ill health. Thrash him for me, if you would be so obliging and considerate, Yevtihi Kuzmich. Have regard for a sick woman. Kuporosov frowned and heaved a deep sigh through his nose. He thought a little, drummed on the table with his fingers, and sighing once more, went to Vanya. You are being taught, so to say, he began, being educated, being given a chance, you revolting young person. Why have you done it? He talked for a long time, made a regular speech. He alluded to science, to light, and to darkness. Yes, young person. When he had finished his speech, he took off his belt and took Vanya by the hand. It's the only way to deal with you, he said. Vanya knelt down submissively and thrust his head between the lodger's knees. His prominent pink ears moved up and down against the lodger's new serge trousers, with brown stripes on the outer seams. Vanya did not utter a single sound. At the family council in the evening, it was decided to send him into business. Vanka Zhukov, a boy of 9, who had been for 3 months apprenticed to Alyahin the shoemaker, was sitting up on Christmas Eve. Waiting till his master and mistress and their workmen had gone to the midnight service, he took out of his master's cupboard a bottle of ink and a pen with a rusty nib, and spreading out a crumpled sheet of paper in front of him, began writing. Before forming the first letter, he several times looked round fearfully at the door and the windows, stole a glance at the dark icon, on both sides of which stretched shelves full of lasts, and heaved a broken sigh. The paper lay on the bench while he knelt before it. Dear Grandfather, Konstantin Makarich, he wrote, I am writing you a letter. I wish you a happy Christmas and all blessings from God Almighty. I have neither father nor mother, you are the only one left me. Vanka raised his eyes to the dark icon on which the light of his candle was reflected, and vividly recalled his grandfather, Konstantin Makarich, who was night watchman to a family called Zhiverv. He was a thin but extraordinarily nimble and lively little old man of 65, with an everlastingly laughing face and drunken eyes. By day he slept in the servants' kitchen or made jokes with the cooks. At night, wrapped in an ample sheepskin, he walked round the grounds and tapped with his little mallet. Old Kashtanka II, so called on account of his dark color and his long body like a weasel's, followed him with hanging heads. This eel was exceptionally polite and affectionate, and looked with equal kindness on strangers and his own masters, but had not a very good reputation. Under his politeness and meekness was hidden the most Jesuitical cunning. No one knew better how to creep up on occasion and snap at one's legs, to slip into the storeroom, or steal a hen from a peasant. His hind legs had been nearly pulled off more than once. Twice he had been hanged. Every week he was thrashed till he was half dead, but he always revived. At this moment Grandfather was, no doubt, standing at the gate, screwing up his eyes at the red windows of the church, stamping with his high felt boots and joking with the servants. His little mallet was hanging on his belt. He was clasping his hands, shrugging with the cold, and with an aged chuckle, pinching first the housemaid, then the cook. How about a pinch of snuff? he was saying, offering the women his snuff box. The women would take a sniff and sneeze. Grandfather would be indescribably delighted, go off into a merry chuckle, and cry. Tear it off, it has frozen on. They give the dogs a sniff of snuff too. Kashtanka sneezes, wriggles her head, and walks away offended. Eel does not sneeze from politeness but wags his tail. And the weather is glorious. The air is still, fresh, and transparent. The night is dark, but one can see the whole village with its white roofs and coils of smoke coming from the chimneys, the trees silvered with hoar frost, the snowdrifts. The whole sky spangled with gay twinkling stars, and the Milky Way is as distinct as though it had been washed and rubbed with snow for a holiday. Vanka sighed, dipped his pen, and went on writing. And yesterday I had a wigging. The master pulled me out into the yard by my hair and whacked me with a boot stretcher because I accidentally fell asleep while I was rocking their brat in the cradle. And a week ago the mistress told me to clean a herring, and I began from the tail end, and she took the herring and thrust its head in my face. The workmen laugh at me and send me to the tavern for vodka and tell me to steal the master's cucumbers for them, and the master beats me with anything that comes to hand. And there is nothing to eat. In the morning they give me bread for dinner, porridge, and in the evening, bread again. But as for tea or soup, the master and mistress gobble it all up themselves. And I am put to sleep in the passage, and when their wretched brat cries I get no sleep at all, but have to rock the cradle. Dear grandfather, show the divine mercy, take me away from here, home to the village. It's more than I can bear. I bow down to your feet, and will pray to God for you forever, take me away from here or I shall die. Vanka's mouth worked, he rubbed his eyes with his black fist, and gave a sob. I will powder your snuff for you, he went on. I will pray for you, and if I do anything you can thrash me like Sidor's goat. And if you think I've no job, then I will beg the steward for Christ's sake to let me clean his boots, or I'll go for a shepherd boy instead of Fedka. Dear grandfather, it is more than I can bear, it's simply no life at all. I wanted to run away to the village, but I have no boots, and I am afraid of the frost. When I grow up big I will take care of you for this, and not let anyone annoy you, and when you die I will pray for the rest of your soul, just as for my mammies. Moscow is a big town. It's all gentlemen's houses, and there are lots of horses, but there are no sheep, and the dogs are not spiteful. The lads here don't go out with the star, and they don't let anyone go into the choir, and once I saw in a shop window fishing hooks for sale, fitted ready with the line, and for all sorts of fish, awfully good ones. There was even one hook that would hold a 40-pound sheatfish. And I have seen shops where there are guns of all sorts, after the pattern of the master's guns at home, so that I shouldn't wonder if they are 100 rubles each. And in the butcher's shops there are grouse and woodcocks and fish and hares, but the shopmen don't say where they shoot them. Dear grandfather, when they have the Christmas tree at the big house, get me a gilt walnut and put it away in the green trunk. Ask the young lady Olga Ignatievna, say it's for Vanka. Vanka gave a tremulous sigh and again stared at the window. He remembered how his grandfather always went into the forest to get the Christmas tree for his master's family and took his grandson with him. It was a merry time. Grandfather made a noise in his throat, the forest crackled with the frost, and looking at them Vanka chortled too. Before chopping down the Christmas tree, grandfather would smoke a pipe, slowly take a pinch of snuff, and laugh at frozen Vanka. The young fir trees, covered with hoar frost, stood motionless, waiting to see which of them was to die. Wherever one looked, a hare flew like an arrow over the snowdrifts. Grandfather could not refrain from shouting, "Hold him, hold him, hold him! Ah, the bobtailed devil!" When he had cut down the Christmas tree, grandfather used to drag it to the big house, and they're set to work to decorate it. The young lady, who was Vanka's favorite, Olga Ignatievna, was the busiest of all. When Vanka's mother Pelagia was alive, and a servant in the big house, Olga Ignatievna used to give him goodies, and having nothing better to do, taught him to read and write, to count up to 100, and even to dance a quadrille. When Pelagia died, Vanka had been transferred to the servants' kitchen to be with his grandfather, and from the kitchen to the shoemaker's in Moscow. Do come, dear grandfather, Vanka went on with his letter. For Christ's sake, I beg you take me away. Have pity on an unhappy orphan like me. Here everyone knocks me about, and I am fearfully hungry. I can't tell you what misery it is, I am always crying. And the other day the master hit me on the head with a last so that I fell down. My life is wretched, worse than any dog's. I send greetings to Alyona, One-Eyed Yegorka, and the coachman, and don't give my concertina to anyone. I remain your grandson Ivan Zhukov. Dear grandfather, do come. Vanka folded the sheet of writing paper twice and put it into an envelope he had bought the day before for a kopeck. After thinking a little, he dipped the pen and wrote the address. To grandfather in the village. Then he scratched his head, thought a little, and added, Konstantin Makarich. Glad that he had not been prevented from writing, he put on his cap and, without putting on his little greatcoat, ran out into the street as he was in his shirt. The shopmen at the butcher's, whom he had questioned the day before, told him that letters were put in post boxes, and from the boxes were carried about all over the earth in mail carts with drunken drivers and ringing bells. Vanka ran to the nearest post box and thrust the precious letter in the slit. An hour later, lulled by sweet hopes, he was sound asleep. He dreamed of the stove. On the stove was sitting his grandfather, swinging his bare legs and reading the letter to the cooks. By the stove was Eel, wagging his tail. An incident. Morning. Brilliant sunshine is piercing through the frozen lacework on the window panes into the nursery. Vanya, a boy of 6, with a cropped head and a nose like a button, and his sister Nina, a short, chubby, curly-headed girl of 4, wake up and look crossly at each other through the bars of their cots. Ooh, 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 naughty children, grumbles their nurse. Good people have had their breakfast already, while you can't get your eyes open. The sunbeams frolic over the rugs, the walls, and nurses' skirts, and seem inviting the children to join in their play, but they take no notice. They have woken up in a bad humor. Nina pouts, makes a grimace, and begins to whine. Breakfast, nurse, breakfast. Vanya knits his brows and ponders what to pitch upon to howl over. He has already begun screwing up his eyes and opening his mouth, but at that instant the voice of Mama reaches them from the drawing room, saying, Don't forget to give the cat her milk, she has a family now. The children's puckered countenances grow smooth again as they look at each other in astonishment. Then both at once begin shouting, jump out of their cots, and filling the air with piercing shrieks, run barefoot, in their nightgowns, to the kitchen. The cat has puppies, they cry, the cat has got puppies. Under the bench in the kitchen there stands a small box, the one in which Stepan brings coal when he lights the fire. The cat is peeping out of the box. There is an expression of extreme exhaustion on her gray face. Her green eyes, with their narrow black pupils, have a languid, sentimental look. From her face it is clear that the only thing lacking to complete her happiness is the presence in the box of him, the father of her children, to whom she had abandoned herself so recklessly. She wants to mew and opens her mouth wide, but nothing but a hiss comes from her throat. The squealing of the kittens is audible. The children squat on their heels before the box and, motionless, holding their breath, gaze at the cat. They are surprised, impressed, and do not hear Nurse grumbling as she pursues them. The most genuine delight shines in the eyes of both. Domestic animals play a scarcely noticed but undoubtedly beneficial part in the education and life of children. Which of us does not remember powerful but magnanimous dogs, lazy lapdogs, birds dying in captivity, dull-witted but haughty turkeys, mild old tabby cats, who forgave us when we trod on their tails for fun and caused them agonizing pain? I even fancy, sometimes, that the patience, the fidelity, the readiness to forgive, and the sincerity which are characteristic of our domestic animals have a far stronger and more definite effect on the mind of a child than the long exhortations of some dry, pale Karl Karlovich, or the misty expositions of a governess, trying to prove to children that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. What little things, says Nina, opening her eyes wide and going off into a joyous laugh. They are like mice. 1, 2, 3, Vanya counts. 3 kittens, so there is one for you, one for me, and one for somebody else too. Murm, murm, purrs the mother, flattered by their attention. Murm. After gazing at the kittens, the children take them from under the cat, and begin squeezing them in their hands. Then, not satisfied with this, they put them in the skirts of their nightgowns and run into the other rooms. Mama, the cat has got pups, they shout. Mama is sitting in the drawing room with some unknown gentleman. Seeing the children unwashed, undressed, with their nightgowns held up high, she is embarrassed and looks at them severely. Let your nightgowns down, disgraceful children, she says. Go out of the room or I will punish you. But the children do not notice either Mama's threats or the presence of a stranger. They put the kittens down on the carpet and go off into deafening squeals. The mother walks round them, mewing imploringly. When, a little afterwards, the children are dragged off to the nursery, dressed, made to say their prayers, and given their breakfast, they are full of a passionate desire to get away from these prosaic duties as quickly as possible, and to run to the kitchen again. Their habitual pursuits and games are thrown completely into the background. The kittens throw everything into the shade by making their appearance in the world and supply the great sensation of the day. If Nina or Vanya had been offered 40 pounds of sweets or 10,000 kopecks for each kitten, they would have rejected such a barter without the slightest hesitation. In spite of the heated protests of the nurse and the cook, the children persist in sitting by the cat's box in the kitchen, busy with the kittens till dinner time. Their faces are earnest and concentrated and express anxiety. They are worried not so much by the present as by the future of the kittens. They decide that one kitten shall remain at home with the old cat to be a comfort to her mother, while the second shall go to their summer villa, and the third shall live in the cellar, where there are ever so many rats. But why don't they look at us? Nina wondered. Their eyes are blind like the beggars. Vanya, too, is perturbed by this question. He tries to open one kitten's eyes and spends a long time puffing and breathing hard over it, but his operation is unsuccessful. They are a good deal troubled, too, by the circumstance that the kittens obstinately refuse the milk and the meat that is offered to them. Everything that is put before their little noses is eaten by their gray mama. Let's build the kittens little houses, Vanya suggests. They shall live in different houses, and the cat shall come and pay them visits. Cardboard hat boxes are put in the different corners of the kitchen, and the kittens are installed in them. But this division turns out to be premature. The cat, still wearing an imploring and sentimental expression on her face, goes the round of all the hat boxes and carries off her children to their original position. The cat's their mother, observed Vanya, but who is their father? Yes, who is their father, repeats Nina. They must have a father. Vanya and Nina are a long time deciding who is to be the kitten's father, and in the end, their choice falls on a big dark red horse without a tail, which is lying in the store cupboard under the stairs, together with other relics of toys that have outlived their day. They drag him up out of the store cupboard and stand him by the box. Mind now, they admonish him, stand here and see they behave themselves properly. All this is said and done in the gravest way, with an expression of anxiety on their faces. Vanya and Nina refuse to recognize the existence of any world but the box of kittens. Their joy knows no bounds, but they have to pass through bitter, agonizing moments, too. Just before dinner, Vanya is sitting in his father's study, gazing dreamily at the table. A kitten is moving about by the lamp on stamped note paper. Vanya is watching its movements and thrusting first a pencil, then a match into its little mouth. All at once, as though he has sprung out of the floor, his father is beside the table. "What's this?" Vanya hears in an angry voice. It's the kitty, Papa." "I'll give it you. Look what you have done, you naughty boy. You've dirtied all my paper." To Vanya's great surprise, his papa does not share his partiality for the kittens, and, instead of being moved to enthusiasm and delight, he pulls Vanya's ear and shouts, "Stepan, take away this horrid thing." At dinner, too, there is a scene. During the second course, there is suddenly the sound of a shrill mew. They begin to investigate its origin and discover a kitten under Nina's pinafore. "Nina, leave the table," cries her father angrily. "Throw the kittens in the cesspool. I won't have the nasty things in the house." Vanya and Nina are horrified. Death in the cesspool, apart from its cruelty, threatens to rob the cat and the wooden horse of their children, to lay waste the cat's box, to destroy their plans for the future, that fair future in which one cat will be a comfort to its old mother, another will live in the country, while the third will catch rats in the cellar. The children begin to cry and entreat that the kittens may be spared. Their father consents, but on the condition that the children do not go into the kitchen and touch the kittens. After dinner, Vanya and Nina slouch about the rooms, feeling depressed. The prohibition of visits to the kitchen has reduced them to dejection. They refuse sweets, are naughty, and are rude to their mother. When their uncle Petrusha comes in the evening, they draw him aside and complain to him of their father, who wanted to throw the kittens into the cesspool. Uncle Petrusha, tell Mama to have the kittens taken to the nursery. The children beg their uncle, Duo tell her. There's very well, says their uncle, waving them off. All right. Uncle Petrusha does not usually come alone. He is accompanied by Nero, a big black dog of Danish breed, with drooping ears and a tail as hard as a stick. The dog is silent, morose, and full of a sense of his own dignity. He takes not the slightest notice of the children, and when he passes them hits them with his tail as though they were chairs. The children hate him from the bottom of their hearts, but on this occasion, practical considerations override sentiment. I say, Nina, says Vanya, opening his eyes wide. Let Nero be their father instead of the horse. The horse is dead and he is alive, you see. They are waiting the whole evening for the moment when Papa will sit down to his cards, and it will be possible to take Nero to the kitchen without being observed. At last, Papa sits down to cards. Mama is busy with the samovar and not noticing the children. The happy moment arrives. Come along, Vanya whispers to his sister. But at that moment, Stepan comes in and with a snigger announces, Nero has eaten the kittens, madam. Nina and Vanya turn pale and look at Stepan with horror. He really has, laughs the footman. He went to the box and gobbled them up. The children expect that all the people in the house will be aghast and fall upon the miscreant Nero, but they all sit calmly in their seats and only express surprise at the appetite of the huge dog. Papa and Mama laugh. Nero walks about by the table, wags his tail, and licks his lips complacently. The cat is the only one who is uneasy. With her tail in the air, she walks about the rooms, looking suspiciously at people and mewing plaintively. Children, it's past 9, cries Mama, it's bedtime. Vanya and Nina go to bed, shed tears, and spend a long time thinking about the injured cat, and the cruel, insolent, and unpunished Nero. A day in the country between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. A dark leaden-colored mass is creeping over the sky towards the sun. Red zigzags of lightning gleam here and there across it. There is a sound of faraway rumbling. A warm wind frolics over the grass, bends the trees, and stirs up the dust. In a minute there will be a spurt of May rain, and a real storm will begin. Fyakla, a little beggar girl of 6, is running through the village looking for Taranty the cobbler. The white-haired, barefoot child is pale. Her eyes are wide open, her lips are trembling. Uncle, where is Taranty? She asks everyone she meets. No one answers. They are all preoccupied with the approaching storm and take refuge in their huts. At last she meets Silenty Silich, the sacristan, Taranty's bosom friend. He is coming along, staggering from the wind. Uncle, where is Taranty? At the kitchen gardens, answers Silenty. The beggar girl runs behind the huts to the kitchen gardens and there finds Taranty. The tall old man with a thin, pockmarked face, very long legs, and bare feet, dressed in a woman's tattered jacket, is standing near the vegetable plots, looking with drowsy, drunken eyes at the dark storm cloud. On his long crane-like legs, he sways in the wind like a starling coat. Uncle Taranty, the white-headed beggar girl addresses him, Uncle darling. Taranty bends down to Fyakla, and his grim, drunken face is overspread with a smile, such as come into people's faces when they look at something little, foolish, and absurd, but warmly loved. Ah, servant of God, Phyokia, he says, lisping tenderly, where have you come from? Uncle Taranty, says Phyokia, with a sob tugging at the lapel of the cobbler's coat. Brother Danilka has had an accident, come along. What sort of accident? Ah, what thunder, holy, 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 what sort of accident? In the Count's copse, Danilka stuck his hand into a hole in a tree, and he can't get it out. Come along, uncle, do be kind and pull his hand out. How was it he put his hand in, what for? He wanted to get a cuckoo's egg out of the hole for me. The day has hardly begun and already you are in trouble. Taranty shook his head and spat deliberately. Well, what am I to do with you now? I must come. I must. May the wolf gobble you up, you naughty children. Come, little orphan. Taranty comes out of the kitchen garden and, lifting high his long legs, begins striding down the village street. He walks quickly without stopping or looking from side to side, as though he were shoved from behind or afraid of pursuit. Fyakla can hardly keep up with him. They come out of the village and turn along the dusty road towards the Count's copse that lies dark blue in the distance. It is about 1.5 miles away. The clouds have by now covered the sun, and soon afterwards there is not a speck of blue left in the sky. It grows dark. Holy, 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 whispers Fiacla, hurrying after Taranty. The first raindrops, big and heavy, lie dark dots on the dusty road. A big drop falls on Fiacla's cheek and glides like a tear down her chin. The rain has begun, mutters the cobbler, kicking up the dust with his bare, bony feet. That's fine, Fiacla, old girl. The grass and the trees are fed by the rain as we are by bread. And as for the thunder, don't you be frightened, little orphan. Why should it kill a little thing like you? As soon as the rain begins, the wind drops. The only sound is the patter of rain dropping like fine shot on the young rye and the parched road. We shall get soaked, Fiocca, mutters Taranty. There won't be a dry spot left on us. Ho ho, my girl, it's run down my neck, but don't be frightened, silly. The grass will be dry again, the earth will be dry again, and we shall be dry again. There is the same sun for us all. A flash of lightning, some 14 feet long, gleams above their heads. There is a loud peal of thunder, and it seems to Fiacla that something big, heavy, and round is rolling over the sky and tearing it open, exactly over her head. Holy, 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 says Taranty, crossing himself. Don't be afraid, little orphan. It is not from spite that it thunders. Taranty's and Fiacla's feet are covered with lumps of heavy, wet clay. It is slippery and difficult to walk, but Taranty strides on more and more rapidly. The weak little beggar girl is breathless and ready to drop. But at last they go into the Count's copse. The washed trees, stirred by a gust of wind, drop a perfect waterfall upon them. Taranty stumbles over stumps and begins to slacken his pace. Whereabouts is Danilka? He asks. Lead me to him. Fiacla leads him into a thicket, and after going 1/4 mile points to Danilka. Her brother, a little fellow of 8 with hair as red as ochre and a pale, sickly face, stands leaning against a tree and with his head on one side looking sideways at the sky. In one hand he holds his shabby old cap, the other is hidden in an old lime tree. The boy is gazing at the stormy sky and apparently not thinking of his trouble. Hearing footsteps and seeing the cobbler, he gives a sickly smile and says, "A terrible lot of thunder, Taranty. I've never heard so much thunder in all my life. And where is your hand?" "In the hole. Pull it out, please, Taranty." The wood had broken at the edge of the hole and jammed Danilka's hand. He could push it farther in, but could not pull it out. Taranty snaps off the broken piece, and the boy's hand, red and crushed, is released. "It's terrible how it's thundering," the boy says again, rubbing his hand. "What makes it thunder, Taranty?" "One cloud runs against the other," answers the cobbler. The party come out of the copse and walk along the edge of it towards the darkened road. The thunder gradually abates, and its rumbling is heard far away beyond the village. "The ducks flew by here the other day, Taranty," says Danilka, still rubbing his hand. "They must be nesting in the Nilia Zamishcha marshes. Fiocca, would you like me to show you a nightingale's nest?" "Don't touch it, you might disturb them," says Taranty, wringing the water out of his cap. The nightingale is a singing bird without sin. He has had a voice given him in his throat to praise God and gladden the heart of man. It's a sin to disturb him. "What about the sparrow?" "The sparrow doesn't matter. He's a bad, spiteful bird. He is like a pickpocket in his ways. He doesn't like man to be happy. When Christ was crucified, it was the sparrow brought nails to the Jews and called alive, alive." A bright patch of blue appears in the sky. "Look," says Taranty. "An ant-heap burst open by the rain. They've been flooded, the rogues." They bend over the ant-heap. The downpour has damaged it. The insects are scurrying to and fro in the mud, agitated, and busily trying to carry away their drowned companions. "You needn't be in such a taking, you won't die of it," says Taranty, grinning. "As soon as the sun warms you, you'll come to your senses again. It's a lesson to you, you stupids. You won't settle on low ground another time." They go on. "And here are some bees," cries Danilka, pointing to the branch of a young oak tree. The drenched and chilled bees are huddled together on the branch. There are so many of them that neither bark nor leaf can be seen. Many of them are settled on one another. "That's a swarm of bees," Taranty informs them. "They were flying looking for a home, and when the rain came down upon them, they settled. If a swarm is flying, you need only sprinkle water on them to make them settle. Now if, say, You wanted to take the swarm, you would bend the branch with them into a sack and shake it, and they all fall in. Little Fyakla suddenly frowns and rubs her neck vigorously. Her brother looks at her neck and sees a big swelling on it. Hey, hey, laughs the cobbler. Do you know where you got that from, Fyokia, old girl? There are Spanish flies on some tree in the wood. The rain has trickled off them, and a drop has fallen on your neck. That's what has made the swelling. The sun appears from behind the clouds and floods the wood, the fields, and the three friends with its warm light. The dark menacing cloud has gone far away and taken the storm with it. The air is warm and fragrant. There is a scent of bird cherry, meadowsweet, and lilies of the valley. That herb is given when your nose bleeds, says Taranty, pointing to a woolly-looking flower. It does good. They hear a whistle and a rumble, but not such a rumble as the storm clouds carried away. A goods train races by before the eyes of Taranty, Danilka, and Fyakla. The engine, panting and puffing out black smoke, drags more than 20 vans after it. Its power is tremendous. The children are interested to know how an engine, not alive and without the help of horses, can move and drag such weights, and Taranty undertakes to explain it to them. It's all the steam's doing, children. The steam does the work. You see, it shoves under that thing near the wheels and it works. They cross the railway line and, going down from the embankment, walk towards the river. They walk not with any object, but just at random, and talk all the way. Danilka asks questions, Taranty answers them. Taranty answers all his questions, and there is no secret in nature which baffles him. He knows everything. Thus, for example, he knows the names of all the wild flowers, animals, and stones. He knows what herbs cure diseases. He has no difficulty in telling the age of a horse or a cow. Looking at the sunset, at the moon, or the birds, he can tell what sort of weather it will be next day. And indeed, it is not only Taranty who is so wise. Silenty Silich, the innkeeper, the market gardener, the shepherd, and all the villagers, generally speaking, know as much as he does. These people have learned not from books, but in the fields, in the wood, on the river bank. Their teachers have been the birds themselves, when they sang to them, the sun when it left a glow of crimson behind it at setting, the very trees and wild herbs. Danilka looks at Taranty and greedily drinks in every word. In spring, before one is weary of the warmth and the monotonous green of the fields, when everything is fresh and full of fragrance, who would not want to hear about the golden maybeetles, about the cranes, about the gurgling streams, and the corn mounting into ear? The two of them, the cobbler and the orphan, walk about the fields, talk unceasingly, and are not weary. They could wander about the world endlessly. They walk, and in their talk of the beauty of the earth do not notice the frail little beggar girl tripping after them. She is breathless and moves with a lagging step. There are tears in her eyes. She would be glad to stop these inexhaustible wanderers, but to whom and where can she go? She has no home or people of her own. Whether she likes it or not, she must walk and listen to their talk. Towards midday, all three sit down on the river bank. Danilka takes out of his bag a piece of bread, soaked and reduced to a mash, and they begin to eat. Taranty says a prayer when he has eaten the bread, then stretches himself on the sandy bank and falls asleep. While he is asleep, the boy gazes at the water, pondering. He has many different things to think of. He has just seen the storm, the bees, the ants, the train. Now, before his eyes, fishes are whisking about. Some are 2 inches long and more, others are no bigger than one's nail. A viper, with its head held high, is swimming from one bank to the other. Only towards the evening our wanderers return to the village. The children go for the night to a deserted barn, where the corn of the commune used to be kept, while Taranty, leaving them, goes to the tavern. The children lie huddled together on the straw, dozing. The boy does not sleep. He gazes into the darkness, and it seems to him that he is seeing all that he has seen in the day. The storm clouds, the bright sunshine, the birds, the fish, lanky Taranty. The number of his impressions, together with exhaustion and hunger, are too much for him. He is as hot as though he were on fire and tosses from side to side. He longs to tell someone all that is haunting him now in the darkness and agitating his soul, but there is no one to tell. Fyakla is too little and could not understand. I'll tell Taranty tomorrow, thinks the boy. The children fall asleep thinking of the homeless cobbler, and in the night, Taranty comes to them, makes the sign of the cross over them, and puts bread under their heads. And no one sees his love. It is seen only by the moon, which floats in the sky and peeps caressingly through the holes in the wall of the deserted barn. "Boys, Volodia's come," someone shouted in the yard. "Master Volodia's here," bawled Natalia the cook, running into the dining room. Oh my goodness. The whole Korolyov family, who had been expecting their Volodia from hour to hour, rushed to the windows. At the front door stood a wide sledge with 3 white horses in a cloud of steam. The sledge was empty, for Volodia was already in the hall, untying his hood with red and chilly fingers. His school overcoat, his cap, his snow boots, and the hair on his temples were all white with frost, and his whole figure from head to foot diffused such a pleasant, fresh smell of the snow that the very sight of him made one want to shiver and say, "Brrr." His mother and aunt ran to kiss and hug him. Natalia plumped down at his feet and began pulling off his snow boots. His sisters shrieked with delight, the doors creaked and banged, and Volodia's father, in his waistcoat and shirt sleeves, ran out into the hall with scissors in his hand and cried out in alarm. "We were expecting you all yesterday. Did you come all right? Had a good journey? Mercy on us, you might let him say, 'How do you do?' to his father. I am his father after all." "Bow wow," barked the huge black dog, milord in a deep bass, tapping with his tail on the walls and furniture. For 2 minutes there was nothing but a general hubbub of joy. After the first outburst of delight was over, the Korolyovs noticed that there was, besides their Volodia, another small person in the hall, wrapped up in scarves and shawls and white with frost. He was standing perfectly still in a corner, in the shadow of a big fox-lined overcoat. "Volodia, darling, who is it?" asked his mother in a whisper. "Oh," cried Volodia, "this is, let me introduce my friend Lentilov, a schoolfellow in the 2nd class. I have brought him to stay with us." "Delighted to hear it. You are very welcome," the father said cordially. "Excuse me, I've been at work without my coat. Please come in, Natalia, help Mr. Lentilov off with his things. Mercy on us, do turn that dog out, he is unendurable." A few minutes later, Volodia and his friend Lentilov, somewhat dazed by their noisy welcome and still red from the outside cold, were sitting down to tea. The winter sun, making its way through the snow and the frozen tracery on the window panes, gleamed on the samovar and plunged its pure rays in the tea basin. The room was warm, and the boys felt as though the warmth and the frost were struggling together with a tingling sensation in their bodies. "Well, Christmas will soon be here," the father said in a pleasant sing-song voice, rolling a cigarette of dark reddish tobacco. "It doesn't seem long since the summer, when Mama was crying at your going, and here you are back again. Time flies, my boy. Before you have time to cry out, old age is upon you. Mr. Lentilov, take some more, please help yourself. We don't stand on ceremony." Volodia's 3 sisters, Katia, Sonia, and Masha, the eldest was 11, sat at the table and never took their eyes off the newcomer. Lentilov was of the same height and age as Volodia, but not as round-faced and fair-skinned. He was thin, dark, and freckled. His hair stood up like a brush, his eyes were small, and his lips were thick. He was, in fact, distinctly ugly, and if he had not been wearing the school uniform, he might have been taken for the son of a cook. He seemed morose, did not speak, and never once smiled. The little girls, staring at him, immediately came to the conclusion that he must be a very clever and learned person. He seemed to be thinking about something all the time, and was so absorbed in his own thoughts that, whenever he was spoken to, he started, threw his head back, and asked to have the question repeated. The little girls noticed that Volodia, who had always been so merry and talkative, also said very little, did not smile at all, and hardly seemed to be glad to be home. All the time they were at tea, he only once addressed his sisters, and then he said something so strange. He pointed to the samovar and said, "In California, they don't drink tea, but gin." He, too, seemed absorbed in his own thoughts, and, to judge by the looks that passed between him and his friend Lentilov, their thoughts were the same. After tea, they all went into the nursery. The girls and their father took up the work that had been interrupted by the arrival of the boys. They were making flowers and frills for the Christmas tree out of paper of different colors. It was an attractive and noisy occupation. Every fresh flower was greeted by the little girls with shrieks of delight, even of awe, as though the flower had dropped straight from heaven. Their father was in ecstasies too, and every now and then he threw the scissors on the floor, in vexation at their bluntness. Their mother kept running into the nursery with an anxious face, asking, "Who has taken my scissors? Ivan Nikolaich, have you taken my scissors again? Mercy on us, I'm not even allowed a pair of scissors." Their father would respond in a lachrymose voice, and, flinging himself back in his chair, he would pretend to be a deeply injured man, but a minute later, he would be in ecstasies again. On his former holidays, Volodya, too, had taken part in the preparations for the Christmas tree, or had been running in the yard to look at the snow mountain that the watchman and the shepherd were building. But this time, Volodya and Lentilov took no notice whatever of the colored paper, and did not once go into the stable. They sat in the window and began whispering to one another. Then they opened an atlas and looked carefully at a map. "First to Perm," Lentilov said in an undertone, "from there to Tyumen, then Tomsk, then Kamchatka. There the Samyeds take one over Bering Straits in boats, and then we are in America. There are lots of furry animals there." "And California?" asked Volodya. "California is lower down. We've only to get to America, and California is not far off, and one can get a living by hunting and plunder." All day long Lentilov avoided the little girls and seemed to look at them with suspicion. In the evening he happened to be left alone with them for 5 minutes or so. It was awkward to be silent. He cleared his throat morosely, rubbed his left hand against his right, looked sullenly at Katya and asked, "Have you read Mayne Reid?" "No, I haven't. I say, can you skate?" Absorbed in his own reflections, Lentilov made no reply to this question. He simply puffed out his cheeks and gave a long sigh as though he were very hot. He looked up at Katya once more and said, "When a herd of bisons stampedes across the prairie, the earth trembles, and the frightened mustangs kick and neigh." He smiled impressively and added, "And the Indians attack the trains, too, but worst of all are the mosquitoes and the termites." "Why, what's that?" "They're something like ants, but with wings. They bite fearfully. Do you know who I am?" "Mr. Lentilov." "No, I am Monty Homo, the Hawk's Claw, chief of the ever-victorious." Masha, the youngest, looked at him, then into the darkness out of window and said, wondering, "And we had lentils for supper yesterday." Lentilov's incomprehensible utterances, and the way he was always whispering with Volodya, and the way Volodya seemed now to be always thinking about something instead of playing. All this was strange and mysterious, and the two elder girls, Katya and Sonya, began to keep a sharp lookout on the boys. At night, when the boys had gone to bed, the girls crept to their bedroom door and listened to what they were saying. Ah, what they discovered. The boys were planning to run away to America to dig for gold. They had everything ready for the journey: a pistol, 2 knives, biscuits, a burning glass to serve instead of matches, a compass, and 4 rubles in cash. They learned that the boys would have to walk some thousands of miles and would have to fight tigers and savages on the road. Then they would get gold and ivory, slay their enemies, become pirates, drink gin, and finally marry beautiful maidens and make a plantation. The boys interrupted each other in their excitement. Throughout the conversation, Lentilov called himself Monty Homo, the Hawk's Claw, and Volodya was my pale-faced brother. "Mind you don't tell Mama," said Katya, as they went back to bed. "Volodya will bring us gold and ivory from America, but if you tell Mama, he won't be allowed to go." The day before Christmas Eve, Lentilov spent the whole day poring over the map of Asia and making notes, while Volodya, with a languid and swollen face that looked as though it had been stung by a bee, walked about the rooms and ate nothing. And once he stood still before the holy image in the nursery, crossed himself, and said, "Lord, forgive me a sinner. Lord, have pity on my poor unhappy Mama." In the evening he burst out crying. On saying good night, he gave his father a long hug and then hugged his mother and sisters. Katya and Sonya knew what was the matter, but little Masha was puzzled, completely puzzled. Every time she looked at Lentilov, she grew thoughtful and said with a sigh, "When Lent comes, Nurse says we shall have to eat peas and lentils." Early in the morning of Christmas Eve, Katya and Sonya slipped quietly out of bed and went to find out how the boys meant to run away to America. They crept to their door. "Then you don't mean to go?" Lentilov was saying angrily. "Speak out, aren't you going?" "Oh dear," Volodya wept softly. "How can I go? I feel so unhappy about Mama." "My pale-faced brother, I pray you, let us set off. You declared you were going, you egged me on, and now the time comes you funk it." I'm not funking it, but I'm sorry for Mama. Say once and for all, are you going or are you not? I am going, only, wait a little, I want to be at home a little. In that case I will go by myself, Lentilov declared. I can get on without you, and you wanted to hunt tigers and fight. Since that's how it is, give me back my cartridges. At this Volodya cried so bitterly that his sisters could not help crying too. Silence followed. So you are not coming, Lentilov began again. I am coming. Well, put on your things then. And Lentilov tried to cheer Volodya up by singing the praises of America, growling like a tiger, pretending to be a steamer, scolding him, and promising to give him all the ivory and lions and tiger skins. And this thin, dark boy, with his freckles and his bristling shock of hair, impressed the little girls as an extraordinary, remarkable person. He was a hero, a determined character, who knew no fear, and he growled so ferociously that, standing at the door, they really might imagine there was a tiger or lion inside. When the little girls went back to their room and dressed, Katia's eyes were full of tears, and she said, "Oh, I feel so frightened." Everything was as usual till 2 o'clock, when they sat down to dinner. Then it appeared that the boys were not in the house. They sent to the servants' quarters, to the stables, to the bailiff's cottage. They were not to be found. They sent into the village, they were not there. At tea, too, the boys were still absent, and by supper-time Volodya's mother was dreadfully uneasy, and even shed tears. Late in the evening they sent again to the village. They searched everywhere and walked along the river bank with lanterns. Heavens, what a fuss there was! Next day the police officer came, and a paper of some sort was written out in the dining room. Their mother cried. All of a sudden a sledge stopped at the door, with 3 white horses in a cloud of steam. "Volodya's come," someone shouted in the yard. "Master Volodya's here," bawled Natalia, running into the dining room, and Milord barked his deep bass, "Bow-wow." It seemed that the boys had been stopped in the arcade, where they had gone from shop to shop asking where they could get gunpowder. Volodya burst into sobs as soon as he came into the hall and flung himself on his mother's neck. The little girls, trembling, wondered with terror what would happen next. They saw their father take Volodya and Lentilov into his study, and there he talked to them a long while. "Is this a proper thing to do?" their father said to them. "I only pray they won't hear of it at school. You would both be expelled. You ought to be ashamed, Mr. Lentilov, really. It's not at all the thing to do. You began it, and I hope you will be punished by your parents. How could you? Where did you spend the night?" "At the station," Lentilov answered proudly. Then Volodya went to bed and had a compress steeped in vinegar on his forehead. A telegram was sent off, and next day a lady, Lentilov's mother, made her appearance and bore off her son. Lentilov looked morose and haughty to the end, and he did not utter a single word at taking leave of the little girls. But he took Katia's book and wrote in it as a souvenir, "Monty Homo, the Hawk's Claw, chief of the ever-victorious." Shrove Tuesday. "Pavel Vasilich," cries Pelagia Ivanovna, waking her husband. "Pavel Vasilich, you might go and help Styopa with his lessons. He is sitting crying over his book. He can't understand something again." Pavel Vasilich gets up, makes the sign of the cross over his mouth as he yawns, and says softly, "In a minute, my love." The cat who has been asleep beside him gets up too, straightens out its tail, arches its spine, and half shuts its eyes. There is stillness. Mice can be heard scurrying behind the wallpaper. Putting on his boots and his dressing gown, Pavel Vasilich, crumpled and frowning from sleepiness, comes out of his bedroom into the dining room. On his entrance, another cat, engaged in sniffing a marinade of fish in the window, jumps down to the floor and hides behind the cupboard. "Who asked you to sniff that?" he says angrily, covering the fish with a sheet of newspaper. "You are a pig to do that, not a cat." From the dining room, there is a door leading into the nursery. There, at a table covered with stains and deep scratches, sits Styopa, a high school boy in the 2nd class, with a peevish expression of face and tear-stained eyes. With his knees raised almost to his chin and his hands clasped round them, he is swaying to and fro like a Chinese idol and looking crossly at a sum book. "Are you working?" asks Pavel Vasilich, sitting down to the table and yawning. "Yes, my boy. We have enjoyed ourselves, slept, and eaten pancakes, and tomorrow comes Lenten fare, repentance, and going to work. Every period of time has its limits. Why are your eyes so red? Are you sick of learning your lessons? To be sure, after pancakes, lessons are nasty to swallow. That's about it. What are you laughing at the child for? Pelagia Ivanovna calls from the next room. You had better show him instead of laughing at him. He'll get a one again tomorrow and make me miserable. What is it you don't understand? Pavel Vasilich asks Styopa. Why this, a division of fractions, the boy answers crossly. The division of fractions by fractions. Queer boy, what is there in it? There's nothing to understand in it. Learn the rules and that's all. To divide a fraction by a fraction, you must multiply the numerator of the first fraction by the denominator of the second, and that will be the numerator of the quotient. In this case, the numerator of the first fraction. I know that without your telling me, Styopa interrupts him, flicking a walnut shell off the table. Show me the proof. The proof? Very well, give me a pencil. Listen, suppose we want to divide 7/8 by 2/5. Well, the point of it is, my boy, that it's required to divide these fractions by each other. Have they set the samovar? I don't know. It's time for tea. It's past 7. Well, now listen, we will look at it like this. Suppose we want to divide 7/8 not by 2/5 but by 2, that is, by the numerator only. We divide it, what do we get? 7/16. Right, bravo. Well, the trick of it is, my boy, that if we have divided it by 2 then. Wait a bit, I am getting muddled. I remember when I was at school, the teacher of arithmetic was called Sigismund Urbanich, a Pole. He used to get into a muddle over every lesson. He would begin explaining some theory, get in a tangle, and turn crimson all over and race up and down the classroom as though someone were sticking an awl in his back. Then he would blow his nose half a dozen times and begin to cry. But you know we were magnanimous to him, we pretended not to see it. What is it, Sigismund Urbanich? We used to ask him. Have you got toothache? And what a set of young ruffians, regular cutthroats, we were, but yet we were magnanimous, you know. There weren't any boys like you in my day, they were all great hulking fellows, great strapping louts, one taller than another. For instance, in our 3rd class there was Mamahin. My goodness, he was a solid chap, you know, a regular maypole, 7 feet high. When he moved, the floor shook. When he brought his great fist down on your back, he would knock the breath out of your body. Not only we boys, but even the teachers were afraid of him. So this Mamahin used to. Pelagia Ivanovna's footsteps are heard through the door. Pavel Vasilich winks towards the door and says, There's mother coming. Let's get to work. Well, so you see, my boy, he says, raising his voice. This fraction has to be multiplied by that one. Well, and to do that you have to take the numerator of the first fraction. Come to tea, cries Pelagia Ivanovna. Pavel Vasilich and his son abandon arithmetic and go into tea. Pelagia Ivanovna is already sitting at the table with an aunt who never speaks, another aunt who is deaf and dumb, and Granny Markovna, a midwife who had helped Styopa into the world. The samovar is hissing and puffing out steam, which throws flickering shadows on the ceiling. The cats come in from the entry sleepy and melancholy with their tails in the air. Have some jam with your tea, Markovna, says Pelagia Ivanovna, addressing the midwife. Tomorrow the great fast begins. Eat well today. Markovna takes a heaped spoonful of jam hesitatingly as though it were a powder, raises it to her lips, and with a sidelong look at Pavel Vasilich, eats it. At once her face is overspread with a sweet smile, as sweet as the jam itself. The jam is particularly good, she says. Did you make it yourself, Pelagia Ivanovna, ma'am? Yes, who else is there to do it? I do everything myself. Styopochka, have I given you your tea too weak? Ah, you have drunk it already. Pass your cup, my angel, let me give you some more. So this Mamahin, my boy, could not bear the French master, Pavel Vasilich goes on, addressing his son. I am a nobleman, he used to shout, and I won't allow a Frenchman to lord it over me. We beat the French in 1812. Well, of course they used to thrash him for it. Thrash him dreadfully, and sometimes when he saw they were meaning to thrash him, he would jump out of window, and off he would go. Then for 5 or 6 days afterwards he would not show himself at the school. His mother would come to the headmaster and beg him for God's sake, "Be so kind, sir, as to find my Miss Ka and flog him, the rascal." And the headmaster would say to her, "Upon my word, madam, our 5 porters aren't a match for him." Good heavens, to think of such ruffians being born, whispers Pelagia Ivanovna, looking at her husband in horror. What a trial for the poor mother. A silence follows. Styopa yawns loudly and scrutinizes the Chinaman on the tea caddy whom he has seen 1,000 times already. Markovna and the two aunts sip tea carefully out of their saucers. The air is still and stifling from the stove. Faces and gestures betray the sloth and repletion that comes when the stomach is full, and yet one must go on eating. The samovar, the cups, and the tablecloth are cleared away, but still the family sits on at the table. Pelagia Ivanovna is continually jumping up and, with an expression of alarm on her face, running off into the kitchen to talk to the cook about the supper. The two aunts go on sitting in the same position immovably, with their arms folded across their bosoms and doze, staring with their pewtery little eyes at the lamp. Markovna hiccups every minute and asks, "Why is it I have the hiccups? I don't think I have eaten anything to account for it, nor drunk anything either." Hic. Pavel Vasilich and Styopa sit side by side, with their heads touching, and, bending over the table, examine a volume of the Neva for 1878. The monument of Leonardo da Vinci, facing the gallery of Victor Emmanuel at Milan. I say, after the style of a triumphal arch, a cavalier with his lady, and there are little men in the distance. "That little man is like a schoolfellow of mine called Niskubin," says Styopa. "Turn over, the proboscis of the common housefly seen under the microscope. So that's a proboscis. I say, a fly. Whatever would a bug look like under a microscope, my boy? Wouldn't it be horrid?" The old-fashioned clock in the drawing room does not strike, but coughs 10 times huskily as though it had a cold. The cook, Anna, comes into the dining room and plumps down at the master's feet. "Forgive me, for Christ's sake, Pavel Vasilich," she says, getting up, flushed all over. "You forgive me, too, for Christ's sake," Pavel Vasilich responds unconcernedly. In the same manner, Anna goes up to the other members of the family, plumps down at their feet, and begs forgiveness. She only misses out Markovna, to whom, not being one of the gentry, she does not feel it necessary to bow down. Another half-hour passes in stillness and tranquility. The Neva is by now lying on the sofa, and Pavel Vasilich, holding up his finger, repeats by heart some Latin verses he has learned in his childhood. Styopa stares at the finger with the wedding ring, listens to the unintelligible words, and dozes. He rubs his eyelids with his fists, and they shut all the tighter. "I am going to bed," he says, stretching and yawning. "What to bed?" says Pelagia Ivanovna. "What about supper before the fast?" "I don't want any." "Are you crazy?" says his mother in alarm. "How can you go without your supper before the fast? You'll have nothing but Lenten food all through the fast." Pavel Vasilich is scared too. Yes, yes, my boy," he says. "For 7 weeks mother will give you nothing but Lenten food. You can't miss the last supper before the fast." "Oh dear, I am sleepy," says Styopa peevishly. "Since that is how it is, lay the supper quickly," Pavel Vasilich cries in a fluster. "Anna, why are you sitting there, silly? Make haste and lay the table." Pelagia Ivanovna clasps her hands and runs into the kitchen with an expression as though the house were on fire. Make haste, is heard all over the house. Styopachka is sleepy. "Anna, oh dear me, what is one to do? Make haste." 5 minutes later the table is laid. Again the cats, arching their spines and stretching themselves with their tails in the air, come into the dining room. The family begins supper. No one is hungry, everyone's stomach is overfull, but yet they must eat. The Old House, a story told by a house owner. The old house had to be pulled down that a new one might be built in its place. I led the architect through the empty rooms, and between our business talk told him various stories. The tattered wallpapers, the dingy windows, the dark stoves, all bore the traces of recent habitation and evoked memories. On that staircase, for instance, drunken men were once carrying down a dead body when they stumbled and flew headlong downstairs together with the coffin. The living were badly bruised, while the dead man looked very serious, as though nothing had happened, and shook his head when they lifted him up from the ground and put him back in the coffin. You see those 3 doors in a row? In there lived young ladies who were always receiving visitors, and so were better dressed than any other lodgers, and could pay their rent regularly. The door at the end of the corridor leads to the wash house, where by day they washed clothes and at night made an uproar and drank beer. And in that flat of 3 rooms, everything is saturated with bacteria and bacilli. It's not nice there. Many lodgers have died there, and I can positively assert that that flat was at some time cursed by someone, and that together with its human lodgers there was always another lodger unseen, living in it. I remember particularly the fate of one family. Picture to yourself an ordinary man, not remarkable in any way, with a wife, a mother, and 4 children. His name was Putohin. He was a copying clerk at a notary's and received 35 rubles a month. He was a sober, religious, serious man. When he brought me his rent for the flat, he always apologized for being badly dressed, apologized for being 5 days late, and when I gave him a receipt, he would smile good-humoredly and say, "Oh yes, there's that too, I don't like those receipts." He lived poorly but decently. In that middle room, the grandmother used to be with the 4 children. There they used to cook, sleep, receive their visitors, and even dance. This was Putohin's own room. He had a table in it, at which he used to work doing private jobs, copying parts for the theater, advertisements, and so on. This room on the right was let to his lodger, Yegorich, a locksmith, steady fellow, but given to drink. He was always too hot, and so used to go about in his waistcoat and barefoot. Yegorich used to mend locks, pistols, children's bicycles, would not refuse to mend cheap clocks and make skates for a quarter ruble. But he despised that work, and looked on himself as a specialist in musical instruments. Amongst the litter of steel and iron on his table, there was always to be seen a concertina with a broken key, or a trumpet with its sides bent in. He paid Putohin 2.5 rubles for his room. He was always at his work table, and only came out to thrust some piece of iron into the stove. On the rare occasions when I went into that flat in the evening, this was always the picture I came upon. Putohin would be sitting at his little table, copying something. His mother and his wife, a thin woman with an exhausted-looking face, were sitting near the lamp, sewing. Yegorich would be making a rasping sound with his file. And the hot, still smoldering embers in the stove filled the room with heat and fumes. The heavy air smelt of cabbage soup, swaddling clothes, and Yegorich. It was poor and stuffy, but the working-class faces, the children's little drawers hung up along by the stove, Yegorich's bits of iron had yet an air of peace, friendliness, content. In the corridor outside, the children raced about with well-combed heads, merry and profoundly convinced that everything was satisfactory in this world, and would be so endlessly that one had only to say one's prayers every morning and at bedtime. Now imagine in the midst of that same room, 2 paces from the stove, the coffin in which Putohin's wife is lying. There is no husband whose wife will live forever, but there was something special about this death. When, during the requiem service, I glanced at the husband's grave face, at his stern eyes, I thought, "Oh ho, brother." It seemed to me that he himself, his children, the grandmother and Yegorich, were already marked down by that unseen being which lived with them in that flat. I am a thoroughly superstitious man, perhaps, because I am a house owner and for 40 years have had to do with lodgers. I believe if you don't win at cards from the beginning, you will go on losing to the end. When fate wants to wipe you and your family off the face of the earth, it remains inexorable in its persecution, and the first misfortune is commonly only the first of a long series. Misfortunes are like stones. One stone has only to drop from a high cliff for others to be set rolling after it. In short, as I came away from the requiem service at Putohin's, I believed that he and his family were in a bad way. And in fact, a week afterwards the notary quite unexpectedly dismissed Putohin and engaged a young lady in his place. And would you believe it, Putohin was not so much put out at the loss of his job as at being superseded by a young lady and not by a man. Why a young lady? He so resented this that on his return home he thrashed his children, swore at his mother, and got drunk. Yegorich got drunk too, to keep him company. Putohin brought me the rent, but did not apologize this time, though it was 18 days overdue, and said nothing when he took the receipt from me. The following month the rent was brought by his mother. She only brought me half, and promised to bring the remainder a week later. The 3rd month, I did not get a farthing, and the porter complained to me that the lodgers in number 23 were not behaving like gentlemen. These were ominous symptoms. Picture this scene. A somber Petersburg morning looks in at the dingy windows. By the stove, the granny is pouring out the children's tea. Only the eldest, Vasya, drinks out of a glass. For the others, the tea is poured out into saucers. Yegorich is squatting on his heels before the stove, thrusting a bit of iron into the fire. His head is heavy and his eyes are lusterless from yesterday's drinking bout. he sighs and groans, trembles and coughs. He has quite put me off the right way, the devil, he grumbles. He drinks himself and leads others into sin. Pudohin sits in his room, on the bedstead from which the bedclothes and the pillows have long ago disappeared, and with his hands straying in his hair, looks blankly at the floor at his feet. He is tattered, unkempt, and ill. "Drink it up, make haste, or you will be late for school," the old woman urges on Vasya, "and it's time for me, too, to go and scrub the floors for the Jews." The old woman is the only one in the flat who does not lose heart. She thinks of old times and goes out to hard, dirty work. On Fridays, she scrubs the floors for the Jews at the crockery shop. On Saturdays, she goes out washing for shopkeepers. And on Sundays, she is racing about the town from morning to night, trying to find ladies who will help her. Every day she has work of some sort. She washes and scrubs, and is by turns a midwife, a matchmaker, or a beggar. It is true she, too, is not disinclined to drown her sorrows, but even when she has had a drop, she does not forget her duties. In Russia, there are many such tough old women, and how much of its welfare rests upon them. When he has finished his tea, Vasya packs up his books in a satchel and goes behind the stove. His greatcoat ought to be hanging there beside his granny's clothes. A minute later, he comes out from behind the stove and asks, "Where is my greatcoat?" The grandmother and the other children look for the greatcoat together. They waste a long time in looking for it, but the greatcoat has utterly vanished. Where is it? The grandmother and Vasya are pale and frightened. Even Yegorich is surprised. Pudohin is the only one who does not move. Though he is quick to notice anything irregular or disorderly, this time he makes a pretense of hearing and seeing nothing. That is suspicious. "He's sold it for drink," Yegorich declares. Pudohin says nothing, so it is the truth. Vasya is overcome with horror. His greatcoat, his splendid greatcoat, made of his dead mother's cloth dress with a splendid calico lining, gone for drink at the tavern. And with the greatcoat is gone too, of course, the blue pencil that lay in the pocket and the notebook with Nota Bene in gold letters on it. There's another pencil with India rubber stuck into the notebook, and besides that there are transfer pictures lying in it. Vasya would like to cry, but to cry is impossible. If his father, who has a headache, heard crying, he would shout, stamp with his feet, and begin fighting, and after drinking he fights horribly. Granny would stand up for Vasya, and his father would strike Granny too. It would end in Yegorich getting mixed up in it too, clutching at his father and falling on the floor with him. The two would roll on the floor, struggling together and gasping with drunken animal fury, and Granny would cry, the children would scream, the neighbors would send for the porter. No, better not cry. Because he mustn't cry or give vent to his indignation aloud, Vasya moans, wrings his hands and moves his legs convulsively, or biting his sleeve shakes it with his teeth as a dog does a hare. His eyes are frantic, and his face is distorted with despair. Looking at him, his granny all at once takes the shawl off her head, and she too makes queer movements with her arms and legs in silence, with her eyes fixed on a point in the distance. And at that moment, I believe there is a definite certainty in the minds of the boy and the old woman that their life is ruined, that there is no hope. Pudohin hears no crying, but he can see it all from his room. When half an hour later Vasya sets off to school, wrapped in his grandmother's shawl, he goes out with a face I will not undertake to describe and walks after him. He longs to call the boy, to comfort him, to beg his forgiveness, to promise him on his word of honor, to call his dead mother to witness. But instead of words, sobs break from him. It is a gray, cold morning. When he reaches the town school, Vasya untwists his granny's shawl and goes into the school with nothing over his jacket for fear the boys should say he looks like a woman. And when he gets home, Pudohin sobs, mutters some incoherent words, bows down to the ground before his mother and Yegorich and the locksmith's table. Then, recovering himself a little, he runs to me and begs me breathlessly, for God's sake, to find him some job. I give him hopes, of course. "At last I am myself again," he said. "It's high time, indeed, to come to my senses. I've made a beast of myself, and now it's over." He is delighted and thanks me, while I, who have studied these gentry thoroughly during the years I have owned the house, look at him, and am tempted to say, "It's too late, dear fellow, you are a dead man already." From me, Pudohin runs to the town school. There he paces up and down, waiting till his boy comes out. "I say, Vasya," he says joyfully when the boy at last comes out, "I have just been promised a job. Wait a bit, I will buy you a splendid fur coat. I'll send you to the high school, do you understand? To the high school, I'll make a gentleman of you, and I won't drink any more. On my honor, I won't. And he has intense faith in the bright future. But the evening comes on. The old woman, coming back from the Jews with 20 kopecks, exhausted and aching all over, sets to work to wash the children's clothes. Vasya is sitting doing a sum. Yegorich is not working. Thanks to Putohin, he has got into the way of drinking and is feeling at the moment an overwhelming desire for drink. It's hot and stuffy in the room. Steam rises in clouds from the tub where the old woman is washing. Are we going? Yegorich asks surlily. My lodger does not answer. After his excitement, he feels insufferably dreary. He struggles with the desire to drink, with acute depression and of course, depression gets the best of it. It is a familiar story. Towards night, Yegorich and Putohin go out, and in the morning Vasya cannot find Granny's shawl. That is the drama that took place in that flat. After selling the shawl for drink, Putohin did not come home again, where he disappeared to I don't know. After he disappeared, the old woman first got drunk, then took to her bed. She was taken to the hospital, the younger children were fetched by relations of some sort, and Vasya went into the wash house here. In the daytime, he handed the irons, and at night fetched the beer. When he was turned out of the wash house, he went into the service of one of the young ladies, used to run about at night on errands of some sort, and began to be spoken of as a dangerous customer. What has happened to him since I don't know. And in this room, here a street musician lived for 10 years. When he died, they found 20,000 rubles in his feather bed. In Passion Week. Go along, they are ringing already. And mind, don't be naughty in church or God will punish you. My mother thrusts a few copper coins upon me, and, instantly forgetting about me, runs into the kitchen with an iron that needs reheating. I know well that after confession I shall not be allowed to eat or drink, and so, before leaving the house, I force myself to eat a crust of white bread and to drink 2 glasses of water. It is quite spring in the street. The roads are all covered with brownish slush, in which future paths are already beginning to show. The roofs and sidewalks are dry. The fresh young green is piercing through the rotting grass of last year under the fences. In the gutters there is the merry gurgling and foaming of dirty water, in which the sunbeams do not disdain to bathe. Chips, straws, the husks of sunflower seeds are carried rapidly along in the water, whirling round and sticking in the dirty foam. Where are those chips swimming to? It may well be that from the gutter they may pass into the river, from the river into the sea, and from the sea into the ocean. I try to imagine to myself that long, terrible journey, but my fancy stops short before reaching the sea. A cabman drives by. He clicks to his horse, tugs at the reins, and does not see that 2 street urchins are hanging on the back of his cab. I should like to join them, but think of confession, and the street urchins begin to seem to me great sinners. They will be asked on the day of judgment, "Why did you play pranks and deceive the poor cabman?" I think. They will begin to defend themselves, but evil spirits will seize them and drag them to fire everlasting. But if they obey their parents and give the beggars a kopeck each, or a roll, God will have pity on them and will let them into paradise. The church porch is dry and bathed in sunshine. There is not a soul in it. I open the door irresolutely and go into the church. Here, in the twilight which seems to me thick and gloomy as at no other time, I am overcome by the sense of sinfulness and insignificance. What strikes the eye first of all is a huge crucifix, and on one side of it the Mother of God, and on the other, Saint John the Divine. The candelabra and the candlestands are draped in black mourning covers, the lamps glimmer dimly and faintly, and the sun seems intentionally to pass by the church windows. The Mother of God and the beloved disciple of Jesus Christ, depicted in profile, gaze in silence at the insufferable agony and do not observe my presence. I feel that to them I am alien, superfluous, unnoticed, that I can be no help to them by word or deed, that I am a loathsome, dishonest boy, only capable of mischief, rudeness, and tale-bearing. I think of all the people I know, and they all seem to me petty, stupid, and wicked, and incapable of bringing one drop of relief to that intolerable sorrow which I now behold. The twilight of the church grows darker and more gloomy, and the Mother of God and Saint John look lonely and forlorn to me. Prokofy Ignatich, a veteran soldier, the church verger's assistant, is standing behind the candle cupboard. Raising his eyebrows and stroking his beard, he explains in a half-whisper to an old woman, "Matins will be in the evening today, directly after Vespers, and they will ring for the hours tomorrow between 7 and 8. Do you understand? Between 7 and 8. Between the two broad columns on the right, where the chapel of Varvara the martyr begins, those who are going to confess stand beside the screen, awaiting their turn. And Mitka is there too, a ragged boy with his head hideously cropped, with ears that jut out and little spiteful eyes. He is the son of Nastasia the charwoman, and is a bully and a ruffian who snatches apples from the women's baskets and has more than once carried off my knuckle bones. He looks at me angrily, and I fancy takes a spiteful pleasure in the fact that he, not I, will first go behind the screen. I feel boiling over with resentment. I try not to look at him, and at the bottom of my heart, I am vexed that this wretched boy's sins will soon be forgiven. In front of him stands a grandly dressed, beautiful lady, wearing a hat with a white feather. She is noticeably agitated, is waiting in strained suspense, and one of her cheeks is flushed red with excitement. I wait for 5 minutes for 10. A well-dressed young man with a long, thin neck and rubber galoshes comes out from behind the screen. I begin dreaming how, when I am grown up, I will buy galoshes exactly like them. I certainly will. The lady shudders and goes behind the screen. It is her turn. In the crack between the two panels of the screen, I can see the lady go up to the lectern and bow down to the ground, then get up, and without looking at the priest, bow her head in anticipation. The priest stands with his back to the screen, and so I can only see his gray curly head, the chain of the cross on his chest, and his broad back. His face is not visible. Heaving a sigh and not looking at the lady, he begins speaking rapidly, shaking his head, alternately raising and dropping his whispering voice. The lady listens meekly as though conscious of guilt, answers meekly, and looks at the floor. In what way can she be sinful? I wonder, looking reverently at her gentle, beautiful face. God forgive her sins, God send her happiness. But now the priest covers her head with the stole, and I, unworthy priest, I hear his voice, "By his power given unto me, do forgive and absolve thee from all thy sins." The lady bows down to the ground, kisses the cross, and comes back. Both her cheeks are flushed now, but her face is calm and serene and cheerful. She is happy now, I think to myself, looking first at her and then at the priest who had forgiven her sins. But how happy the man must be who has the right to forgive sins. Now it is Mitka's turn, but a feeling of hatred for that young ruffian suddenly boils up in me. I want to go behind the screen before him. I want to be the first. Noticing my movement, he hits me on the head with his candle. I respond by doing the same, and, for half a minute, there is a sound of panting, and, as it were, of someone breaking candles. We are separated. My foe goes timidly up to the lectern, and bows down to the floor without bending his knees, but I do not see what happens after that. The thought that my turn is coming after Mitka's makes everything grow blurred and confused before my eyes. Mitka's protruding ears grow large and melt into his dark head, the priest sways, the floor seems to be undulating. The priest's voice is audible, and I, unworthy priest. Now I too move behind the screen. I do not feel the ground under my feet, it is as though I were walking on air. I go up to the lectern, which is taller than I am. For a minute I have a glimpse of the indifferent, exhausted face of the priest. But after that I see nothing but his sleeve with its blue lining, the cross, and the edge of the lectern. I am conscious of the close proximity of the priest, the smell of his cassock. I hear his stern voice, and my cheek turned towards him begins to burn. I am so troubled that I miss a great deal that he says, but I answer his questions sincerely in an unnatural voice, not my own. I think of the forlorn figures of the Holy Mother and Saint John the Divine, the crucifix, my mother, and I want to cry and beg forgiveness. "What is your name?" the priest asks me, covering my head with the soft stole. How light-hearted I am now, with joy in my soul. I have no sins now, I am holy, I have the right to enter paradise. I fancy that I already smell like the cassock. I go from behind the screen to the deacon to enter my name and sniff at my sleeves. The dusk of the church no longer seems gloomy, and I look indifferently, without malice, at Mitka. "What is your name?" the deacon asks. "Fedia." "And your name from your father?" I don't know. What is your papa's name? Ivan Petrovich. And your surname? I make no answer. How old are you? Nearly 9. When I get home, I go to bed quickly, that I may not see them eating supper, and shutting my eyes, dream of how fine it would be to endure martyrdom at the hands of some Herod or Dioscorus, to live in the desert, and like Saint Seraphim, feed the bears, live in a cell, and eat nothing but holy bread, give my property to the poor, go on a pilgrimage to Kiev. I hear them laying the table in the dining room. They are going to have supper. They will eat salad, cabbage pies, fried and baked fish. How hungry I am. I would consent to endure any martyrdom, to live in the desert without my mother, to feed bears out of my own hands, if only I might first eat just one cabbage pie. Lord, purify me a sinner, I pray, covering my head over. Guardian angel, save me from the unclean spirit. The next day, Thursday, I wake up with my heart as pure and clean as a fine spring day. I go gaily and boldly into the church, feeling that I am a communicant, that I have a splendid and expensive shirt on, made out of a silk dress left by my grandmother. In the church, everything has an air of joy, happiness, and spring. The faces of the Mother of God and Saint John the Divine are not so sorrowful as yesterday. The faces of the communicants are radiant with hope, and it seems as though all the past is forgotten, all is forgiven. Mitka, too, has combed his hair and is dressed in his best. I look gaily at his protruding ears, and to show that I have nothing against him, I say, "You look nice today, and if your hair did not stand up so, and you weren't so poorly dressed, everybody would think that your mother was not a washerwoman but a lady. Come to me at Easter, we will play knuckle bones." Mitka looks at me mistrustfully, and shakes his fist at me on the sly. And the lady I saw yesterday looks lovely. She is wearing a light blue dress and a big sparkling brooch in the shape of a horseshoe. I admire her, and think that, when I am grown up, I will certainly marry a woman like that, but remembering that getting married is shameful, I leave off thinking about it, and go into the choir where the deacon is already reading the hours. Whitebrow. A hungry she-wolf got up to go hunting. Her cubs, all 3 of them, were sound asleep, huddled in a heap and keeping each other warm. She licked them and went off. It was already March, a month of spring, but at night the trees snapped with the cold, as they do in December, and one could hardly put one's tongue out without its being nipped. The wolf mother was in delicate health and nervous. She started at the slightest sound, and kept hoping that no one would hurt the little ones at home while she was away. The smell of the tracks of men and horses, logs, piles of faggots, and the dark road with horse dung on it frightened her. It seemed to her that men were standing behind the trees in the darkness, and that dogs were howling somewhere beyond the forest. She was no longer young, and her scent had grown feebler, so that it sometimes happened that she took the track of a fox for that of a dog, and even at times lost her way, a thing that had never been in her youth. Owing to the weakness of her health, she no longer hunted calves and big sheep as she had in old days, and kept her distance now from mares with colts. She fed on nothing but carrion. Fresh meat she tasted very rarely, only in the spring when she would come upon a hare and take away her young, or make her way into a peasant's stall where there were lambs. Some 3 miles from her lair there stood a winter hut on the posting road. There lived the keeper Ignat, an old man of 70 who was always coughing and talking to himself. At night he was usually asleep, and by day he wandered about the forest with a single-barreled gun, whistling to the hares. He must have worked among machinery in early days, for before he stood still he always shouted to himself, "Stop the machine," and before going on, full speed. He had a huge black dog of indeterminate breed, called Arapka. When it ran too far ahead he used to shout to it, "Reverse action." Sometimes he used to sing, and as he did so staggered violently and often fell down. The wolf thought the wind blew him over and shouted, "Run off the rails." The wolf remembered that, in the summer and autumn, a ram and 2 ewes were pasturing near the winter hut, and when she had run by not so long ago she fancied that she had heard bleating in the stall. And now, as she got near the place, she reflected that it was already March, and by that time there would certainly be lambs in the stall. She was tormented by hunger. She thought with what greediness she would eat a lamb, and these thoughts made her teeth snap, and her eyes glitter in the darkness like 2 sparks of light. Ignat's hut, his barn, cattle stall, and well were surrounded by high snowdrifts. All was still. Arapka was, most likely, asleep in the barn. The wolf clambered over a snowdrift onto the stall and began scratching away the thatched roof with her paws and her nose. The straw was rotten and decaying, so that the wolf almost fell through. All at once a smell of warm steam, of manure, and of sheep's milk floated straight to her nostrils. Down below, a lamb, feeling the cold, bleated softly. Leaping through the hole, the wolf fell with her forepaws and chest on something soft and warm, probably a sheep. And at the same moment, something in the stall suddenly began whining, barking, and going off into a shrill little yap. The sheep huddled against the wall, and the wolf, frightened, snatched the first thing her teeth fastened on and dashed away. She ran at her utmost speed, while Arapka, who by now had scented the wolf, howled furiously, the frightened hens cackled, and Ignat, coming out into the porch, shouted, "Full speed, blow the whistle." And he whistled like a steam engine and then shouted, "Ho ho ho ho," and all this noise was repeated by the forest echo. When, little by little, it all died away, the wolf somewhat recovered herself and began to notice that the prey she held in her teeth and dragged along the snow was heavier and, as it were, harder than lambs usually were at that season, and it smelt somehow different and uttered strange sounds. The wolf stopped and laid her burden on the snow to rest and begin eating it, then all at once she leapt back in disgust. It was not a lamb, but a black puppy, with a big head and long legs of a large breed with a white patch on his brow like Arapka's. Judging from his manners, he was a simple, ignorant yard dog. He licked his crushed and wounded back and, as though nothing was the matter, wagged his tail and barked at the wolf. She growled like a dog and ran away from him. He ran after her. She looked round and snapped her teeth. He stopped in perplexity, and, probably deciding that she was playing with him, craned his head in the direction he had come from and went off into a shrill, gleeful bark, as though inviting his mother Arapka to play with him and the wolf. It was already getting light, and when the wolf reached her home in the thick aspen wood, each aspen tree could be seen distinctly, and the woodcocks were already awake, and the beautiful male birds often flew up, disturbed by the incautious gambols and barking of the puppy. "Why does he run after me?" thought the wolf with annoyance. "I suppose he wants me to eat him." She lived with her cubs in a shallow hole. 3 years before, a tall old pine tree had been torn up by the roots in a violent storm, and the hole had been formed by it. Now there were dead leaves and moss at the bottom, and around it lay bones and bullocks' horns, with which the little ones played. They were by now awake, and all 3 of them, very much alike, were standing in a row at the edge of their hole, looking at their returning mother and wagging their tails. Seeing them, the puppy stopped a little way off and stared at them for a very long time. Seeing that they, too, were looking very attentively at him, he began barking angrily, as at strangers. By now it was daylight and the sun had risen, the snow sparkled all around, but still the puppy stood a little way off and barked. The cubs sucked their mother, pressing her thin belly with their paws, while she gnawed a horse's bone, dry and white. She was tormented by hunger, her head ached from the dog's barking, and she felt inclined to fall on the uninvited guest and tear him to pieces. At last the puppy was hoarse and exhausted. Seeing they were not afraid of him, and not even attending to him, he began somewhat timidly approaching the cubs, alternately squatting down and bounding a few steps forward. Now, by daylight, it was easy to have a good look at him. His white forehead was big, and on it was a hump such as is only seen on very stupid dogs. He had little blue, dingy-looking eyes, and the expression of his whole face was extremely stupid. When he reached the cubs, he stretched out his broad paws, laid his head upon them, and began. Niasmina, Nganga. The cubs did not understand what he meant, but they wagged their tails. Then the puppy gave one of the cubs a smack on its big head with his paw. The cub, too, gave him a smack on the head. The puppy stood sideways to him and looked at him askance, wagging his tail, then dashed off and ran round several times on the frozen snow. The cubs ran after him, he fell on his back and kicked up his legs, and all 3 of them fell upon him, squealing with delight, and began biting him, not to hurt but in play. The crows sat on the high pine tree and looked down on their struggle and were much troubled by it. They grew noisy and merry. The sun was hot, as though it were spring, and the woodcocks, continually flitting through the pine tree that had been blown down by the storm, looked as though made of emerald in the brilliant sunshine. As a rule, wolf mothers train their children to hunt by giving them prey to play with, and now watching the cubs chasing the puppy over the frozen snow and struggling with him, the mother thought, "Let them learn. When they had played long enough, the cubs went into the hole and lay down to sleep. The puppy howled a little from hunger, then he, too, stretched out in the sunshine. And when they woke up, they began playing again. All day long, and in the evening, the wolf mother was thinking how the lamb had bleated in the cattle shed the night before, and how it had smelt of sheep's milk, and she kept snapping her teeth from hunger, and never left off greedily gnawing the old bone, pretending to herself that it was the lamb. The cubs sucked their mother, and the puppy, who was hungry, ran round them and sniffed at the snow. "I'll eat him," the mother wolf decided. She went up to him, and he licked her nose and yapped at her, thinking that she wanted to play with him. In the past, she had eaten dogs, but the dogs smelt very doggy, and in the delicate state of her health, she could not endure the smell. She felt disgusted and walked away. Towards night it grew cold. The puppy felt depressed and went home. When the wolf cubs were fast asleep, their mother went out hunting again. As on the previous night, she was alarmed at every sound, and she was frightened by the stumps, the logs, the dark juniper bushes, which stood out singly and in the distance were like human beings. She ran on the ice-covered snow, keeping away from the road. All at once she caught a glimpse of something dark, far away on the road. She strained her eyes and ears. Yes, something really was walking on in front. She could even hear the regular thud of footsteps. Surely not a badger. Cautiously holding her breath and keeping always to one side, she overtook the dark patch, looked round, and recognized it. It was the puppy with the white brow, going with a slow, lingering step homewards. "If only he doesn't hinder me again," thought the wolf, and ran quickly on ahead. But the homestead was by now near. Again, she clambered on to the cattle shed by the snowdrift. The gap she had made yesterday had been already mended with straw, and 2 new rafters stretched across the roof. The wolf began rapidly working with her legs and nose, looking round to see whether the puppy were coming, but the smell of the warm steam and manure had hardly reached her nose before she heard a gleeful burst of barking behind her. It was the puppy. He leapt up to the wolf on the roof, then into the hole, and feeling himself at home in the warmth, recognizing his sheep, he barked louder than ever. Arapka woke up in the barn, and, scenting a wolf, howled. The hens began cackling, and by the time Ignat appeared in the porch with his single-barreled gun, the frightened wolf was already far away. "Fewite," whistled Ignat. "Fewite, full steam ahead." He pulled the trigger, the gun missed fire. He pulled the trigger again, it missed fire. He tried a third time and a great blaze of flame flew out of the barrel, and there was a deafening boom, boom. It kicked him violently on the shoulder, and taking his gun in one hand and his axe in the other, he went to see what the noise was about. A little later, he went back to the hut. What was it? A pilgrim, who was staying the night at the hut and had been awakened by the noise, asked in a husky voice. "It's all right," answered Ignat. "Nothing of consequence. Our Whitebrow has taken to sleeping with the sheep in the warm. Only he hasn't the sense to go in at the door, but always tries to wriggle in by the roof. The other night he tore a hole in the roof and went off on the spree, the rascal, and now he has come back and scratched away the roof again. Stupid dog." Yes, there is a spring snapped in his brain. "I do detest fools," sighed Ignat, clambering onto the stove. "Come, man of God, it's early yet to get up. Let us sleep full steam." In the morning he called Whitebrow, smacked him hard about the ears, and then showing him a stick, kept repeating to him, "Go in at the door, go in at the door, go in at the door." Kashtanka, a story I. Misbehavior. A young dog, a reddish mongrel, between a dachshund and a yard dog, very like a fox in face, was running up and down the pavement looking uneasily from side to side. From time to time she stopped and, whining and lifting first one chilled paw and then another, tried to make up her mind how it could have happened that she was lost. She remembered very well how she had passed the day, and how, in the end, she had found herself on this unfamiliar pavement. The day had begun by her master Luka Alexandrich's putting on his hat, taking something wooden under his arm wrapped up in a red handkerchief, and calling, "Kashtanka, come along." Hearing her name, the mongrel had come out from under the work table, where she slept on the shavings, stretched herself voluptuously, and run after her master. The people Luka Alexandrich worked for lived a very long way off, so that, before he could get to any one of them, the carpenter had several times to step into a tavern to fortify himself. Kashtanka remembered that on the way she had behaved extremely improperly. In her delight that she was being taken for a walk, she jumped about, dashed barking after the trains, ran into yards, and chased other dogs. The carpenter was continually losing sight of her, stopping and angrily shouting at her. Once he had, even with an expression of fury in his face, taken her fox-like ear in his fist, smacked her, and said emphatically, "Plague you take you, you pest." After having left the work where it had been bespoken, Luka Alexandrich went into his sister's, and there had something to eat and drink. From his sister's he had gone to see a bookbinder he knew, from the bookbinder's to a tavern, from the tavern to another crony's, and so on. In short, by the time Kashtanka found herself on the unfamiliar pavement, it was getting dusk, and the carpenter was as drunk as a cobbler. He was waving his arms and, breathing heavily, muttered, "In sin my mother bore me. Ah, sins, sins. Here now we are walking along the street and looking at the street lamps, but when we die, we shall burn in a fiery Gehenna." Or he fell into a good-natured tone, called Kashtanka to him, and said to her, "You, Kashtanka, are an insect of a creature, and nothing else. Beside a man, you are much the same as a joiner beside a cabinet-maker." While he talked to her in that way, there was suddenly a burst of music. Kashtanka looked round and saw that a regiment of soldiers was coming straight towards her. Unable to endure the music, which unhinged her nerves, she turned round and wailed. To her great surprise, the carpenter, instead of being frightened, whining and barking, gave a broad grin, drew himself up to attention, and saluted with all his 5 fingers. Seeing that her master did not protest, Kashtanka whined louder than ever and dashed across the road to the opposite pavement. When she recovered herself, the band was not playing and the regiment was no longer there. She ran across the road to the spot where she had left her master, but alas, the carpenter was no longer there. She dashed forward, then back again, and ran across the road once more, but the carpenter seemed to have vanished into the earth. Kashtanka began sniffing the pavement, hoping to find her master by the scent of his tracks, but some wretch had been that way just before in new rubber galoshes, and now all delicate scents were mixed with an acute stench of India rubber, so that it was impossible to make out anything. Kashtanka ran up and down and did not find her master, and meanwhile it had got dark. The street lamps were lighted on both sides of the road, and lights appeared in the windows. Big, fluffy snowflakes were falling and painting white the pavement, the horses' backs and the cabmen's caps, and the darker the evening grew the whiter were all these objects. Unknown customers kept walking incessantly to and fro, obstructing her field of vision and shoving against her with their feet. All mankind Kashtanka divided into 2 uneven parts, masters and customers. Between them there was an essential difference. The first had the right to beat her, and the second, she had the right to nip by the calves of their legs. These customers were hurrying off somewhere and paid no attention to her. When it got quite dark, Kashtanka was overcome by despair and horror. She huddled up in an entrance and began whining piteously. The long day's journeying with Luka Alexandrich had exhausted her, her ears and her paws were freezing, and, what was more, she was terribly hungry. Only twice in the whole day had she tasted a morsel. She had eaten a little paste at the bookbinder's, and in one of the taverns she had found a sausage skin on the floor, near the counter, that was all. If she had been a human being, she would have certainly thought, "No, it is impossible to live like this. I must shoot myself." Roman 2. A mysterious stranger. But she thought of nothing, she simply whined. When her head and back were entirely plastered over with the soft, feathery snow, and she had sunk into a painful doze of exhaustion, all at once the door of the entrance clicked, creaked, and struck her on the side. She jumped up. A man belonging to the class of customers came out. As Kashtanka whined and got under his feet, he could not help noticing her. He bent down to her and asked, "Doggy, where do you come from? Have I hurt you? Oh, poor thing, poor thing. Come, don't be cross, don't be cross. I am sorry." Kashtanka looked at the stranger through the snowflakes that hung on her eyelashes, and saw before her a short, fat little man, with a plump, shaven face, wearing a top hat and a fur coat that swung open. "What are you whining for?" he went on, knocking the snow off her back with his fingers. "Where's your master? I suppose you are lost. Ah, poor doggy, what are we going to do now?" Catching in the stranger's voice a warm, cordial note, Kashtanka licked his hand and whined still more pitifully. "Oh, you nice funny thing," said the stranger. "A regular fox. Well, there's nothing for it, you must come along with me. Perhaps you will be of use for something. Well." He clicked with his lips and made a sign to Kashtanka with his hand, which could only mean one thing. "Come along," Kashtanka went. Not more than half an hour later, she was sitting on the floor in a big, light room, and leaning her head against her side, was looking with tenderness and curiosity at the stranger who was sitting at the table dining. He ate and threw pieces to her. At first he gave her bread and the green rind of cheese, then a piece of meat, half a pie and chicken bones, while through hunger she ate so quickly that she had not time to distinguish the taste, and the more she ate, the more acute was the feeling of hunger. "Your masters don't feed you properly," said the stranger, seeing with what ferocious greediness she swallowed the morsels without munching them. "And how thin you are, nothing but skin and bones." Kashtanka ate a great deal and yet did not satisfy her hunger, but was simply stupefied with eating. After dinner, she lay down in the middle of the room, stretched her legs, and, conscious of an agreeable weariness all over her body, wagged her tail. While her new master, lounging in an easy chair, smoked a cigar, she wagged her tail and considered the question, whether it was better at the stranger's or at the carpenter's. The stranger's surroundings were poor and ugly. Besides the easy chairs, the sofa, the lamps, and the rugs, there was nothing, and the room seemed empty. At the carpenter's, the whole place was stuffed full of things. He had a table, a bench, a heap of shavings, planes, chisels, saws, a cage with a goldfinch, a basin. The stranger's room smelt of nothing, while there was always a thick fog in the carpenter's room and a glorious smell of glue, varnish, and shavings. On the other hand, the stranger had one great superiority: he gave her a great deal to eat, and to do him full justice, when Kashtanka sat facing the table and looking wistfully at him, he did not once hit or kick her, and did not once shout, "Go away, damned brute." When he had finished his cigar, her new master went out, and a minute later came back, holding a little mattress in his hands. "Hey, you dog, come here," he said, laying the mattress in the corner near the dog. "Lie down here, go to sleep." Then he put out the lamp and went away. Kashtanka lay down on the mattress and shut her eyes. The sound of a bark rose from the street, and she would have liked to answer it, but all at once she was overcome with unexpected melancholy. She thought of Luka Alexandrich, of his son Fedyushka, and her snug little place under the bench. She remembered on the long winter evenings, when the carpenter was planing or reading the paper aloud, Fedyushka usually played with her. He used to pull her from under the bench by her hind legs and play such tricks with her that she saw green before her eyes and ached in every joint. He would make her walk on her hind legs, use her as a bell, that is, shake her violently by the tail so that she squealed and barked, and give her tobacco to sniff. The following trick was particularly agonizing. Fedyushka would tie a piece of meat to a thread and give it to Kashtanka, and then, when she had swallowed it, he would, with a loud laugh, pull it back again from her stomach, and the more lurid were her memories, the more loudly and miserably Kashtanka whined. But soon exhaustion and warmth prevailed over melancholy. She began to fall asleep. Dogs ran by in her imagination, among them a shaggy old poodle, whom she had seen that day in the street with a white patch on his eye and tufts of wool by his nose. Fedyushka ran after the poodle with a chisel in his hand, then all at once he too was covered with shaggy wool and began merrily barking beside Kashtanka. Kashtanka and he good-naturedly sniffed each other's noses and merrily ran down the street. Roman 3. New and very agreeable acquaintances. When Kashtanka woke up, it was already light, and a sound rose from the street, such as only comes in the daytime. There was not a soul in the room. Kashtanka stretched, yawned, and cross and ill-humored walked about the room. She sniffed the corners and the furniture, looked into the passage, and found nothing of interest there. Besides the door that led into the passage, there was another door. After thinking, a little Kashtanka scratched on it with both paws, opened it, and went into the adjoining room. Here on the bed, covered with a rug, a customer, in whom she recognized the stranger of yesterday, lay asleep. Ar-ar-ar-ar-ar. She growled, but recollecting yesterday's dinner, wagged her tail and began sniffing. She sniffed the stranger's clothes and boots and thought they smelt of horses. In the bedroom was another door, also closed. Kashtanka scratched at the door, leaned her chest against it, opened it, and was instantly aware of a strange and very suspicious smell. Foreseeing an unpleasant encounter, growling and looking about her, Kashtanka walked into a little room with a dirty wallpaper and drew back in alarm. She saw something surprising and terrible. A gray gander came straight towards her, hissing, with its neck bowed down to the floor and its wings outspread. Not far from him, on a little mattress, lay a white tomcat, Seeing Kashtanka, he jumped up, arched his back, wagged his tail with his hair standing on end, and he, too, hissed at her. The dog was frightened in earnest, but not caring to betray her alarm, began barking loudly and dashed at the cat. The cat arched his back more than ever, mewed, and gave Kashtanka a smack on the head with his paw. Kashtanka jumped back, squatted on all four paws, and craning her nose towards the cat, went off into loud, shrill barks. Meanwhile, the gander came up behind and gave her a painful peck in the back. Kashtanka leapt up and dashed at the gander. "What's this?" They heard a loud, angry voice, and the stranger came into the room in his dressing gown, with a cigar between his teeth. "What's the meaning of this? To your places." He went up to the cat, flicked him on his arched back, and said, "Fyodor Timofeyich, what's the meaning of this? Have you got up a fight? Ah, you old rascal, lie down." And turning to the gander, he shouted, "Ivan Ivanitch, go home." The cat obediently lay down on his mattress and closed his eyes. Judging from the expression of his face and whiskers, he was displeased with himself for having lost his temper and got into a fight. Kashtanka began whining resentfully, while the gander craned his neck and began saying something rapidly, excitedly, distinctly, but quite unintelligibly. All right," said his master, yawning. "You must live in peace and friendship." He stroked Kashtanka and went on, "And you, red hair, don't be frightened. They are capital company, they won't annoy you. Stay, what are we to call you? You can't go on without a name, my dear." The stranger thought a moment and said, "I tell you what, you shall be Auntie. Do you understand, Auntie?" And repeating the word Auntie several times, he went out. Kashtanka sat down and began watching. The cat sat motionless on his little mattress and pretended to be asleep. The gander, craning his neck and stamping, went on talking rapidly and excitedly about something. Apparently it was a very clever gander. After every long tirade, he always stepped back with an air of wonder and made a show of being highly delighted with his own speech. Listening to him and answering RRRR, Kashtanka fell to sniffing the corners. In one of the corners, she found a little trough in which she saw some soaked peas and a sop of rye crusts. She tried the peas. They were not nice. She tried the sopped bread and began eating it. The gander was not at all offended that the strange dog was eating his food, but on the contrary, talked even more excitedly, and to show his confidence went to the trough and ate a few peas himself. Roman 4. Marvels on a hurdle. A little while afterwards the stranger came in again, and brought a strange thing with him, like a hurdle, or like the figure Roman 2. On the crosspiece on the top of this roughly made wooden frame hung a bell, and a pistol was also tied to it. There were strings from the tongue of the bell and the trigger of the pistol. The stranger put the frame in the middle of the room, spent a long time tying and untying something, then looked at the gander and said, "Ivan Ivanitch, if you please." The gander went up to him and stood in an expectant attitude. "Now then," said the stranger, "let us begin at the very beginning. First of all, bow and make a curtsy. Look sharp." Ivan Ivanitch craned his neck, nodded in all directions, and scraped with his foot. "Right, bravo, now die." The gander lay on his back and stuck his legs in the air. After performing a few more similar, unimportant tricks, the stranger suddenly clutched at his head and, assuming an expression of horror, shouted, "Help! Fire! We are burning!" Ivan Ivanitch ran to the frame, took the string in his beak, and set the bell ringing. The stranger was very much pleased. He stroked the gander's neck and said, "Bravo, Ivan Ivanitch. Now pretend that you are a jeweler selling gold and diamonds. Imagine now that you go to your shop and find thieves there. What would you do in that case?" The gander took the other string in his beak and pulled it, and at once a deafening report was heard. Kashtanka was highly delighted with the bell ringing, and the shot threw her into so much ecstasy that she ran round the frame barking. "Auntie, lie down," cried the stranger. "Be quiet." Ivan Ivanitch's task was not ended with the shooting. For a whole hour afterwards the stranger drove the gander round him on a cord, cracking a whip, and the gander had to jump over barriers and through hoops. He had to rear, that is, sit on his tail and wave his legs in the air. Kashtanka could not take her eyes off Ivan Ivanitch, wriggled with delight, and several times fell to running after him with shrill barks. After exhausting the gander and himself, the stranger wiped the sweat from his brow and cried, "Marya, fetch Havranya Ivanovna here." A minute later there was the sound of grunting. Kashtanka growled, assumed a very valiant air, and to be on the safe side went nearer to the stranger. The door opened, an old woman looked in and, saying something, led in a black and very ugly sow. Paying no attention to Kashtanka's growls, the sow lifted up her little hoof and grunted good-humoredly. Apparently it was very agreeable to her to see her master, the cat, and Ivan Ivanitch. When she went up to the cat and gave him a light tap on the stomach with her hoof, and then made some remark to the gander, a great deal of good nature was expressed in her movements and the quivering of her tail. Kashtanka realized at once that to growl and bark at such a character was useless. The master took away the frame and cried, "Fyodor Timofeyitch, if you please." The cat stretched lazily, and reluctantly, as though performing a duty, went up to the sow. "Come, let us begin with the Egyptian pyramid," began the master. He spent a long time explaining something, then gave the word of command, 1, 2, 3. At the word 3, Ivan Ivanitch flapped his wings and jumped onto the sow's back. When balancing himself with his wings and his neck, he got a firm foothold on the bristly back. Fyodor Timofeyitch listlessly and lazily, with manifest disdain, and with an air of scorning his art and not caring a pin for it, climbed onto the sow's back, then reluctantly mounted onto the gander, and stood on his hind legs. The result was what the stranger called the Egyptian pyramid. Kashtanka yapped with delight, but at that moment the old cat yawned and, losing his balance, rolled off the gander. Ivan Ivanitch lurched and fell off too. The stranger shouted, waved his hands, and began explaining something again. After spending an hour over the pyramid, their indefatigable master proceeded to teach Ivan Ivanitch to ride on the cat, then began to teach the cat to smoke, and so on. The lesson ended in the stranger's wiping the sweat off his brow and going away. Fyodor Timofeyitch gave a disdainful sniff, lay down on his mattress, and closed his eyes. Ivan Ivanitch went to the trough, and the pig was taken away by the old woman. Thanks to the number of her new impressions, Kashtanka hardly noticed how the day passed, and in the evening she was installed with her mattress in the room with the dirty wallpaper, and spent the night in the society of Fyodor Timofeyitch and the gander. Talent. A month passed. Kashtanka had grown used to having a nice dinner every evening and being called auntie. She had grown used to the stranger too, and to her new companions. Life was comfortable and easy. Every day began in the same way. As a rule, Ivan Ivanitch was the first to wake up, and at once went up to auntie or to the cat, twisting his neck and beginning to talk excitedly and persuasively, but, as before, unintelligibly. Sometimes he would crane up his head in the air and utter a long monologue. At first Kashtanka thought he talked so much because he was very clever, but after a little time had passed, she lost all her respect for him. When he went up to her with his long speeches, she no longer wagged her tail, but treated him as a tiresome chatterbox, who would not let anyone sleep, and without the slightest ceremony, answered him with RRRR. Fyodor Timofeyitch was a gentleman of a very different sort. When he woke, he did not utter a sound, did not stir, and did not even open his eyes. He would have been glad not to wake, for, as was evident, he was not greatly in love with life. Nothing interested him, he showed an apathetic and nonchalant attitude to everything. He disdained everything, and even while eating his delicious dinner, sniffed contemptuously. When she woke, Kashtanka began walking about the room and sniffing the corners. She and the cat were the only ones allowed to go all over the flat. The gander had not the right to cross the threshold of the room with the dirty wallpaper, and Heranya Ivanovna lived somewhere in a little outhouse in the yard and made her appearance only during the lessons. Their master got up late, and immediately after drinking his tea began teaching them their tricks. Every day the frame, the whip, and the hoop were brought in, and every day almost the same performance took place. The lesson lasted 3 or 4 hours, so that sometimes Fyodor Timofeyitch was so tired that he staggered about like a drunken man, and Ivan Ivanitch opened his beak and breathed heavily, while their master became red in the face and could not mop the sweat from his brow fast enough. The lesson and the dinner made the day very interesting, but the evenings were tedious. As a rule, their master went off somewhere in the evening and took the cat and the gander with him. Left alone, Auntie lay down on her little mattress and began to feel sad. Melancholy crept on her imperceptibly and took possession of her by degrees, as darkness does of a room. It began with the dogs losing every inclination to bark, to eat, to run about the rooms, and even to look at things. Then vague figures, half dogs, half human beings, with countenances attractive, pleasant, but incomprehensible, would appear in her imagination. When they came, Auntie wagged her tail, and it seemed to her that she had somewhere, at some time, seen them and loved them. And as she dropped asleep, she always felt that those figures smelt of glue shavings and varnish. When she had grown quite used to her new life, and from a thin, long mongrel had changed into a sleek, well-groomed dog, her master looked at her one day before the lesson and said, "It's high time, Auntie, to get to business. You have kicked up your heels in idleness long enough. I want to make an artiste of you. Do you want to be an artiste?" And he began teaching her various accomplishments. At the first lesson, he taught her to stand and walk on her hind legs, which she liked extremely. At the second lesson, she had to jump on her hind legs and catch some sugar, which her teacher held high above her head. After that, in the following lessons, she danced, ran tied to a cord, howled to music, rang the bell, and fired the pistol, and in a month could successfully replace Fyodor Timofeyich in the Egyptian pyramid. She learned very eagerly and was pleased with her own success, running with her tongue out on the cord, leaping through the hoop, and riding on old Fyodor Timofeyich gave her the greatest enjoyment. She accompanied every successful trick with a shrill, delighted bark, while her teacher wondered, was also delighted, and rubbed his hands. It's talent, he said. Unquestionable talent, you will certainly be successful." And Auntie grew so used to the word talent that every time her master pronounced it, she jumped up as if it had been her name. Roman 6. An uneasy night. Auntie had a doggy dream that a porter ran after her with a broom, and she woke up in a fright. It was quite dark and very stuffy in the room. The fleas were biting. Auntie had never been afraid of darkness before, but now, for some reason, she felt frightened and inclined to bark. Her master heaved a loud sigh in the next room, then soon afterwards the sow grunted in her sty, and then all was still again. When one thinks about eating, one's heart grows lighter, and Auntie began thinking how that day she had stolen the leg of a chicken from Fyodor Timofeyich, and had hidden it in the drawing room, between the cupboard and the wall, where there were a great many spiders' webs and a great deal of dust. Would it not be as well to go now, and look whether the chicken leg were still there or not? It was very possible that her master had found it and eaten it, but she must not go out of the room before morning. That was the rule. Auntie shut her eyes to go to sleep as quickly as possible, for she knew by experience that the sooner you go to sleep, the sooner the morning comes. But all at once there was a strange scream not far from her, which made her start and jump up on all four legs. It was Ivan Ivanitch, and his cry was not babbling and persuasive as usual, but a wild, shrill, unnatural scream like the squeak of a door opening. Unable to distinguish anything in the darkness, and not understanding what was wrong, Auntie felt still more frightened and growled, "Ar, ar, ar, ar." Some time passed. As long as it takes to eat a good bone, the scream was not repeated. Little by little Auntie's uneasiness passed off and she began to doze. She dreamed of two big black dogs with tufts of last year's coat left on their haunches and sides. They were eating out of a big basin some swill, from which there came a white steam and a most appetizing smell. From time to time they looked round at Auntie, showed their teeth and growled, "We are not going to give you any." But a peasant in a fur coat ran out of the house and drove them away with a whip. Then Auntie went up to the basin and began eating, but as soon as the peasant went out of the gate, the two black dogs rushed at her growling, and all at once there was again a shrill scream. "Kg, kgg," cried Ivan Ivanitch. Auntie woke, jumped up, and without leaving her mattress, went off into a yelping bark. It seemed to her that it was not Ivan Ivanitch that was screaming but someone else, and for some reason the sow again grunted in her sty. Then there was the sound of shuffling slippers, and the master came into the room in his dressing gown with a candle in his hand. The flickering light danced over the dirty wallpaper and the ceiling and chased away the darkness. Auntie saw that there was no stranger in the room. Ivan Ivanitch was sitting on the floor and was not asleep. His wings were spread out and his beak was open, and altogether he looked as though he were very tired and thirsty. Old Fyodor Timofeyich was not asleep either. He, too, must have been awakened by the scream. "Ivan Ivanitch, what's the matter with you?" the master asked the gander. "Why are you screaming? Are you ill?" The gander did not answer. The master touched him on the neck, stroked his back, and said, "You are a queer chapter, you don't sleep yourself, and you don't let other people." When the master went out, carrying the candle with him, there was darkness again. Auntie felt frightened. The gander did not scream, but again she fancied that there was some stranger in the room. What was most dreadful was that this stranger could not be bitten, as he was unseen and had no shape. And for some reason she thought that something very bad would certainly happen that night. Fyodor Timofeyich was uneasy too. Auntie could hear him shifting on his mattress, yawning and shaking his head. Somewhere in the street there was a knocking at a gate, and the sow grunted in her sty. Auntie began to whine, stretched out her front paws, and laid her head down upon them. She fancied that in the knocking at the gate, in the grunting of the sow, who was for some reason awake, in the darkness and the stillness, there was something as miserable and dreadful as in Ivan Ivanitch's scream. Everything was in agitation and anxiety, but why? Who was the stranger who could not be seen? Then two dim flashes of green gleamed for a minute near Auntie. It was Fyodor Timofeyich, for the first time of their whole acquaintance, coming up to her. What did he want? Auntie licked his paw, and not asking why he had come, howled softly and on various notes. "KG," cried Ivan Ivanitch, "KG." The door opened again, and the master came in with a candle. The gander was sitting in the same attitude as before, with his beak open, and his wings spread out. His eyes were closed. "Ivan Ivanitch," his master called him. The gander did not stir. His master sat down before him on the floor, looked at him in silence for a minute, and said, "Ivan Ivanitch, what is it? Are you dying? Oh, I remember now, I remember," he cried out and clutched at his head. "I know why it is. It's because the horse stepped on you today. My God, my God." Auntie did not understand what her master was saying, but she saw from his face that he, too, was expecting something dreadful. She stretched out her head towards the dark window, where it seemed to her some stranger was looking in, and howled. "He is dying, Auntie," said her master, and wrung his hands. "Yes, yes, he is dying. Death has come into your room. What are we to do?" Pale and agitated, the master went back into his room, sighing and shaking his head. Auntie was afraid to remain in the darkness and followed her master into his bedroom. He sat down on the bed and repeated several times, "My God, what's to be done?" Auntie walked about round his feet, and not understanding why she was wretched and why they were all so uneasy, and trying to understand, watched every movement he made. Fyodor Timofeyich, who rarely left his little mattress, came into the master's bedroom too, and began rubbing himself against his feet. He shook his head, as though he wanted to shake painful thoughts out of it, and kept peeping suspiciously under the bed. The master took a saucer, poured some water from his washstand into it, and went to the gander again. "Drink, Ivan Ivanitch," he said tenderly, setting the saucer before him. "Drink, darling." But Ivan Ivanitch did not stir and did not open his eyes. His master bent his head down to the saucer and dipped his beak into the water, but the gander did not drink. He spread his wings wider than ever, and his head remained lying in the saucer. "No, there's nothing to be done now," sighed his master. "It's all over. Ivan Ivanitch is gone." And shining drops, such as one sees on the window pane when it rains, trickled down his cheeks. Not understanding what was the matter, Auntie and Fyodor Timofeyich snuggled up to him and looked with horror at the gander. "Poor Ivan Ivanitch," said the master, sighing mournfully. "And I was dreaming I would take you in the spring into the country and would walk with you on the green grass. Dear creature, my good comrade, you are no more. How shall I do without you now?" It seemed to Auntie that the same thing would happen to her, that is, that she too, there was no knowing why, would close her eyes, stretch out her paws, open her mouth, and everyone would look at her with horror. Apparently the same reflections were passing through the brain of Fyodor Timofeyich. Never before had the old cat been so morose and gloomy. It began to get light, and the unseen stranger who had so frightened Auntie was no longer in the room. When it was quite daylight, the porter came in, took the gander, and carried him away. And soon afterwards the old woman came in and took away the trough. Auntie went into the drawing room and looked behind the cupboard. Her master had not eaten the chicken bone. It was lying in its place among the dust and spiders' webs. But Auntie felt sad and dreary and wanted to cry. She did not even sniff at the bone, but went under the sofa, sat down there, and began softly whining in a thin voice. Roman 7. An unsuccessful debut. One fine evening, the master came into the room with the dirty wallpaper, and, rubbing his hands, said, "Well," he meant to say something more, but went away without saying it. Auntie, who during her lessons had thoroughly studied his face and intonations, divined that he was agitated, anxious, and, she fancied, angry. Soon afterwards he came back and said, "Today I shall take with me Auntie and Fyodor Timofeyich. Today, Auntie, you will take the place of poor Ivan Ivanitch in the Egyptian pyramid. Goodness knows how it will be. Nothing is ready, nothing has been thoroughly studied, there have been few rehearsals. We shall be disgraced, we shall come to grief." Then he went out again, and a minute later came back in his fur coat and top hat. Going up to the cat, he took him by the forepaws and put him inside the front of his coat, while Fyodor Timofeyich appeared completely unconcerned and did not even trouble to open his eyes. To him, it was apparently a matter of absolute indifference whether he remained lying down or were lifted up by his paws, whether he rested on his mattress or under his master's fur coat. "Come along, Auntie," said her master. Wagging her tail and understanding nothing, Auntie followed him. A minute later she was sitting in a sledge by her master's feet and heard him, shrinking with cold and anxiety, mutter to himself, "We shall be disgraced, we shall come to grief." The sledge stopped at a big, strange-looking house, like a soup ladle turned upside down. The long entrance to this house, with its 3 glass doors, was lighted up with a dozen brilliant lamps. The doors opened with a resounding noise and, like jaws, swallowed up the people who were moving to and fro at the entrance. There were a great many people. Horses, too, often ran up to the entrance, but no dogs were to be seen. The master took Auntie in his arms and thrust her in his coat, where Fyodor Timofeyich already was. It was dark and stuffy there, but warm. For an instant 2 green sparks flashed at her. It was the cat, who opened his eyes on being disturbed by his neighbor's cold, rough paws. Auntie licked his ear and, trying to settle herself as comfortably as possible, moved uneasily, crushed him under her cold paws, and casually poked her head out from under the coat, but at once growled angrily and tucked it in again. It seemed to her that she had seen a huge, badly lighted room full of monsters. From behind screens and gratings, which stretched on both sides of the room, horrible faces looked out. Faces of horses with horns, with long ears, and one fat, huge countenance with a tail instead of a nose, and 2 long gnawed bones sticking out of his mouth. The cat mewed huskily under Auntie's paws, but at that moment the coat was flung open, the master said, "Hop!" and Fyodor Timofeyich and Auntie jumped to the floor. They were now in a little room with gray plank walls. There was no other furniture in it but a little table with a looking-glass on it, a stool, and some rags hung about the corners, and instead of a lamp or candles, there was a bright fan-shaped light attached to a little pipe fixed in the wall. Fyodor Timofeyich licked his coat, which had been ruffled by Auntie, went under the stool, and lay down. Their master, still agitated and rubbing his hands, began undressing. He undressed as he usually did at home when he was preparing to get under the rug, that is, took off everything but his underlinen. Then he sat down on the stool, and, looking in the looking-glass, began playing the most surprising tricks with himself. First of all, he put on his head a wig, with a parting and with 2 tufts of hair standing up like horns. Then he smeared his face thickly with something white, and over the white color painted his eyebrows, his mustaches, and red on his cheeks. His antics did not end with that. After smearing his face and neck, he began putting himself into an extraordinary and incongruous costume, such as Auntie had never seen before, either in houses or in the street. Imagine very full trousers, made of chintz covered with big flowers, such as is used in working-class houses for curtains and covering furniture, trousers which buttoned up just under his armpits. One trouser leg was made of brown chintz, the other of bright yellow. Almost lost in these, he then put on a short chintz jacket with a big scalloped collar and a gold star on the back, stockings of different colors, and green slippers. Everything seemed going round before Auntie's eyes and in her soul. The white-faced, sack-like figure smelt like her master. Its voice, too, was the familiar master's voice. But there were moments when Auntie was tortured by doubts, and then she was ready to run away from the party-colored figure and to bark. The new place, the fan-shaped light, the smell, the transformation that had taken place in her masterall, this aroused in her a vague dread, and a foreboding that she would certainly meet with some horror, such as the big face with the tail instead of a nose. And then, somewhere through the wall, some hateful band was playing, and from time to time she heard an incomprehensible roar. Only one thing reassured her, that was the imperturbability of Fyodor Timofeyich. He dozed with the utmost tranquility under the stool, and did not open his eyes even when it was moved. A man in a dress coat and a white waistcoat peeped into the little room and said, "Miss Arabella has just gone on, after her you." Their master made no answer. He drew a small box from under the table, sat down, and waited. From his lips and his hands it could be seen that he was agitated, and Auntie could hear how his breathing came in gasps. "Monsieur George, come on," someone shouted behind the door. Their master got up and crossed himself 3 times, then took the cat from under the stool and put him in the box. "Come, Auntie," he said softly. Auntie, who could make nothing out of it, went up to his hands, he kissed her on the head and put her beside Fyodor Timofeyich. Then followed darkness. Auntie trampled on the cat, scratched at the walls of the box, and was so frightened that she could not utter a sound, while the box swayed and quivered as though it were on the waves. "Here we are again," her master shouted aloud. "Here we are again." Auntie felt that after that shout the box struck against something hard and left off swaying. There was a loud, deep roar, someone was being slapped, and that someone, probably the monster with the tail instead of a nose, roared and laughed so loud that the locks of the box trembled. In response to the roar, there came a shrill, squeaky laugh from her master, such as he never laughed at home. "Ha," he shouted, trying to shout above the roar. "Honored friends, I have only just come from the station. My grannies kicked the bucket and left me a fortune. There is something very heavy in the box. It must be gold, ha? Ha, I bet there's 1,000,000 here. We'll open it and look." The lock of the box clicked. The bright light dazzled Auntie's eyes. She jumped out of the box, and, deafened by the roar, ran quickly round her master and broke into a shrill bark. "Ha," exclaimed her master. "Uncle Fyodor Timofeyich, beloved aunt, dear relations, the devil take you." He fell on his stomach on the sand, seized the cat and Auntie, and fell to embracing them. While he held Auntie tight in his arms, she glanced round into the world into which fate had brought her, and, impressed by its immensity, was for a minute dumbfounded with amazement and delight, then jumped out of her master's arms, and to express the intensity of her emotions, whirled round and round on one spot like a top. This new world was big and full of bright light. Wherever she looked, on all sides, from floor to ceiling, there were faces, 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 and nothing else. "Auntie, I beg you to sit down," shouted her master. Remembering what that meant, Auntie jumped onto a chair and sat down. She looked at her master. His eyes looked at her gravely and kindly as always, but his face, especially his mouth and teeth, were made grotesque by a broad, immovable grin. He laughed, skipped about, twitched his shoulders, and made a show of being very merry in the presence of the thousands of faces. Auntie believed in his merriment. All at once felt all over her that those thousands of faces were looking at her, lifted up her fox-like head, and howled joyously. "You sit there, Auntie," her master said to her, "while Uncle and I will dance the Kamarinsky." Fyodor Timofeyich stood looking about him indifferently, waiting to be made to do something silly. He danced listlessly, carelessly, sullenly, and one could see from his movements, his tail and his ears, that he had a profound contempt for the crowd, the bright light, his master and himself. When he had performed his allotted task, he gave a yawn and sat down. "Now, Auntie," said her master, "we'll have first a song and then a dance, shall we?" He took a pipe out of his pocket and began playing. Auntie, who could not endure music, began moving uneasily in her chair and howled. A roar of applause rose from all sides. Her master bowed, and when all was still again, went on playing. Just as he took one very high note, someone high up among the audience uttered a loud exclamation. "Auntie," cried a child's voice, "why, it's Kashtanka." "Kashtanka it is," declared a cracked drunken tenor. "Kashtanka, strike me dead, Fedyushka, it is Kashtanka. Kashtanka, here." Someone in the gallery gave a whistle, and 2 voices, one a boy's and one a man's, called loudly, "Kashtanka! Kashtanka!" Auntie started and looked where the shouting came from. 2 faces, one hairy, drunken and grinning, the other chubby, rosy-cheeked and frightened-looking, dazed her eyes as the bright light had dazed them before. She remembered, fell off the chair, struggled on the sand, then jumped up and with a delighted yap dashed towards those faces. There was a deafening roar, interspersed with whistles and a shrill childish shout. "Kashtanka! Kashtanka!" Auntie leaped over the barrier, then across someone's shoulders. She found herself in a box. To get into the next tier, she had to leap over a high wall. Auntie jumped, but did not jump high enough and slipped back down the wall. Then she was passed from hand to hand, licked hands and faces, kept mounting higher and higher, and at last got into the gallery. Half an hour afterwards, Kashtanka was in the street, following the people who smelt of glue and varnish. Luka Alexandrich staggered and instinctively, taught by experience, tried to keep as far from the gutter as possible. "In sin my mother bore me," he muttered. "And you, Kashtanka, are a thing of little understanding. Beside a man, you are like a joiner beside a cabinet-maker." Fedyushka walked beside him, wearing his father's cap. Kashtanka looked at their backs, and it seemed to her that she had been following them for ages, and was glad that there had not been a break for a minute in her life. She remembered the little room with dirty wallpaper, the gander, Fyodor Timofeyich, the delicious dinners, the lessons, the circus, but all that seemed to her now like a long, tangled, oppressive dream. A chameleon. The police superintendent Achamielov is walking across the market square wearing a new overcoat and carrying a parcel under his arm. A red-haired policeman strides after him with a sieve full of confiscated gooseberries in his hands. There is silence all around, not a soul in the square. The open doors of the shops and taverns look out upon God's world disconsolately. Like hungry mouths, there is not even a beggar near them. "So you bite, you damned brute," Achamielov hears suddenly. "Lads, don't let him go. Biting is prohibited nowadays. Hold him. Ah. There is the sound of a dog yelping. Achamielov looks in the direction of the sound and sees a dog, hopping on 3 legs and looking about her, run out of Pichudin's timber yard. A man in a starched cotton shirt, with his waistcoat unbuttoned, is chasing her. He runs after her, and throwing his body forward falls down and seizes the dog by her hind legs. Once more there is a yelping and a shout of "Don't let go." Sleepy countenances are protruded from the shops, and soon a crowd, which seems to have sprung out of the earth, is gathered round the timber yard. "It looks like a row, Your Honor," says the policeman. Achamielov makes a half-turn to the left and strides towards the crowd. He sees the aforementioned man in the unbuttoned waistcoat standing close by the gate of the timber yard, holding his right hand in the air and displaying a bleeding finger to the crowd. On his half-drunken face there is plainly written, "I'll pay you out, you rogue." And indeed the very finger has the look of a flag of victory. In this man, Achamielov recognizes Trukin, the goldsmith. The culprit who has caused the sensation, a white Borzoi puppy with a sharp muzzle and a yellow patch on her back, is sitting on the ground with her forepaws outstretched in the middle of the crowd, trembling all over. There is an expression of misery and terror in her tearful eyes. "What's it all about?" Achamielov inquires, pushing his way through the crowd. "What are you here for? Why are you waving your finger?" "Who was it shouted?" "I was walking along here, not interfering with anyone, Your Honor," Trukin begins, coughing into his fist. "I was talking about firewood to Mitri Mitrich when this low brute for no rhyme or reason bit my finger. You must excuse me, I am a working man. Mine is fine work. I must have damages, for I shan't be able to use this finger for a week, maybe. It's not even the law, Your Honor, that one should put up with it from a beast. If everyone is going to be bitten, life won't be worth living." Very good," says Achamielov sternly, coughing and raising his eyebrows. "Very good, whose dog is it? I won't let this pass. I'll teach them to let their dogs run all over the place. It's time these gentry were looked after if they won't obey the regulations. When he's fined, the blackguard, I'll teach him what it means to keep dogs and such stray cattle. I'll give him a lesson." "Yeldirin," cries the superintendent, addressing the policeman, "find out whose dog this is and draw up a report. And the dog must be strangled. Without delay, it's sure to be mad. Whose dog is it, I ask?" "I fancy it's General Zhigalov's," says someone in the crowd. "General Zhigalov's help me off with my coat, Yeldirin. It's frightfully hot, it must be a sign of rain. There's one thing I can't make out, how it came to bite you." Achamielov turns to Trukin. "Surely it couldn't reach your finger. It's a little dog, and you are a great hulking fellow. You must have scratched your finger with a nail, and then the idea struck you to get damages for it. We all know. Your sort, I know you devils." He put a cigarette in her face, Your Honor, for a joke, and she had the sense to snap at him. "He is a nonsensical fellow, Your Honor." "That's a lie, Squint Eye. You didn't see, so why tell lies about it? His Honor is a wise gentleman, and will see who is telling lies and who is telling the truth, as in God's sight. And if I am lying, let the court decide. It's written in the law. We are all equal nowadays. My own brother is in the gendarmes. Let me tell you." Don't argue. No, that's not the general's dog, says the policeman, with profound conviction. The general hasn't got one like that. His are mostly setters. Do you know that for a fact? Yes, Your Honor. I know it too. The general has valuable dogs, thoroughbred, and this is goodness knows what. No coat, no shape. A low creature, and to keep a dog like that. Where's the sense of it? If a dog like that were to turn up in Petersburg or Moscow, do you know what would happen? They would not worry about the law, they would strangle it in a twinkling. You've been injured, Atrukin, and we can't let the matter drop. We must give them a lesson. It is high time. Yet maybe it is the general's, says the policeman, thinking aloud. It's not written on its face. I saw one like it the other day in his yard. It is the general's, that's certain, says a voice in the crowd. Help me on with my overcoat, Yelderin, my lad. The wind's getting up. I am cold. You take it to the general's and inquire there. Say I found it and sent it, and tell them not to let it out into the street. It may be a valuable dog, and if every swine goes sticking a cigar in its mouth, it will soon be ruined. A dog is a delicate animal. And you put your hand down, you blockhead. It's no use you're displaying your fool of a finger. It's your own fault. Here comes the general's cook. Ask him, Hi, Proher, come here, my dear man, look at this dog. Is it one of yours? What an idea. We have never had one like that. There's no need to waste time asking, says Ochmielov. It's a stray dog, there's no need to waste time talking about it. Since he says it's a stray dog it is. It must be destroyed, that's all about it. It is not our dog, Proher goes on. It belongs to the general's brother who arrived the other day. Our master does not care for hounds, but his honor is fond of them. You don't say His Excellency's brother is here, Vladimir Ivanitch? Inquires Ochmielov, and his whole face beams with an ecstatic smile. Well, I never, and I didn't know. Has he come on a visit? Yes. Well, I never. He couldn't stay away from his brother. And there I didn't know, so this is his honor's dog, delighted to hear it. Take it, it's not a bad pup. A lively creature. Snapped at this fellow's finger, ha ha ha. Come, why are you shivering? Ar. The rogue's angry, a nice little pup. Proher calls the dog and walks away from the timber yard with her. The crowd laughs at Atrukin. I'll make you smart yet. Ochmielov threatens him, and wrapping himself in his greatcoat, goes on his way across the square. The dependents. Mihail Petrovich Zadov, a decrepit and solitary old man of 70 belonging to the artisan class, was awakened by the cold and the aching in his old limbs. It was dark in his room, but the little lamp before the icon was no longer burning. Zadov raised the curtain and looked out of the window. The clouds that shrouded the sky were beginning to show white here and there, and the air was becoming transparent, so it must have been nearly 5, not more. Zadov cleared his throat, coughed, and shrinking from the cold, got out of bed. In accordance with years of habit, he stood for a long time before the icon, saying his prayers. He repeated Our Father, Hail Mary, the Creed, and mentioned a long string of names. To whom those names belonged he had forgotten years ago, and he only repeated them from habit. From habit, too, he swept his room and entry and set his fat little 4-legged copper samovar. If Zadov had not had these habits, he would not have known how to occupy his old age. The little samovar slowly began to get hot, and all at once, unexpectedly, broke into a tremulous bass hum. Oh, you've started humming, grumbled Zadov. Hum away then, and bad luck to you. At that point the old man appropriately recalled that, in the preceding night, he had dreamed of a stove, and to dream of a stove is a sign of sorrow. Dreams and omens were the only things left that could rouse him to reflection, and on this occasion he plunged with a special zest into the considerations of the questions, what the samovar was humming for, and what sorrow was foretold by the stove. The dream seemed to come true from the first. Zadov rinsed out his teapot and was about to make his tea, when he found there was not 1 teaspoonful left in the box. What an existence, he grumbled, rolling crumbs of black bread round in his mouth. It's a dog's life. No tea, and it isn't as though I were a simple peasant. I'm an artisan and a house owner. The disgrace. Grumbling and talking to himself, Zadov put on his overcoat, which was like a crinoline, and thrusting his feet into huge, clumsy galosh boots, made in the year 1867 by a bootmaker called Prohorich, went out into the yard. The air was gray, cold, and sullenly still. The big yard, full of tufts of burdock and strewn with yellow leaves, was faintly silvered with autumn frost. Not a breath of wind nor a sound. The old man sat down on the steps of his slanting porch, and at once there happened what happened regularly every morning. His dog Liska, a big, mangy, decrepit-looking, white yard dog with black patches, came up to him with its right eye shut. Liska came up timidly, wriggling in a frightened way, as though her paws were not touching the earth but a hot stove, and the whole of her wretched figure was expressive of abjectness. Zadov pretended not to notice her, but when she faintly wagged her tail and, wriggling as before, licked his galash, he stamped his foot angrily. "Be off, the plague take you," he cried. "Confounded beast." Liska moved aside, sat down, and fixed her solitary eye upon her master. "You devils," he went on, "you are the last straw on my back, you Herods." And he looked with hatred at his shed with its crooked, overgrown roof. There, from the door of the shed, a big horse's head was looking out at him. Probably flattered by its master's attention, the head moved, pushed forward, and there emerged from the shed the whole horse, as decrepit as Liska, as timid and as crushed, with spindly legs, gray hair, a pinched stomach, and a bony spine. He came out of the shed and stood still, hesitating as though overcome with embarrassment. "Plague take you," Zadov went on. "Shall I ever see the last of you, you jailbird pharaohs? I wager you want your breakfast." He jeered, twisting his angry face into a contemptuous smile. "By all means this minute. A priceless steed like you must have your fill of the best oats. Pray begin, this minute. And I have something to give to the magnificent, valuable dog. If a precious dog like you does not care for bread, you can have meat." Zadov grumbled for half an hour, growing more and more irritated. In the end, unable to control the anger that boiled up in him, he jumped up, stamped with his galoshes, and growled out to be heard all over the yard. "I am not obliged to feed you, you loafers. I am not some millionaire for you to eat me out of house and home. I have nothing to eat myself, you cursed carcasses, the cholera take you. I get no pleasure or profit out of you, nothing but trouble and ruin. Why don't you give up the ghost? Are you such personages that even death won't take you? You can live, damn you, but I don't want to feed you. I have had enough of you, I don't want to." Zadov grew wrathful and indignant, and the horse and the dog listened. Whether these two dependents understood that they were being reproached for living at his expense, I don't know, but their stomachs looked more pinched than ever, and their whole figures shriveled up, grew gloomier and more abject than before. Their submissive air exasperated Zadov more than ever. "Get away," he shouted, overcome by a sort of inspiration. "Out of my house, don't let me set eyes on you again. I am not obliged to keep all sorts of rubbish in my yard. Get away." The old man moved with little hurried steps to the gate, opened it, and picking up a stick from the ground, began driving out his dependents. The horse shook its head, moved its shoulder blades, and limped to the gate. The dog followed him. Both of them went out into the street, and after walking some 20 paces, stopped at the fence. "I'll give it you," Zadov threatened them. When he had driven out his dependents, he felt calmer and began sweeping the yard. From time to time, he peeped out into the street. The horse and the dog were standing like posts by the fence, looking dejectedly towards the gate. "Try how you can do without me," muttered the old man, feeling as though a weight of anger were being lifted from his heart. "Let somebody else look after you now. I am stingy and ill-tempered. It's nasty living with me, so you try living with other people. Yes." After enjoying the crushed expression of his dependents and grumbling to his heart's content, Zadov went out of the yard and, assuming a ferocious air, shouted, "Well, why are you standing there? Whom are you waiting for, standing right across the middle of the road and preventing the public from passing? Go into the yard." The horse and the dog with drooping heads and a guilty air turned towards the gate. Liska, probably feeling she did not deserve forgiveness, whined piteously. "Stay you can, but as for food, you'll get nothing from me. You may die for all I care." Meanwhile, the sun began to break through the morning mist, its slanting rays gilded over the autumn frost. There was a sound of steps and voices. Zadov put back the broom in its place and went out of the yard to see his crony and neighbor, Mark Ivanitch, who kept a little general shop. On reaching his friend's shop, he sat down on a folding stool, sighed sedately, stroked his beard, and began about the weather. From the weather, the friends passed to the new deacon, from the deacon to the choristers, and the conversation lengthened out. They did not notice as they talked how time was passing, and when the shop boy brought in a big teapot of boiling water and the friends proceeded to drink tea, the time flew as quickly as a bird. Zadov got warm and felt more cheerful. "I have a favor to ask of you, Mark Ivanitch," he began, after the sixth glass, drumming on the counter with his fingers. "If you would just be so kind as to give me a gallon of oats again today." From behind the big tea chest, behind which Mark Ivanitch was sitting, came the sound of a deep sigh. "Do be so good," Zadov went on. "Never mind tea, don't give it me today, but let me have some oats. I am ashamed to ask you, I have wearied you with my poverty, but the horse is hungry." "I can give it you," sighed the friend, "why not? But why the devil do you keep those carcases? Tifu, tell me that please. It would be all right if it were a useful horse, but Tifu. One is ashamed to look at it. And the dog's nothing but a skeleton. Why the devil do you keep them? What am I to do with them? You know, take them to Ignat the slaughterer, that is all there is to do. They ought to have been there long ago. It's the proper place for them." "To be sure that is so, I dare say." "You live like a beggar and keep animals," the friend went on. "I don't grudge the oats. God bless you, but as to the future, brother, I can't afford to give regularly every day. There is no end to your poverty. One gives, and one doesn't know when there will be an end to it all." The friend sighed and stroked his red face. "If you were dead, that would settle it," he said. "You go on living, and you don't know what for." "Yes, indeed. But if it is not the Lord's will for you to die, you had better go somewhere into an almshouse or a refuge." "What for? I have relations. I have a great-niece." And Zadov began telling at great length of his great-niece Glasha, daughter of his niece Katerina, who lived somewhere on a farm. "She is bound to keep me," he said. "My house will be left to her, so let her keep me, I'll go to her. It's Glasha, you know, Katia's daughter, and Katia, you know, was my brother Pantely's stepdaughter. You understand? The house will come to her, let her keep me." "To be sure, rather than live, as you do, a beggar, I should have gone to her long ago." "I will go, as God's above, I will go, it's her duty." When an hour later the old friends were drinking a glass of vodka, Zadov stood in the middle of the shop and said with enthusiasm, "I have been meaning to go to her for a long time. I will go this very day." "To be sure, rather than hanging about and dying of hunger, you ought to have gone to the farm long ago." "I'll go at once. When I get there, I shall say, 'Take my house, but keep me and treat me with respect.' It's your duty. If you don't care to, then there is neither my house nor my blessing for you. Goodbye, Ivanitch." Zadov drank another glass and, inspired by the new idea, hurried home. The vodka had upset him and his head was reeling. But instead of lying down, he put all his clothes together in a bundle, said a prayer, took his stick, and went out. Muttering and tapping on the stones with his stick, he walked the whole length of the street without looking back and found himself in the open country. It was 8 or 9 miles to the farm. He walked along the dry road, looked at the town herd lazily munching the yellow grass, and pondered on the abrupt change in his life which he had only just brought about so resolutely. He thought, too, about his dependents. When he went out of the house, he had not locked the gate, and so had left them free to go whither they would. He had not gone a mile into the country when he heard steps behind him. He looked round and angrily clasped his hands. The horse and Liska, with their heads drooping and their tails between their legs, were quietly walking after him. "Go back," he waved to them. They stopped, looked at one another, looked at him. He went on, they followed him. Then he stopped and began ruminating. It was impossible to go to his great-niece Glasha, whom he hardly knew, with these creatures. He did not want to go back and shut them up, and indeed he could not shut them up, because the gate was no use. "To die of hunger in the shed," thought Zadov. "Hadn't I really better take them to Ignat?" Ignat's hut stood on the town pasture ground, 100 paces from the flagstaff. Though he had not quite made up his mind, and did not know what to do, he turned towards it. His head was giddy, and there was a darkness before his eyes. He remembers little of what happened in the slaughterer's yard. He has a memory of a sickening, heavy smell of hides, and the savory steam of the cabbage soup Ignat was sipping when he went into him. As in a dream he saw Ignat, who made him wait 2 hours, slowly preparing something, changing his clothes, talking to some women about corrosive sublimate. He remembered the horse was put into a stand, after which there was the sound of 2 dull thuds, one of a blow on the skull, the other of the fall of a heavy body. When Liska, seeing the death of her friend, flew at Ignat, barking shrilly, there was the sound of a third blow that cut short the bark abruptly. Further, Zotov remembers that in his drunken foolishness, seeing the two corpses, he went up to the stand and put his own forehead ready for a blow. And all that day, his eyes were dimmed by a haze, and he could not even see his own fingers. Who was to blame? As my uncle Pyotr Demyanich, a lean, bilious collegiate counselor, exceedingly like a stale smoked fish with a stick through it, was getting ready to go to the high school, where he taught Latin, he noticed that the corner of his grammar was nibbled by mice. "I say, Praskovia," he said, going into the kitchen and addressing the cook, "how is it we have got mice here? Upon my word. Yesterday my top hat was nibbled, today they have disfigured my Latin grammar. At this rate they will soon begin eating my clothes." "What can I do? I did not bring them in," answered Praskovia. "We must do something. You had better get a cat, hadn't you?" "I've got a cat, but what good is it?" And Praskovia pointed to the corner where a white kitten, thin as a match, lay curled up asleep beside a broom. "Why is it no good?" asked Pyotr Demyanich. "It's young yet and foolish. It's not 2 months old yet." Then it must be trained. It had much better be learning instead of lying there." Saying this, Pyotr Demyanich sighed with a careworn air and went out of the kitchen. The kitten raised his head, looked lazily after him, and shut his eyes again. The kitten lay awake thinking. Of what? Unacquainted with real life, having no store of accumulated impressions, his mental processes could only be instinctive, and he could but picture life in accordance with the conceptions that he had inherited, together with his flesh and blood from his ancestors, the tigers, vide Darwin. His thoughts were of the nature of daydreams. His feline imagination pictured something like the Arabian desert, over which flitted shadows closely resembling Praskovia, the stove, the broom. In the midst of the shadows there suddenly appeared a saucer of milk. The saucer began to grow paws, it began moving and displayed a tendency to run. The kitten made a bound, and with a thrill of bloodthirsty sensuality thrust his claws into it. When the saucer had vanished into obscurity, a piece of meat appeared, dropped by Praskovia. The meat ran away with a cowardly squeak, but the kitten made a bound and got his claws into it. Everything that rose before the imagination of the young dreamer had for its starting point leaps, claws, and teeth. The soul of another is darkness, and a cat's soul more than most, but how near the visions just described are to the truth may be seen from the following fact. Under the influence of his daydreams, the kitten suddenly leaped up, looked with flashing eyes at Praskovia, ruffled up his coat, and making one bound, thrust his claws into the cook's skirt. Obviously, he was born a mouse-catcher, a worthy son of his bloodthirsty ancestors. Fate had destined him to be the terror of cellars, storerooms, and corn bins, and had it not been for education. We will not anticipate, however. On his way home from the high school, Pyotr Demyanich went into a general shop and bought a mousetrap for 15 kopecks. At dinner, he fixed a little bit of his rissole on the hook and set the trap under the sofa, where there were heaps of the pupils' old exercise books, which Praskovia used for various domestic purposes. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when the worthy Latin master was sitting at the table correcting his pupils' exercises, there was a sudden clop. So loud that my uncle started and dropped his pen. He went at once to the sofa and took out the trap. A neat little mouse, the size of a thimble, was sniffing the wires and trembling with fear. "Aha," muttered Pyotr Demyanich, and he looked at the mouse malignantly, as though he were about to give him a bad mark. "You are cowot, wretch, wait a bit, I'll teach you to eat my grammar." Having gloated over his victim, Pyotr Demyanich put the mousetrap on the floor and called, "Praskovia, there's a mouse caught, bring the kitten here." "I'm coming," responded Praskovia, and a minute later she came in with the descendant of tigers in her arms. "Capital," said Pyotr Demyanich, rubbing his hands. "We will give him a lesson. Put him down opposite the mousetrap. That's it. Let him sniff it and look at it. That's it." The kitten looked wonderingly at my uncle, at his armchair, sniffed the mousetrap in bewilderment, then, frightened probably by the glaring lamplight and the attention directed to him, made a dash and ran in terror to the door. "Stop," shouted my uncle, seizing him by the tail. "Stop, you rascal, he's afraid of a mouse, the idiot. Look, it's a mouse. Look, well, look, I tell you." Pyotr Demyanich took the kitten by the scruff of the neck and pushed him with his nose against the mousetrap. "Look, you carrion, take him and hold him, Praskovia. Hold him opposite the door of the trap. And when I let the mouse out, you let him go instantly. Do you hear? Instantly let go, now." My uncle assumed a mysterious expression and lifted the door of the trap. The mouse came out irresolutely, sniffed the air, and flew like an arrow under the sofa. The kitten, on being released, darted under the table with his tail in the air. "It has got away, cried Pyotr Demyanich, looking ferocious. "Where is he, the scoundrel? Under the table? You wait." My uncle dragged the kitten from under the table and shook him in the air. "Wretched little beast," he muttered, smacking him on the ear. Take that, will you shirk it next time? WRRR wretch." Next day Praskovia heard again the summons. "Praskovia, there is a mouse caught. Bring the kitten here." After the outrage of the previous day, the kitten had taken refuge under the stove and had not come out all night. When Praskovia pulled him out and, carrying him by the scruff of the neck into the study, set him down before the mousetrap, he trembled all over and mewed piteously. "Come, let him feel at home first," Pyotr Demyanich commanded. "Let him look and sniff. Look and learn. Stop, plague take you," he shouted, noticing that the kitten was backing away from the mousetrap. "I'll thrash you. Hold him by the ear, that's it. Well now, set him down before the trap." My uncle slowly lifted the door of the trap. The mouse whisked under the very nose of the kitten, flung itself against Praskovia's hand, and fled under the cupboard. The kitten, feeling himself free, took a desperate bound and retreated under the sofa. "He's let another mouse go," bawled Pyotr Demyanich. "Do you call that a cat? Nasty little beast, thrash him by the mousetrap." When the third mouse had been caught, the kitten shivered all over at the sight of the mousetrap and its inmate, and scratched Praskovia's hand. After the fourth mouse, my uncle flew into a rage, kicked the kitten, and said, "Take the nasty thing away, get rid of it, chuck it away, it's no earthly use." A year passed, the thin, frail kitten had turned into a solid and sagacious tomcat. One day he was on his way by the backyards to an amatory interview. He had just reached his destination when he suddenly heard a rustle, and thereupon caught sight of a mouse which ran from a water trough towards a stable. My hero's hair stood on end. He arched his back, hissed, and trembling all over, took to ignominious flight. Alas, sometimes I feel myself in the ludicrous position of the flying cat. Like the kitten, I had in my day the honor of being taught Latin by my uncle. Now, whenever I chance to see some work of classical antiquity, instead of being moved to eager enthusiasm, I begin recalling, ut consecutivum, the irregular verbs, the sallow gray face of my uncle, the ablative absolute. I turn pale, my hair stands up on my head, and like the cat, I take to ignominious flight. The bird market. There is a small square near the monastery of the Holy Birth which is called Trubnoy, or simply Truby. There is a market there on Sundays. Hundreds of sheepskins, wadded coats, fur caps, and chimney-pot hats swarm there, like crabs in a sieve. There is the sound of the twitter of birds in all sorts of keys, recalling the spring. If the sun is shining, and there are no clouds in the sky, the singing of the birds and the smell of hay make a more vivid impression, and this reminder of spring sets one thinking and carries one's fancy far, far away. Along one side of the square there stands a string of wagons. The wagons are loaded not with hay, not with cabbages, nor with beans, but with goldfinches, siskins, larks, blackbirds, and thrushes, bludits, bullfinches. All of them are hopping about in rough, home-made cages, twittering and looking with envy at the free sparrows. The goldfinches cost 5 kopecks. The siskins are rather more expensive, while the value of the other birds is quite indeterminate. How much is a lark? The seller himself does not know the value of a lark. He scratches his head and asks whatever comes into it, a ruble or 3 kopecks according to the purchaser. There are expensive birds too. A faded old blackbird, with most of its feathers plucked out of its tail, sits on a dirty perch. He is dignified, grave, and motionless as a retired general. He has waved his claw in resignation to his captivity long ago and looks at the blue sky with indifference. Probably, owing to this indifference, he is considered a sagacious bird. He is not to be bought for less than 40 kopecks. Schoolboys, workmen, young men in stylish greatcoats, and bird fanciers in incredibly shabby caps, in ragged trousers that are turned up at the ankles and look as though they had been gnawed by mice, crowd round the birds, splashing through the mud. The young people and the workmen are sold hens for cocks, young birds for old ones. They know very little about birds. But there is no deceiving the bird fancier. He sees and understands his bird from a distance. There is no relying on that bird, a fancier will say, looking into a siskin's beak and counting the feathers on its tail. He sings now, it's true, but what of that? I sing in company too. No, my boy, shout, sing to me without company, sing in solitude if you can. You give me that one yonder that sits and holds its tongue. Give me the quiet one. That one says nothing, so he thinks the more. Among the wagons of birds, there are some full of other live creatures. Here you see hares, rabbits, hedgehogs, guinea pigs, polecats. A hare sits sorrowfully nibbling the straw. The guinea pigs shiver with cold, while the hedgehogs look out with curiosity from under their prickles at the public. I have read somewhere, says a post office official in a faded overcoat, looking lovingly at the hare, and addressing no one in particular, I have read that some learned man had a cat and a mouse and a falcon and a sparrow, who all ate out of one bowl. That's very possible, sir. The cat must have been beaten, and the falcon, I dare say, had all its tail pulled out. There's no great cleverness in that, sir. A friend of mine had a cat who, saving your presence, used to eat his cucumbers. He thrashed her with a big whip for a fortnight till he taught her not to. A hare can learn to light matches if you beat it. Does that surprise you? It's very simple. It takes the match in its mouth and strikes it. An animal is like a man. A man's made wiser by beating, and it's the same with a beast. Men in long, full-skirted coats move backwards and forwards in the crowd with cocks and ducks under their arms. The fowls are all lean and hungry. Chickens poke their ugly, mangy-looking heads out of their cages and peck at something in the mud. Boys with pigeons stare into your face and try to detect in you a pigeon fancier. Yes, indeed, it's no use talking to you, someone shouts angrily. You should look before you speak. Do you call this a pigeon? It is an eagle, not a pigeon. A tall, thin man, with a shaven upper lip and side whiskers, who looks like a sick and drunken footman, is selling a snow-white lapdog. The old lapdog whines. She told me to sell the nasty thing, says the footman, with a contemptuous snigger. She is bankrupt in her old age, has nothing to eat, and here now is selling her dogs and cats. She cries and kisses them on their filthy snouts, and then she is so hard up that she sells them. 'Pon my soul, it is a fact. Buy it, gentlemen. The money is wanted for coffee. But no one laughs. A boy who is standing by screws up one eye and looks at him gravely with compassion. The most interesting of all is the fish section. Some dozen peasants are sitting in a row. Before each of them is a pail, and in each pail there is a veritable little hell. There, in the thick greenish water, are swarms of little carp, eels, small fry, water snails, frogs, and newts. Big water beetles with broken legs scurry over the small surface, clambering on the carp and jumping over the frogs. The creatures have a strong hold on life. The frogs climb on the beetles, the newts on the frogs. The dark green tench, as more expensive fish, enjoy an exceptional position. They are kept in a special jar where they can't swim, but still they are not so cramped. The carp is a grand fish. The carp's the fish to keep, your honor, plague take him. You can keep him for a year in a pail, and he'll live. It's a week since I caught these very fish. I caught them, sir, in Parava, and have come from there on foot. The carp are 2 kopecks each, the eels are 3, and the minnows are 10 kopecks the dozen, plague take them. 5 kopecks worth of minnows, sir. Won't you take some worms? The seller thrusts his coarse, rough fingers into the pail and pulls out of it a soft minnow, or a little carp, the size of a nail. Fishing lines, hooks, and tackle are laid out near the pails, and pondworms glow with a crimson light in the sun. An old fancier in a fur cap, iron-rimmed spectacles, and galoshes that look like 2 dreadnoughts walks about by the wagons of birds and pails of fish. He is, as they call him here, a type. He hasn't a farthing to bless himself with, but in spite of that he haggles, gets excited, and pesters purchasers with advice. He has thoroughly examined all the hares, pigeons, and fish, examined them in every detail, fixed the kind, the age, and the price of each one of them a good hour ago. He is as interested as a child in the goldfinches, the carp, and the minnows. Talk to him, for instance, about thrushes, and the queer old fellow will tell you things you could not find in any book. He will tell you them with enthusiasm, with passion, and will scold you too for your ignorance. Of goldfinches and bullfinches, he is ready to talk endlessly, opening his eyes wide and gesticulating violently with his hands. He is only to be met here at the market in the cold weather. In the summer, he is somewhere in the country, catching quails with a bird call and angling for fish. And here is another type. A very tall, very thin, close-shaven gentleman in dark spectacles, wearing a cap with a cockade and looking like a scrivener of bygone days. He is a fancier. He is a man of decent position, a teacher in a high school, and that is well known to the habitués of the market, and they treat him with respect, greet him with bows, and have even invented for him a special title: Your Scholarship. At Suherv Market, he rummages among the books, and at Trubnoy looks out for good pigeons. Please, sir, the pigeon sellers shout to him, Mr. Schoolmaster, your scholarship, take notice of my tumblers, your scholarship. Your scholarship is shouted at him from every side. Your scholarship, an urchin repeats somewhere on the boulevard. And his scholarship, apparently quite accustomed to his title, grave and severe, takes a pigeon in both hands, and lifting it above his head, begins examining it, and as he does so frowns and looks graver than ever, like a conspirator. And Trubnoy Square, that little bit of Moscow where animals are so tenderly loved, and where they are so tortured, lives its little life, grows noisy and excited, and the businesslike or pious people who pass by along the boulevard cannot make out what has brought this crowd of people, this medley of caps, fur hats, and chimney pots together. What they are talking about there, what they are buying and selling. An adventure, a driver's story. It was in that wood yonder, behind the creek, that it happened, sir. My father, the kingdom of heaven be his, was taking 500 rubles to the master. In those days our fellows and the Shepelevsky peasants used to rent land from the master, so father was taking money for the half-year. He was a God-fearing man, he used to read the scriptures, and as for cheating or wronging anyone or defrauding God forbid, and the peasants honored him greatly. And when someone had to be sent to the town about taxes or such like, or with money, they used to send him. He was a man above the ordinary, but not that I'd speak ill of him, he had a weakness. He was fond of a drop. There was no getting him past a tavern. He would go in, drink a glass, and be completely done for. He was aware of this weakness in himself, and when he was carrying public money, that he might not fall asleep or lose it by some chance, he always took me or my sister Aniutka with him. To tell the truth, all our family have a great taste for vodka. I can read and write, I served for 6 years at a tobacconist's in the town, and I can talk to any educated gentleman, and can use very fine language, but it is perfectly true, sir, as I read in a book, that vodka is the blood of Satan. Through vodka my face has darkened, and there is nothing seemly about me, and here, as you may see, sir, I am a cab driver like an ignorant, uneducated peasant. And so, as I was telling you, father was taking the money to the master, Aniutka was going with him, and at that time Aniutka was 7 or maybe 8, a silly chit, not that high. He got as far as Kalashnikov successfully, he was sober, but when he reached Kalashnikov and went into Moiseka's tavern, this same weakness of his came upon him. He drank 3 glasses and set to bragging before people. I am a plain, humble man, he says, but I have 500 rubles in my pocket. If I like, says he, I could buy up the tavern and all the crockery and Moiseka and his Jewess and his little Jews. I can buy it all out and out, he said. That was his way of joking, to be sure, but then he began complaining. It's a worry, good Christian people, said he, to be a rich man, a merchant, or anything of that kind. If you have no money, you have no care. If you have money, you must watch over your pocket the whole time that wicked men may not rob you. It's a terror to live in the world for a man who has a lot of money. The drunken people listened, of course, took it in, and made a note of it. And in those days they were making a railway line at Kalashnikov, and there were swarms and swarms of tramps and vagabonds of all sorts like locusts. Father pulled himself up afterwards, but it was too late. Word is not a sparrow. If it flies out, you can't catch it. They drove, sir, by the wood, and all at once there was someone galloping on horseback behind them. Father was not of the chicken-hearted brigade that I couldn't say, but he felt uneasy. There was no regular road through the wood. Nothing went that way but hay and timber, and there was no cause for anyone to be galloping there, particularly in working hours. One wouldn't be galloping after any good. It seems as though they are after someone, said father to Aniutka. They are galloping so furiously. I ought to have kept quiet in the tavern, a plague on my tongue. Oi, little daughter, my heart misgives me, there is something wrong. He did not spend long in hesitation about his dangerous position, and he said to my sister Aniutka, Things don't look very bright, they really are in pursuit. Anyway, Aniatka dear, you take the money, put it away in your skirts, and go and hide behind a bush. If by ill luck they attack me, you run back to mother and give her the money. Let her take it to the village elder. Only mind you don't let anyone see you. Keep to the wood and by the creek, that no one may see you. Run your best and call on the merciful God. Christ be with you. Father thrust the parcel of notes on Aniatka, and she looked out the thickest of the bushes and hid herself. Soon after, 3 men on horseback galloped up to father. One a stalwart, big-jawed fellow in a crimson shirt and high boots, and the other 2 ragged, shabby fellows, navvies from the line. As my father feared, so it really turned out, sir. The one in the crimson shirt, the sturdy, strong fellow, a man above the ordinary, left his horse, and all 3 made for my father. Halt you so-and-so, where's the money? What money? Go to the devil. Oh, the money you are taking the master for the rent. Hand it over, you bald devil, or we will throttle you, and you'll die in your sins. And they began to practice their villainy on father. And, instead of beseeching them, weeping, or anything of the sort, father got angry and began to reprove them with the greatest severity. What are you pestering me for? Said he. You are a dirty lot. There is no fear of God in you, plague take you. It's not money you want, but a beating, to make your backs smart for 3 years after. Be off, blockheads, or I shall defend myself. I have a revolver that takes 6 bullets, it's in my bosom. But his words did not deter the robbers, and they began beating him with anything they could lay their hands on. They looked through everything in the cart, searched my father thoroughly, even taking off his boots. When they found that beating father only made him swear at them the more, they began torturing him in all sorts of ways. All the time Aniatka was sitting behind the bush, and she saw it all, poor dear. When she saw father lying on the ground and gasping, she started off and ran her hardest through the thicket and the creek towards home. She was only a little girl with no understanding. She did not know the way, just ran on not knowing where she was going. It was some 6 miles to our home. Anyone else might have run there in an hour, but a little child, as we all know, takes 2 steps back for 1 forwards, and indeed it is not everyone who can run barefoot through the prickly bushes. You want to be used to it, too, and our girls used always to be crowding together on the stove or in the yard, and were afraid to run in the forest. Towards evening Aniatka somehow reached a habitation. She looked, it was a hut. It was the forester's hut in the Crown Forest. Some merchants were renting it at the time and burning charcoal. She knocked. A woman, the forester's wife, came out to her. Aniatka, first of all, burst out crying and told her everything just as it was, and even told her about the money. The forester's wife was full of pity for her. My poor little dear, poor mite, God has preserved you, poor little one, my precious. Come into the hut, and I will give you something to eat. She began to make up to Aniatka, gave her food and drink, and even wept with her, and was so attentive to her that the girl, only think, gave her the parcel of notes. I will put it away, darling, and tomorrow morning I will give it you back and take you home, dearie. The woman took the money and put Aniatka to sleep on the stove where at the time the brooms were drying. And on the same stove, on the brooms, the forester's daughter, a girl as small as our Aniatka, was asleep. And Aniatka used to tell us afterwards that there was such a scent from the brooms, they smelt of honey. Aniatka lay down, but she could not get to sleep. She kept crying quietly. She was sorry for father and terrified. But sir, an hour or 2 passed, and she saw those very 3 robbers who had tortured father walk into the hut. And the one in the crimson shirt, with big jaws, their leader, went up to the woman and said, Well, wife, we have simply murdered a man for nothing. Today we killed a man at dinner time. We killed him all right, but not a farthing did we find. So this fellow in the crimson shirt turned out to be the forester, the woman's husband. The man's dead for nothing, said his ragged companions. In vain we have taken a sin on our souls. The forester's wife looked at all 3 and laughed. What are you laughing at, silly? I am laughing because I haven't murdered anyone, and I have not taken any sin on my soul, but I have found the money. What money? What nonsense are you talking? Here, look whether I am talking nonsense. The forester's wife untied the parcel, and, wicked woman, showed them the money. Then she described how Aniatka had come, what she had said, and so on. The murderers were delighted and began to divide the money between them. They almost quarreled. Then they sat down to the table, to drink. And Aniatka lay there, poor child, hearing every word and shaking like a Jew in a frying pan. What was she to do? And from their words she learned that father was dead and lying across the road. and she fancied, in her foolishness, that the wolves and the dogs would eat father, and that our horse had gone far away into the forest, and would be eaten by wolves too, and that she, Aniutka herself, would be put in prison and beaten, because she had not taken care of the money. The robbers got drunk and sent the woman for vodka. They gave her 5 rubles for vodka and sweet wine. They set to singing and drinking on other people's money. They drank and drank, the dogs, and sent the woman off again that they might drink beyond all bounds. "We will keep it up till morning," they cried. "We have plenty of money now, there is no need to spare. Drink, and don't drink away your wits." And so at midnight, when they were all fairly fuddled, the woman ran off for vodka the 3rd time, and the forester strode twice up and down the cottage, and he was staggering. "Look here, lads," he said, "we must make away with the girl too. If we leave her, she will be the first to bear witness against us." They talked it over and discussed it, and decided that Aniutka must not be left alive, that she must be killed. Of course, to murder an innocent child's a fearful thing. Even a man drunken or crazy would not take such a job on himself. They were quarreling for maybe an hour which was to kill her. One tried to put it on the other, they almost fought again, and no one would agree to do it. Then they cast lots. It fell to the forester. He drank another full glass, cleared his throat, and went to the outer room for an axe. But Aniutka was a sharp wench. For all she was so simple, she thought of something that, I must say, not many an educated man would have thought of. Maybe the Lord had compassion on her and gave her sense for the moment, or perhaps it was the fright sharpened her wits. Anyway, when it came to the test, it turned out that she was cleverer than anyone. She got up stealthily, prayed to God, took the little sheepskin, the one the forester's wife had put over her, and, you understand, the forester's little daughter, a girl of the same age as herself, was lying on the stove beside her. She covered this girl with the sheepskin and took the woman's jacket off her and threw it over herself. Disguised herself, in fact. She put it over her head and so walked across the hut by the drunken men, and they thought it was the forester's daughter and did not even look at her. Luckily for her, the woman was not in the hut. She had gone for vodka, or maybe she would not have escaped the axe, for a woman's eyes are as far-seeing as a buzzard's. A woman's eyes are sharp. Aniutka came out of the hut and ran as fast as her legs could carry her. All night she was lost in the forest, but towards morning she came out to the edge and ran along the road. By the mercy of God, she met the clerk Yegor Danilich, the kingdom of heaven be his. He was going along with his hooks to catch fish. Aniutka told him all about it. He went back quicker than he came, thought no more of the fish, gathered the peasants together in the village, and off they went to the foresters. They got there, and all the murderers were lying side by side, dead drunk, each where he had fallen. The woman, too, was drunk. First thing they searched them. They took the money and then looked on the stove. The Holy Cross be with us. The forester's child was lying on the brooms under the sheepskin, and her head was in a pool of blood, chopped off by the axe. They roused the peasants and the woman, tied their hands behind them, and took them to the district court. The woman howled, but the forester only shook his head and asked, "You might give me a drop, lads, my head aches." Afterwards they were tried in the town in due course, and punished with the utmost rigor of the law. So that's what happened, sir, beyond the forest there, that lies behind the creek. Now you can scarcely see it, the sun is setting red behind it. I have been talking to you, and the horses have stopped as though they were listening too. Hey there, my beauties, move more briskly, the good gentleman will give us something extra. Hey, you darlings. The fish. A summer morning. The air is still. There is no sound but the churring of a grasshopper on the river bank, and somewhere the timid cooing of a turtle dove. Feathery clouds stand motionless in the sky, looking like snow scattered about. Gerasim, the carpenter, a tall gaunt peasant with a curly red head and a face overgrown with hair, is floundering about in the water under the green willow branches near an unfinished bathing shed. He puffs and pants and, blinking furiously, is trying to get hold of something under the roots of the willows. His face is covered with perspiration. A couple of yards from him, Lubim, the carpenter, a young hunchback with a triangular face and narrow Chinese-looking eyes, is standing up to his neck in water. Both Gerasim and Lubim are in shirts and linen breeches. Both are blue with cold, for they have been more than an hour already in the water. "But why do you keep poking with your hand?" cries the hunchback Lubim, shivering as though in a fever. "You blockhead! Hold him, or else he'll get away, the anathema. Hold him, I tell you." "He won't get away. Where can he get to? He's under a root, says Gerasim in a hoarse, hollow bass, which seems to come not from his throat, but from the depths of his stomach. He's slippery, the beggar, and there's nothing to catch hold of. Get him by the gills, by the gills. There's no seeing his gills. Stay, I've got hold of something. I've got him by the lip. He's biting, the brute. Don't pull him out by the lip, don't, or you'll let him go. Take him by the gills, take him by the gills. You've begun poking with your hand again. You are a senseless man, the Queen of Heaven forgive me. Catch hold. Catch hold, Gerasim mimics him. You're a fine one to give orders. You'd better come and catch hold of him yourself, you hunchback devil. What are you standing there for? I would catch hold of him if it were possible. But can I stand by the bank, and me as short as I am? It's deep there. It doesn't matter if it is deep. You must swim. The hunchback waves his arms, swims up to Gerasim, and catches hold of the twigs. At the first attempt to stand up, he goes into the water over his head and begins blowing up bubbles. I told you it was deep, he says, rolling his eyes angrily. Am I to sit on your neck or what? Stand on a root. There are a lot of roots like a ladder. The hunchback gropes for a root with his heel, and tightly gripping several twigs, stands on it. Having got his balance and established himself in his new position, he bends down and, trying not to get the water into his mouth, begins fumbling with his right hand among the roots. Getting entangled among the weeds and slipping on the mossy roots, he finds his hand in contact with the sharp pincers of a crayfish. As though we wanted to see you, you demon, says Lubim, and he angrily flings the crayfish on the bank. At last his hand feels Gerasim's arm, and groping its way along it comes to something cold and slimy. Here he is, says Lubim with a grin. A fine fellow, move your fingers, I'll get him directly, by the gills. Stop, don't prod me with your elbow. I'll have him in a minute, only let me get hold of him. The beggar has got a long way under the roots, there is nothing to get hold of. One can't get to the head. One can only feel its belly. Kill that gnat on my neck, it's stinging. I'll get him by the gills directly. Come to one side and give him a push. Poke him with your finger. The hunchback puffs out his cheeks, holds his breath, opens his eyes wide, and apparently has already got his fingers in the gills. But at that moment, the twigs to which he is holding on with his left hand break, and losing his balance, he plops into the water. Eddies race away from the bank as though frightened, and little bubbles come up from the spot where he has fallen in. The hunchback swims out and, snorting, clutches at the twigs. You'll be drowned next, you stupid, and I shall have to answer for you, wheezes Gerasim. Clamber out, the devil take you, I'll get him out myself. High words follow. The sun is baking hot. The shadows begin to grow shorter and to draw in on themselves, like the horns of a snail. The high grass warmed by the sun begins to give out a strong, heavy smell of honey. It will soon be midday, and Gerasim and Lubim are still floundering under the willow tree. The husky bass and the shrill, frozen tenor persistently disturb the stillness of the summer day. Pull him out by the gills, pull him out. Stay, I'll push him out. Where are you shoving your great, ugly fist? Poke him with your finger, you pig's face. Get round by the side. Get to the left, there's a big hole on the right. You'll be a supper for the water devil. Pull it by the lip. There is the sound of the flick of a whip. A herd of cattle, driven by Yefim, the shepherd, saunter lazily down the sloping bank to drink. The shepherd, a decrepit old man with one eye and a crooked mouth, walks with his head bowed, looking at his feet. The first to reach the water are the sheep, then come the horses, and last of all the cows. Push him from below, he hears Lubim's voice. Stick your finger in, are you deaf, fellow, or what? Tifu. What are you after, lads? Shouts Yefim. An eel pout, we can't get him out, he's hidden under the roots. Get round to the side, to the side. For a minute, Yefim screws up his eye at the fishermen, then he takes off his bark shoes, throws his sack off his shoulders, and takes off his shirt. He has not the patience to take off his breeches, but making the sign of the cross, he steps into the water, holding out his thin, dark arms to balance himself. For 50 paces, he walks along the slimy bottom, then he takes to swimming. Wait a minute, lads, he shouts. Wait, don't be in a hurry to pull him out, you'll lose him, you must do it properly. Yefim joins the carpenters and all three, shoving each other with their knees and their elbows, puffing and swearing at one another, bustle about the same spot. Lubim, the hunchback, gets a mouthful of water, and the air rings with his hard, spasmodic coughing. Where's the shepherd? Comes a shout from the bank. Yefim, shepherd, where are you? The cattle are in the garden. Drive them out of the garden. Where is he, the old brigand? First men's voices are heard, then a woman's. The master himself, Andrei Andreich, wearing a dressing gown made of a Persian shawl and carrying a newspaper in his hand, appears from behind the garden fence. He looks inquiringly towards the shouts which come from the river, and then trips rapidly towards the bathing shed. "What's this? Who's shouting?" he asks sternly, seeing through the branches of the willow the 3 wet heads of the fishermen. "What are you so busy about there?" "Catching a fish," mutters Yefim without raising his head. "I'll give it to you. The beasts are in the garden and he is fishing. When will that bathing shed be done, you devils? You've been at work 2 days, and what is there to show for it?" It will soon be done," grunts Jeresim. "Summer is long, you'll have plenty of time to wash, your honor. PFRRR, we can't manage this eelpout here anyhow. He's got under a root and sits there as if he were in a hole and won't budge one way or another." "An eelpout," says the master, and his eyes begin to glisten. "Get him out quickly then. You'll give us half a ruble for it presently if we oblige you. A huge eelpout, as fat as a merchant's wife. It's worth half a ruble, your honor, for the trouble. Don't squeeze him, Lubim, don't squeeze him, you'll spoil him. Push him up from below. Pull the root upwards, my good man. What's your name? Upwards, not downwards, you brute, don't swing your legs." 5 minutes past 10, the master loses all patience. "Vasily," he shouts, turning towards the garden. "Vaska, call Vasily to me." The coachman Vasily runs up. He is chewing something and breathing hard. "Go into the water," the master orders him. "Help them to pull out that eelpout. They can't get him out." Vasily rapidly undresses and gets into the water. "In a minute, I'll get him in a minute," he mutters. "Where's the eelpout? We'll have him out in a trice. You'd better go, Yefim. An old man like you ought to be minding his own business instead of being here. Where's that eelpout? I'll have him in a minute. Here he is. Let go." "What's the good of saying that? We know all about that. You get it out." "But there is no getting it out like this. One must get hold of it by the head." "And the head is under the root. We know that, you fool." "Now then, don't talk or you'll catch it, you dirty cur." "Before the master to use such language," mutters Yefim. "You won't get him out, lads. He's fixed himself much too cleverly." "Wait a minute, I'll come directly," says the master, and he begins hurriedly undressing. 4 fools and can't get an eelpout. When he is undressed, Andrei Andreich gives himself time to cool and gets into the water. But even his interference leads to nothing. "We must chop the root off," Lubim decides at last. "Jeresim, go and get an axe. Give me an axe." "Don't chop your fingers off," says the master, when the blows of the axe on the root under water are heard. "Yefim, get out of this. Stay, I'll get the eelpout. You'll never do it." The root is hacked a little. They partly break it off, and Andrei Andreich, to his immense satisfaction, feels his fingers under the gills of the fish. "I'm pulling him out, lads. Don't crowd round. Stand still. I am pulling him out." The head of a big eelpout, and behind it its long black body, nearly a yard long, appears on the surface of the water. The fish flaps its tail heavily and tries to tear itself away. "None of your nonsense, my boy. Fiddlesticks, I've got you, aha." A honeyed smile overspreads all the faces. A minute passes in silent contemplation. "A famous eelpout," mutters Yefim, scratching under his shoulder blades. "I'll be bound it weighs 10 pounds. Yes, the master assents. The liver is fairly swollen, it seems to stand out, ach." The fish makes a sudden, unexpected upward movement with its tail, and the fishermen hear a loud splash. They all put out their hands, but it is too late. They have seen the last of the eelpout. Art a gloomy winter morning. On the smooth and glittering surface of the river by Stryanka, sprinkled here and there with snow, stand 2 peasants, scrubby little Seryazhka and the church beadle Matvey. Seryazhka, a short-legged, ragged, mangy-looking fellow of 30, stares angrily at the ice. Tufts of wool hang from his shaggy sheepskin like a mangy dog. In his hands he holds a compass made of 2 pointed sticks. Matvey, a fine-looking old man in a new sheepskin and high felt boots, looks with mild blue eyes upwards, where on the high sloping bank a village nestles picturesquely. In his hands there is a heavy crowbar. "Well, are we going to stand like this till evening with our arms folded?" says Seryazhka, breaking the silence and turning his angry eyes on Matvey. Have you come here to stand about, old fool, or to work? Well, show me, Matvey mutters, blinking mildly. Show you? It's always me to show you and me to do it. They have no sense of their own. Mark it out with the compasses, that's what's wanted. You can't break the ice without marking it out. Mark it, take the compass. Matvey takes the compasses from Seryozhka's hands, and, shuffling heavily on the same spot and jerking with his elbows in all directions, he begins awkwardly trying to describe a circle on the ice. Seryozhka screws up his eyes contemptuously and obviously enjoys his awkwardness and incompetence. He mutters angrily. Even that you can't do. The fact is you are a stupid peasant, a wooden head. You ought to be grazing geese and not making a Jordan. Give the compasses here. Give them here, I say. Seryozhka snatches the compasses out of the hands of the perspiring Matvey, and in an instant, jauntily twirling round on one heel, he describes a circle on the ice. The outline of the new Jordan is ready now. All that is left to do is to break the ice. But before proceeding to the work, Seryozhka spends a long time in airs and graces, whims and reproaches. I am not obliged to work for you. You are employed in the church, you do it. He obviously enjoys the peculiar position in which he has been placed by the fate that has bestowed on him the rare talent of surprising the whole parish once a year by his art. Poor mild Matvey has to listen to many venomous and contemptuous words from him. Seryozhka sets to work with vexation, with anger. He is lazy. He has hardly described the circle when he is already itching to go up to the village to drink tea, lounge about, and babble. I'll be back directly, he says, lighting his cigarette, and meanwhile you had better bring something to sit on and sweep up, instead of standing there counting the crows. Matvey is left alone. The air is gray and harsh but still. The white church peeps out genially from behind the huts scattered on the river bank. Jackdaws are incessantly circling round its golden crosses. On one side of the village, where the river bank breaks off and is steep, a hobbled horse is standing at the very edge, motionless as a stone, probably asleep or deep in thought. Matvey, too, stands motionless as a statue, waiting patiently. The dreamily brooding look of the river, the circling of the jackdaws, and the sight of the horse make him drowsy. 1 hour passes, a second, and still Seryozhka does not come. The river has long been swept and a box brought to sit on, but the drunken fellow does not appear. Matvey waits and merely yawns. The feeling of boredom is one of which he knows nothing. If he were told to stand on the river for a day, a month, or a year, he would stand there. At last, Seryozhka comes into sight from behind the huts. He walks with a lurching gait, scarcely moving. He is too lazy to go the long way round, and he comes not by the road, but prefers a short cut in a straight line down the bank, and sticks in the snow, hangs on to the bushes, slides on his back as he comes and all this slowly, with pauses. What are you about? He cries, falling on Matvey at once. Why are you standing there doing nothing? When are you going to break the ice? Matvey crosses himself, takes the crowbar in both hands, and begins breaking the ice, carefully keeping to the circle that has been drawn. Seryozhka sits down on the box and watches the heavy, clumsy movements of his assistant. Easy at the edges, easy there, he commands. If you can't do it properly, you shouldn't undertake it. Once you have undertaken it, you should do it. You. A crowd collects on the top of the bank. At the sight of the spectators, Seryozhka becomes even more excited. I declare I am not going to do it, he says, lighting a stinking cigarette and spitting on the ground. I should like to see how you get on without me. Last year at Kostyukovo, Styopka Gulkov undertook to make a Jordan as I do, and what did it amount to? It was a laughingstock. The Kostyukovo folks came to ours, crowds and crowds of them. The people flocked from all the villages. Because except for ours, there is nowhere a proper Jordan. Work, there is no time for talking. Yes, old man, you won't find another Jordan like it in the whole province. The soldiers say you would look in vain, they are not so good even in the towns. Easy, easy. Matvey puffs and groans. The work is not easy. The ice is firm and thick, and he has to break it and at once take the pieces away that the open space may not be blocked up. But hard as the work is, and senseless as Seryozhka's commands are, by 3 o'clock there is a large circle of dark water in the Bystrianka. It was better last year, says Seryozhka angrily. You can't do even that. Ah, dummy, to keep such fools in the temple of God. Go and bring a board to make the pegs. Bring the ring, you crow, and get some bread somewhere, and some cucumbers or something. Matvey goes off and soon afterwards comes back, carrying on his shoulders an immense wooden ring which had been painted in previous years in patterns of various colors. In the center of the ring is a red cross, at the circumference holes for the pegs. Seryozhka takes the ring and covers the hole in the ice with it. Just right, it fits. We have only to renew the paint and it will be first-rate. Come, why are you standing still? Make the lectern, or go and get logs to make the cross. Matvey, who has not tasted food or drink all day, trudges up the hill again. Lazy as Seryozhka is, he makes the pegs with his own hands. He knows that those pegs have a miraculous power. Whoever gets hold of a peg after the blessing of the water will be lucky for the whole year. Such work is really worth doing. But the real work begins the following day. Then Seryozhka displays himself before the ignorant Matvey in all the greatness of his talent. There is no end to his babble, his fault-finding, his whims and fancies. If Matvey nails 2 big pieces of wood to make a cross, he is dissatisfied and tells him to do it again. If Matvey stands still, Seryozhka asks him angrily why he does not go. If he moves, Seryozhka shouts to him not to go away but to do his work. He is not satisfied with his tools, with the weather, or with his own talent. Nothing pleases him. Matvey saws out a great piece of ice for a lectern. "Why have you broken off the corner?" cries Seryozhka and glares at him furiously. "Why have you broken off the corner, I ask you? Forgive me, for Christ's sake. Do it over again." Matvey saws again, and there is no end to his sufferings. A lectern is to stand by the hole in the ice that is covered by the painted ring. On the lectern is to be carved the cross and the open gospel. But that is not all. Behind the lectern, there is to be a high cross to be seen by all the crowd and to glitter in the sun as though sprinkled with diamonds and rubies. On the cross is to be a dove carved out of ice. The path from the church to the Jordan is to be strewn with branches of fir and juniper. All this is their task. First of all, Seryozhka sets to work on the lectern. He works with a file, a chisel, and an awl. He is perfectly successful in the cross on the lectern, the gospel, and the drapery that hangs down from the lectern. Then he begins on the dove. While he is trying to carve an expression of meekness and humility on the face of the dove, Matvey, lumbering about like a bear, is coating with ice the cross he has made of wood. He takes the cross and dips it in the hole. Waiting till the water has frozen on the cross, he dips it in a second time, and so on till the cross is covered with a thick layer of ice. It is a difficult job, calling for a great deal of strength and patience. But now the delicate work is finished. Seryozhka races about the village like one possessed. He swears and vows he will go at once to the river and smash all his work. He is looking for suitable paints. His pockets are full of ochre, dark blue, red lead, and verdigris. Without paying a farthing, he rushes headlong from one shop to another. The shop is next door to the tavern. Here he has a drink. With a wave of his hand, he darts off without paying. At one hut he gets beetroot leaves, at another an onion skin, out of which he makes a yellow color. He swears, shoves, threatens, and not a soul murmurs. They all smile at him, they sympathize with him, call him Sergei Nikitich. They all feel that his art is not his personal affair but something that concerns them all, the whole people. One creates, the others help him. Seryozhka in himself is a nonentity, a sluggard, a drunkard, and a wastrel, but when he has his red lead or compasses in his hand, he is at once something higher, a servant of God. Epiphany morning comes. The precincts of the church and both banks of the river for a long distance are swarming with people. Everything that makes up the Jordan is scrupulously concealed under new mats. Seryozhka is meekly moving about near the mats, trying to control his emotion. He sees thousands of people. There are many here from other parishes. These people have come many a mile on foot through the frost and the snow merely to see his celebrated Jordan. Matvey, who had finished his course, rough work, is by now back in the church. There is no sight, no sound of him. He is already forgotten. The weather is lovely. There is not a cloud in the sky. The sunshine is dazzling. The church bells ring out on the hill. Thousands of heads are bared, thousands of hands are moving. There are thousands of signs of the cross. And Seryozhka does not know what to do with himself for impatience. But now they are ringing the bells for the sacrament. Then half an hour later a certain agitation is perceptible in the belfry and among the people. Banners are borne out of the church one after the other while the bells peal in joyous haste. Seryozhka, trembling, pulls away the mat, and the people behold something extraordinary. The lectern, the wooden ring, the pegs, and the cross in the ice are iridescent with thousands of colors. The cross and the dove glitter so dazzlingly that it hurts the eyes to look at them. Merciful God, how fine it is! A murmur of wonder and delight runs through the crowd, the bells peal more loudly still, the day grows brighter, the banners oscillate and move over the crowd as over the waves. The procession, glittering with the settings of the icons and the vestments of the clergy, comes slowly down the road and turns towards the Jordan. Hands are waved to the belfry for the ringing to cease, and the blessing of the water begins. The priests conduct the service slowly, deliberately, evidently trying to prolong the ceremony and the joy of praying all gathered together. There is perfect stillness. But now they plunge the cross in, and the air echoes with an extraordinary din. Guns are fired, the bells peal furiously, loud exclamations of delight, shouts, and a rush to get the pegs. Seryozhka listens to this uproar, sees thousands of eyes fixed upon him, and the lazy fellow's soul is filled with a sense of glory and triumph. The Swedish Match, The Story of a Crime, I. On the morning of October 6, 1885, a well-dressed young man presented himself at the office of the police superintendent of the 2nd Division of the S District and announced that his employer, a retired cornet of the Guards, called Mark Ivanovich Klyazov, had been murdered. The young man was pale and extremely agitated as he made this announcement. His hands trembled, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. "To whom have I the honor of speaking?" the superintendent asked him. "Chekhov, Klyazov's steward, agricultural and engineering expert." The police superintendent, on reaching the spot with Chekhov and the necessary witnesses, found the position as follows. Masses of people were crowding about the lodge in which Klyazov lived. The news of the event had flown round the neighborhood with the rapidity of lightning, and, thanks to its being a holiday, the people were flocking to the lodge from all the neighboring villages. There was a regular hubbub of talk. Pale and tearful faces were to be seen here and there. The door into Klyazov's bedroom was found to be locked. The key was in the lock on the inside. Evidently, the criminals made their way in by the window, Chekhov observed, as they examined the door. They went into the garden into which the bedroom window looked. The window had a gloomy, ominous air. It was covered by a faded green curtain. One corner of the curtain was slightly turned back, which made it possible to peep into the bedroom. "Has any one of you looked in at the window?" inquired the superintendent. "No, Your Honor," said Yefrem, the gardener, a little gray-haired old man with the face of a veteran non-commissioned officer. "No one feels like looking when they are shaking in every limb." Mark Ivanitch," sighed the superintendent as he looked at the window. "I told you that you would come to a bad end. I told you, poor dear, you wouldn't listen. Dissipation leads to no good." "It's thanks to Yefrem," said Chekhov. "We should never have guessed it but for him. It was he who first thought that something was wrong. He came to me this morning and said, 'Why is it our master hasn't waked up for so long? He hasn't been out of his bedroom for a whole week.' When he said that to me, I was struck all of a heap. The thought flashed through my mind at once. He hasn't made an appearance since Saturday of last week, and today's Sunday. 7 days is no joke." "Yes, poor man," the superintendent sighed again. "A clever fellow, well-educated and so good-hearted. There was no one like him, one may say, in company. But a rake, the kingdom of heaven be his, I'm not surprised at anything with him. Stepan," he said, addressing one of the witnesses, "ride off this minute to my house and send Andriushka to the police captain's, let him report to him. Say Mark Ivanitch has been murdered. Yes, and run to the inspector. Why should he sit in comfort doing nothing? Let him come here, and you go yourself as fast as you can to the examining magistrate, Nikolay Yermolych, and tell him to come here. Wait a bit, I will write him a note." The police superintendent stationed watchmen round the lodge and went off to the stewards to have tea. 10 minutes later, he was sitting on a stool, carefully nibbling lumps of sugar and sipping tea as hot as a red-hot coal. "There it is," he said to Chekhov, "there it is. A gentleman and a well-to-do one, too. A favorite of the gods, one may say, to use Pushkin's expression, and what has he made of it? Nothing. He gave himself up to drinking and debauchery, and here now, he has been murdered." 2 hours later, the examining magistrate drove up. Nikolay Yermolych Tichubikov, that was the magistrate's name, a tall, thick-set old man of 60, had been hard at work for a quarter of a century. He was known to the whole district as an honest, intelligent, energetic man devoted to his work. His invariable companion, assistant, and secretary, a tall young man of 26, called Dukovsky, arrived on the scene of action with him. "Is it possible, gentlemen?" Tychubikov began, going into Syakov's room and rapidly shaking hands with everyone. "Is it possible? Mark Ivanitch murdered? No, it's impossible. Impossibly." "There it is," sighed the superintendent. "Merciful heavens, why I saw him only last Friday. At the fair at Terabunkovo, saving your presence, I drank a glass of vodka with him." "There it is," the superintendent sighed once more. They heaved sighs, expressed their horror, drank a glass of tea each, and went to the lodge. "Make way," the police inspector shouted to the crowd. On going into the lodge, the examining magistrate first of all set to work to inspect the door into the bedroom. The door turned out to be made of deal, painted yellow, and not to have been tampered with. No special traces that might have served as evidence could be found. They proceeded to break open the door. "I beg you, gentlemen who are not concerned, to retire," said the examining magistrate, when, after long banging and cracking, the door yielded to the axe and the chisel. "I ask this in the interests of the investigation. Inspector, admit no one." Tychubikov, his assistant, and the police superintendent opened the door and hesitatingly, one after the other, walked into the room. The following spectacle met their eyes. In the solitary window stood a big wooden bedstead with an immense feather bed on it. On the rumpled feather bed lay a creased and crumpled quilt. A pillow, in a cotton pillow case also much creased, was on the floor. On a little table beside the bed lay a silver watch and silver coins to the value of 20 kopecks. Some sulphur matches lay there too. Except the bed, the table, and a solitary chair, there was no furniture in the room. Looking under the bed, the superintendent saw 24 empty bottles, an old straw hat, and a jar of vodka. Under the table lay one boot, covered with dust. Taking a look round the room, Tychubikov frowned and flushed crimson. "The blackguards," he muttered, clenching his fists. "And where is Mark Ivanitch?" Dukovsky asked quietly. "I beg you not to put your spoke in," Tychubikov answered roughly. "Kindly examine the floor. This is the second case in my experience, Yevgraf Kuzmich," he added to the police superintendent, dropping his voice. "In 1870 I had a similar case, but no doubt you remember it. The murder of the merchant Portratov, it was just the same. The blackguards murdered him and dragged the dead body out of the window." Tychubikov went to the window, drew the curtain aside, and cautiously pushed the window. The window opened. "It opens, so it was not fastened. There are traces on the windowsill. Do you see? Here is the trace of a knee. Someone climbed out. We shall have to inspect the window thoroughly." "There is nothing special to be observed on the floor," said Dukovsky. "No stains nor scratches. The only thing I have found is a used Swedish match. Here it is. As far as I remember, Mark Ivanitch didn't smoke. In a general way, he used sulphur ones, never Swedish matches. This match may serve as a clue." "Oh, hold your tongue, please," cried Tychubikov with a wave of his hand. "He keeps on about his match. I can't stand these excitable people. Instead of looking for matches, you had better examine the bed." On inspecting the bed, Dukovsky reported, "There are no stains of blood or of anything else. Nor are there any fresh rents. On the pillow there are traces of teeth. A liquid, having the smell of beer and also the taste of it, has been spilt on the quilt. The general appearance of the bed gives grounds for supposing there has been a struggle." "I know there was a struggle without your telling me. No one asked you whether there was a struggle. Instead of looking out for a struggle, you had better be. One boot is here, the other one is not on the scene." "Well, what of that?" "Why, they must have strangled him while he was taking off his boots. He hadn't time to take the second boot off when." "He's off again, and how do you know that he was strangled?" "There are marks of teeth on the pillow. The pillow itself is very much crumpled and has been flung to a distance of 6 feet from the bed." He argues, the chatterbox, "We had better go into the garden. You had better look in the garden instead of rummaging about here." "I can do that without your help." When they went out into the garden, their first task was the inspection of the grass. The grass had been trampled down under the windows. The clump of burdock against the wall under the window turned out to have been trodden on too. Dukovsky succeeded in finding on it some broken shoots and a little bit of wadding. On the topmost burrs, some fine threads of dark blue wool were found. What was the color of his last suit? Dukovsky asked Chekhov. It was yellow, made of canvas. Capital, then it was they who were in dark blue. Some of the burrs were cut off and carefully wrapped up in paper. At that moment, Artsabashevsvistakovsky, the police captain, and Tutuev, the doctor, arrived. The police captain greeted the others and at once proceeded to satisfy his curiosity. The doctor, a tall and extremely lean man with sunken eyes, a long nose, and a sharp chin, greeting no one and asking no questions, sat down on a stump, heaved a sigh, and said, "The Serbians are in a turmoil again. I can't make out what they want. Ah, Austria, Austria, it's your doing." The inspection of the window from outside yielded absolutely no result. The inspection of the grass and surrounding bushes furnished many valuable clues. Dukovsky succeeded, for instance, in detecting a long, dark streak in the grass, consisting of stains, and stretching from the window for a good many yards into the garden. The streak ended under one of the lilac bushes in a big, brownish stain. Under the same bush was found a boot, which turned out to be the fellow to the one found in the bedroom. "This is an old stain of blood," said Dukovsky, examining the stain. At the word blood, the doctor got up and lazily took a cursory glance at the stain. "Yes, it's blood," he muttered. "Then he wasn't strangled since there's blood," said Tychubikov, looking malignantly at Dukovsky. "He was strangled in the bedroom, and here, afraid he would come to, they stabbed him with something sharp. The stain under the bush shows that he lay there for a comparatively long time, while they were trying to find some way of carrying him, or something to carry him on out of the garden." "Well, and the boot?" "That boot bears out my contention that he was murdered while he was taking off his boots before going to bed. He had taken off one boot, the other, that is, this boot he had only managed to get half off. While he was being dragged and shaken, the boot that was only half on came off of itself." "What powers of deduction, just look at him," Tychubikov jeered. "He brings it all out so pat, and when will you learn not to put your theories forward? You had better take a little of the grass for analysis instead of arguing." After making the inspection and taking a plan of the locality, they went off to the stewards to write a report and have lunch. At lunch, they talked. "Watch, money, and everything else are untouched," Tychubikov began the conversation. "It is as clear as twice two makes four that the murder was committed not for mercenary motives. It was committed by a man of the educated class," Dukovsky put in. "From what do you draw that conclusion?" "I base it on the Swedish match, which the peasants about here have not learned to use yet. Such matches are only used by landowners and not by all of them. He was murdered, by the way, not by one but by three, at least. Two held him while the third strangled him. Klyazov was strong, and the murderers must have known that. What use would his strength be to him, supposing he were asleep? The murderers came upon him as he was taking off his boots. He was taking off his boots, so he was not asleep. It's no good making things up. You had better eat your lunch." "To my thinking, Your Honor," said Yefrem, the gardener, as he set the samovar on the table, "this vile deed was the work of no other than Nikolashka." "Quite possible," said Chekhov. "Who's this Nikolashka?" "The master's valet, Your Honor," answered Yefrem. "Who else should it be if not he? He's a ruffian, Your Honor, a drunkard and such a dissipated fellow. May the Queen of Heaven never bring the like again. He always used to fetch vodka for the master. He always used to put the master to bed. Who should it be if not he? And what's more, I venture to bring to your notice, Your Honor, he boasted once in a tavern, the rascal, that he would murder his master. It's all on account of Akolka, on account of a woman. He had a soldier's wife. The master took a fancy to her and got intimate with her, and he was angered by it, to be sure. He's lolling about in the kitchen now, drunk. He's crying, making out he is grieving over the master." "And anyone might be angry over Akolka, certainly," said Chekhov. "She is a soldier's wife, a peasant woman, but Mark Ivanitch might well call her Nana. There is something in her that does suggest Nana. Fascinating." "I have seen her, I know," said the examining magistrate, blowing his nose in a red handkerchief. Dukovsky blushed and dropped his eyes. The police superintendent drummed on his saucer with his fingers. The police captain coughed and rummaged in his portfolio for something. On the doctor alone, the mention of Akolka and Nana appeared to produce no impression. Tychubikov ordered Nikolashka to be fetched. Nikolashka, a lanky young man with a long pockmarked nose and a hollow chest, wearing a reefer jacket that had been his master's, came into Syakov's room and bowed down to the ground before Tychubikov. His face looked sleepy and showed traces of tears. He was drunk and could hardly stand up. "Where is your master?" Tychubikov asked him. "He's murdered, Your Honor." As he said this, Nikolashka blinked and began to cry. "We know that he is murdered, but where is he now? Where is his body?" "They say it was dragged out of window and buried in the garden." The results of the investigation are already known in the kitchen then. "That's bad. My good fellow, where were you on the night when your master was killed? On Saturday, that is." Nikolashka raised his head, craned his neck, and pondered. "I can't say, Your Honor," he said. "I was drunk and I don't remember." "An alibi," whispered Zhukovsky, grinning and rubbing his hands. "Ah, and why is it there's blood under your master's window?" Nikolashka flung up his head and pondered. "Think a little quicker," said the police captain. "In a minute. That blood's from a trifling matter, Your Honor. I killed a hen. I cut her throat very simply in the usual way, and she fluttered out of my hands and took and ran off. That's what the blood's from." Yefrem testified that Nikolashka really did kill a hen every evening and killed it in all sorts of places, and no one had seen the half-killed hen running about the garden, though of course it could not be positively denied that it had done so. "An alibi," laughed Zhukovsky, "and what an idiotic alibi. Have you had relations with Akolka?" "Yes, I have sinned." "And your master carried her off from you?" "No, not at all. It was this gentleman here, Mr. Syakov, Ivan Mihalich, who enticed her from me, and the master took her from Ivan Mihalich. That's how it was." Syakov looked confused and began rubbing his left eye. Zhukovsky fastened his eyes upon him, detected his confusion, and started. He saw on the steward's legs dark blue trousers, which he had not previously noticed. The trousers reminded him of the blue threads found on the burdock. Tychubikov in his turn glanced suspiciously at Syakov. "You can go," he said to Nikolashka. "And now allow me to put one question to you, Mr. Syakov. You were here, of course, on the Saturday of last week." "Yes, at 10 o'clock I had supper with Mark Ivanitch." "And afterwards?" Syakov was confused and got up from the table. Afterwards, I really don't remember," he muttered. "I had drunk a good deal on that occasion. I can't remember where and when I went to bed. Why do you all look at me like that, as though I had murdered him?" "Where did you wake up?" "I woke up in the servants' kitchen on the stove. They can all confirm that. How I got onto the stove I can't say." "Don't disturb yourself. Do you know Akulina?" "Oh well, not particularly." "Did she leave you for Klyazov?" "Yes, Yefrem brings some more mushrooms. Will you have some tea, Yevgraf Kuzmich?" There followed an oppressive, painful silence that lasted for some 5 minutes. Zhukovsky held his tongue and kept his piercing eyes on Syakov's face, which gradually turned pale. The silence was broken by Tychubikov. "We must go to the big house," he said, "and speak to the deceased sister, Maria Ivanovna. She may give us some evidence." Tychubikov and his assistant thanked Syakov for the lunch, then went off to the big house. They found Klyazov's sister, a maiden lady of 45, on her knees before a high family shrine of icons. When she saw portfolios and caps adorned with cockades in her visitor's hands, she turned pale. "First of all, I must offer an apology for disturbing your devotions, so to say," the gallant Tychubikov began with a scrape. "We have come to you with a request. You have heard, of course, already. There is a suspicion that your brother has somehow been murdered. God's will, you know. Death no one can escape, neither czar nor plowman. Can you not assist us with some fact, something that will throw light?" "Oh, do not ask me," said Maria Ivanovna, turning whiter still and hiding her face in her hands. "I can tell you nothing, nothing. I implore you, I can say nothing. What can I do? Oh, no, not a word of my brother. I would rather die than speak." Maria Ivanovna burst into tears and went away into another room. The officials looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and beat a retreat. "A devil of a woman," said Zhukovsky, swearing as they went out of the big house. "Apparently she knows something and is concealing it, and there is something peculiar in the maidservant's expression too. You wait a bit, you devils, we will get to the bottom of it all. In the evening, Chubikov and his assistant were driving home by the light of a pale-faced moon. They sat in their wagonette, summing up in their minds the incidents of the day. Both were exhausted and sat silent. Chubikov never liked talking on the road. In spite of his talkativeness, Zhukovsky held his tongue in deference to the old man. Towards the end of the journey, however, the young man could endure the silence no longer, and began. That Nikolashka has had a hand in the business, he said, non dubitandum est. One can see from his mug too what sort of a chap he is. His alibi gives him away hand and foot. There is no doubt either that he was not the instigator of the crime. He was only the stupid hired tool. Do you agree? The discreet Chekhov plays a not unimportant part in the affair too. His blue trousers, his embarrassment, his lying on the stove from fright after the murder, his alibi and Akolka. Keep it up, you're in your glory. According to you, if a man knows Akolka, he is the murderer. Ah, you hothead. You ought to be sucking your bottle instead of investigating cases. You used to be running after Akolka II. Does that mean that you had a hand in this business? Akolka was a cook in your house for a month too, but I don't say anything. On that Saturday night I was playing cards with you, I saw you, or I should be after you too. The woman is not the point, my good sir. The point is the nasty, disgusting, mean feeling. The discreet young man did not like to be cut out, do you see? Vanity, do you see? He longed to be revenged. Then, his thick lips are a strong indication of sensuality. Do you remember how he smacked his lips when he compared Akolka to Nana? That he is burning with passion, the scoundrel, is beyond doubt. And so you have wounded vanity and unsatisfied passion. That's enough to lead to murder. 2 of them are in our hands, but who is the third? Nikolashka and Chekhov held him. Who was it smothered him? Chekhov is timid, easily embarrassed, altogether a coward. People like Nikolashka are not equal to smothering with a pillow. They set to work with an axe or a mallet. Some third person must have smothered him, but who? Zhukovsky pulled his cap over his eyes and pondered. He was silent till the wagonette had driven up to the examining magistrate's house. Eureka, he said, as he went into the house and took off his overcoat. Eureka, Nikolay Yermolych, I can't understand how it is it didn't occur to me before. Do you know who the third is? Do leave off, please, there's supper ready. Sit down to supper. Chubikov and Zhukovsky sat down to supper. Zhukovsky poured himself out a wineglassful of vodka, got up, stretched, and with sparkling eyes said, Let me tell you then that the third person who collaborated with the scoundrel Chekhov and smothered him was a woman. Yes, I am speaking of the murdered man's sister, Maria Ivanovna. Chubikov coughed over his vodka and fastened his eyes on Zhukovsky. Are you not quite right? Is your head's not quite right? Does it ache? I am quite well. Very good, suppose I have gone out of my mind, but how do you explain her confusion on our arrival? How do you explain her refusal to give information? Admitting that that is trivial, very good, all right, but think of the terms they were on. She detested her brother. She is an old believer, he was a profligate, a godless fellow. That is what has bred hatred between them. They say he succeeded in persuading her that he was an angel of Satan. He used to practice spiritualism in her presence. Well, what then? Don't you understand? She's an old believer, she murdered him through fanaticism. She has not merely slain a wicked man, a profligate, she has freed the world from Antichristan that she fancies is her merit, her religious achievement. Ah, you don't know these old maids, these old believers. You should read Dostoevsky, and what does Lyashkov say? And Petrovsky, it's she, I'll stake my life on it. She smothered him. Oh, the fiendish woman. Wasn't she, perhaps, standing before the icons when we went in to put us off the scent? I'll stand up and say my prayers, she said to herself. They will think I am calm and don't expect them. That's the method of all novices in crime. Dear Nikolay Yermolych, my dear man, do hand this case over to me. Let me go through with it to the end. My dear fellow, I have begun it, and I will carry it through to the end. Chubikov shook his head and frowned. I am equal to sifting difficult cases myself, he said, and it's your place not to put yourself forward. Write what is dictated to you, that is your business. Zhukovsky flushed crimson, walked out and slammed the door. A clever fellow, the rogue, Chubikov muttered, looking after him. Very clever, only inappropriately hasty. I shall have to buy him a cigar case at the fair for a present. Next morning, a lad with a big head and a hare lip came from Klyazovka. He gave his name as the shepherd Danilko and furnished a very interesting piece of information. "I had had a drop," said he. "I stayed on till midnight at my cronies. As I was going home, being drunk, I got into the river for a bathe. I was bathing, and what do I see? 2 men coming along the dam carrying something black. 'Tayu!' I shouted at them. They were scared and cut along as fast as they could go into the Makarov kitchen gardens. Strike me dead if it wasn't the master they were carrying." Towards evening of the same day, Chekhov and Nikolashka were arrested and taken under guard to the district town. In the town, they were put in the prison tower, Roman II. 12 days passed. It was morning. The examining magistrate, Nikolay Yermolych, was sitting at a green table at home, looking through the papers relating to the Klyazov case. Dukovsky was pacing up and down the room restlessly, like a wolf in a cage. "You are convinced of the guilt of Nikolashka and Chekhov," he said, nervously pulling at his youthful beard. "Why is it you refuse to be convinced of the guilt of Maria Ivanovna? Haven't you evidence enough?" "I don't say that I don't believe in it. I am convinced of it, but somehow I can't believe it. There is no real evidence. It's all theoretical, as it were. Fanaticism and one thing and another. And you must have an axe and blood-stained sheets. You lawyers, well, I will prove it to you then. Do give up your slipshod attitude to the psychological aspect of the case. Your Maria Ivanovna ought to be in Siberia. I'll prove it. If theoretical proof is not enough for you, I have something material. It will show you how right my theory is, only let me go about a little." "What are you talking about?" "The Swedish match, have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten it. I'll find out who struck it in the murdered man's room. It was not struck by Nikolashka, nor by Chekhov, neither of whom turned out to have matches when searched, but a third person, that is Maria Ivanovna, and I will prove it. Only let me drive about the district, make some inquiries." "Oh, very well, sit down. Let us proceed to the examination." Dukovsky sat down to the table and thrust his long nose into the papers. "Bring in Nikolay Techov," cried the examining magistrate. Nikolashka was brought in. He was pale and thin as a chip. He was trembling. "Techov," began Typhus, "in 1879 you were convicted of theft and condemned to a term of imprisonment. In 1882 you were condemned for theft a second time, and a second time sent to prison. We know all about it." A look of surprise came up into Nikolashka's face. The examining magistrate's omniscience amazed him, but soon wonder was replaced by an expression of extreme distress. He broke into sobs and asked leave to go to wash and calm himself. He was let out. "Bring in Chekhov," said the examining magistrate. Chekhov was let in. The young man's face had greatly changed during those 12 days. He was thin, pale, and wasted. There was a look of apathy in his eyes. "Sit down, Chekhov," said Typhus. "I hope that today you will be sensible and not persist in lying as on other occasions. All this time you have denied your participation in the murder of Klyazov in spite of the mass of evidence against you. It is senseless. Confession is some mitigation of guilt. Today I am talking to you for the last time. If you don't confess today, tomorrow it will be too late. Come, tell us." "I know nothing, and I don't know your evidence," whispered Chekhov. "That's useless. Well then, allow me to tell you how it happened. On Saturday evening, you were sitting in Klyazov's bedroom drinking vodka and beer with him." Dukovsky riveted his eyes on Chekhov's face and did not remove them during the whole monologue. "Nikolay was waiting upon you. Between 12 and 1 Mark Ivanitch told you he wanted to go to bed. He always did go to bed at that time. While he was taking off his boots and giving you some instructions regarding the estate, Nikolay and you, at a given signal, seized your intoxicated master and flung him back upon the bed. One of you sat on his feet, the other on his head. At that moment the lady, you know who, in a black dress, who had arranged with you beforehand the part she would take in the crime, came in from the passage. She picked up the pillow and proceeded to smother him with it. During the struggle, the light went out. The woman took a box of Swedish matches out of her pocket and lighted the candle. Isn't that right? I see from your face that what I say is true. Well, to proceed. Having smothered him, and being convinced that he had ceased to breathe, Nikolay and you dragged him out of window and put him down near the burdocks. Afraid that he might regain consciousness, you struck him with something sharp. Then you carried him and laid him for some time under a lilac bush. After resting and considering a little, you carried him, lifted him over the hurdle, then went along the road. Then comes the dam. Near the dam you were frightened by a peasant. But what is the matter with you? Chekhov, white as a sheet, got up staggering. I am suffocating, he said. Very well, so be it. Only I must go, please. Chekhov was led out. At last he has admitted it, said Tichubikov, stretching at his ease. He has given himself away. How neatly I caught him there. And he didn't deny the woman in black, said Zhukovsky, laughing. I am awfully worried over that Swedish match, though. I can't endure it any longer. Goodbye, I am going. Zhukovsky put on his cap and went off. Tichubikov began interrogating Akolka. Akolka declared that she knew nothing about it. I have lived with you and with nobody else, she said. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhukovsky returned. He was more excited than ever. His hands trembled so much that he could not unbutton his overcoat. His cheeks were burning. It was evident that he had not come back without news. Veni vidi vici, he cried, dashing into Tichubikov's room and sinking into an armchair. I vow on my honor I begin to believe in my own genius. Listen, damnation take us. Listen and wonder, old friend. It's comic and it's sad. You have 3 in your grasp already, haven't you? I have found a 4th murderer, or rather murderess, for it is a woman, and what a woman. I would have given 10 years of my life merely to touch her shoulders. But listen. I drove to Klyazovka and proceeded to describe a spiral round it. On the way I visited all the shopkeepers and innkeepers, asking for Swedish matches. Everywhere I was told no. I have been on my round up to now. 20 times I lost hope, and as many times regained it. I have been on the go all day long, and only an hour ago came upon what I was looking for. A couple of miles from here they gave me a packet of 12 boxes of matches. 1 box was missing. I asked at once, who bought that box? So-and-so. She took a fancy to them. They crackle. My dear fellow, Nikolay Yermolych, what can sometimes be done by a man who has been expelled from a seminary and studied Gaborio is beyond all conception. From today I shall begin to respect myself. Ah, well, let us go. Go where? To her, to the 4th. We must make haste, or I shall explode with impatience. Do you know who she is? You will never guess. The young wife of our old police superintendent, Yevgraf Kuzmich, Olga Petrovna, that's who it is. She bought that box of matches. You, are you out of your mind? It's very natural. In the first place she smokes, and in the second she was head over ears in love with Klyazov. He rejected her love for the sake of an Akolka. Revenge. I remember now, I once came upon them behind the screen in the kitchen. She was cursing him while he was smoking her cigarette and puffing the smoke into her face. But do come along, make haste, for it is getting dark already. Let us go. I have not gone so completely crazy, yet as to disturb a respectable, honorable woman at night for the sake of a wretched boy. Honorable, respectable. You are a rag then, not an examining magistrate. I have never ventured to abuse you, but now you force me to it. You rag, you old fogey. Come, dear Nikolay Yermolych, I entreat you. The examining magistrate waved his hand in refusal and spat in disgust. I beg you, not for my own sake, but in the interests of justice. I beseech you, indeed, do me a favor if only for once in your life. Zhukovsky fell on his knees. Nikolay Yermolych, do be so good. Call me a scoundrel, a worthless wretch if I am in error about that woman. It is such a case, you know, it is a case, more like a novel than a case. The fame of it will be all over Russia. They will make you examining magistrate for particularly important cases. Do understand, you unreasonable old man. The examining magistrate frowned and irresolutely put out his hand towards his hat. Well, the devil take you, he said, let us go. It was already dark when the examining magistrate's wagonette rolled up to the police superintendent's door. What brutes we are, said Tichubikov as he reached for the bell. We are disturbing people. Never mind, don't be frightened. We will say that one of the springs has broken. Tichubikov and Zhukovsky were met in the doorway by a tall, plump woman of 23, with eyebrows as black as pitch and full red lips. It was Olga Petrovna herself. Ah, how very nice, she said, smiling all over her face. You are just in time for supper. My Yevgraf Kuzmich is not at home. He is staying at the priest's, but we can get on without him. Sit down. Have you come from an inquiry? Yes, we have broken one of our springs, you know. began Tichubikov, going into the drawing room and sitting down in an easy chair. Take her by surprise at once and overwhelm her, Zhukovsky whispered to him. A spring, yes, we just drove up. Overwhelm her, I tell you. She will guess if you go drawing it out. Oh, do as you like, but spare me, muttered Tichubikov, getting up and walking to the window. I can't, you cook the mess, you eat it. Yes, the spring, Zhukovsky began, going up to the superintendent's wife and wrinkling his long nose. We have not come into, supper, nor to see Yevgraf Kuzmich. We have come to ask you, madam, where is Mark Ivanovitch whom you have murdered? What Mark Ivanovitch? Faltered the superintendent's wife, and her full face was suddenly in one instant suffused with crimson. I don't understand. I ask you in the name of the law, where is Klyazov? We know all about it. Through whom? The superintendent's wife asked slowly, unable to face Zhukovsky's eyes. Kindly inform us where he is. But how did you find out? Who told you? We know all about it. I insist in the name of the law. The examining magistrate, encouraged by the lady's confusion, went up to her. Tell us and we will go away, otherwise we. What do you want with him? What is the object of such questions, madam? We ask you for information. You are trembling, confused. Yes, he has been murdered, and if you will have it, murdered by you, your accomplices have betrayed you. The police superintendent's wife turned pale. Come along, she said quietly, wringing her hands. He is hidden in the bathhouse. Only for God's sake, don't tell my husband. I implore you, it would be too much for him. The superintendent's wife took a big key from the wall and led her visitors through the kitchen and the passage into the yard. It was dark in the yard. There was a drizzle of fine rain. The superintendent's wife went on ahead. Tichubikov and Zhukovsky strode after her through the long grass, breathing in the smell of wild hemp and slops, which made a squelching sound under their feet. It was a big yard. Soon there were no more pools of slops, and their feet felt plowed land. In the darkness, they saw the silhouette of trees, and among the trees, a little house with a crooked chimney. This is the bathhouse, said the superintendent's wife, but I implore you, do not tell anyone. Going up to the bathhouse, Tichubikov and Zhukovsky saw a large padlock on the door. Get ready your candle end and matches, Tichubikov whispered to his assistant. The superintendent's wife unlocked the padlock and let the visitors into the bathhouse. Zhukovsky struck a match and lighted up the entry. In the middle of it stood a table. On the table, beside a podgy little samovar, was a soup tureen with some cold cabbage soup in it, and a dish with traces of some sauce on it. Go on. They went into the next room, the bathroom. There, too, was a table. On the table there stood a big dish of ham, a bottle of vodka, plates, knives, and forks. But where is he? Where's the murdered man? He is on the top shelf, whispered the superintendent's wife, turning paler than ever and trembling. Zhukovsky took the candle end in his hand and climbed up to the upper shelf. There he saw a long, human body lying motionless on a big feather bed. The body emitted a faint snore. They have made fools of us, damn it all, Zhukovsky cried. This is not he, it is some living blockhead lying here. Hi, who are you, damnation take you? The body drew in its breath with a whistling sound and moved. Zhukovsky prodded it with his elbow. It lifted up its arms, stretched, and raised its head. Who is that poking? A hoarse, ponderous bass voice inquired. What do you want? Zhukovsky held the candle end to the face of the unknown and uttered a shriek. In the crimson nose, in the ruffled, uncombed hair, in the pitch-black mustaches of which one was jauntily twisted and pointed insolently towards the ceiling, he recognized Cornet Klyazov. You, Mark Ivanitch, impossible. The examining magistrate looked up and was dumbfounded. It is I, yes. And it's you, Zhukovsky. What the devil do you want here, and whose ugly mug is that down there? Holy saints, it's the examining magistrate. How in the world did you come here? Klyazov hurriedly got down and embraced Tichubikov. Olga Petrovna whisked out of the door. However did you come? Let's have a drink, dash it all, tra-ta-ta-ta-tom. Let's have a drink. Who brought you here, though? How did you get to know I was here? It doesn't matter, though, have a drink. Klyazov lighted the lamp and poured out 3 glasses of vodka. The fact is, I don't understand you, said the examining magistrate, throwing out his hands. Is it you or not you? Stop that, Do you want to give me a sermon? Don't trouble yourself. Dukovsky boy, drink up your vodka. Friends, let us pass the. What are you staring at? Drink. All the same, I can't understand, said the examining magistrate, mechanically drinking his vodka. Why are you here? Why shouldn't I be here, if I am comfortable here? Klyazov sipped his vodka and ate some ham. I am staying with the superintendent's wife, as you see, in the wilds among the ruins like some house goblin. Drink. I felt sorry for her, old man. I took pity on her, and well, I am living here in the deserted bathhouse like a hermit. I am well fed. Next week I am thinking of moving on. I've had enough of it. Inconceivable, said Dukovsky. What is there inconceivable in it? Inconceivable. For God's sake, how did your boot get into the garden? What boot? We found one of your boots in the bedroom and the other in the garden. And what do you want to know that for? It is not your business. But do drink, dash it all. Since you have waked me up, you may as well drink. There's an interesting tale about that boot, my boy. I didn't want to come to Olga's. I didn't feel inclined, I'd had a drop too much. She came under the window and began scolding me. You know how women, as a rule, being drunk, I up and flung my boot at her. Ha ha. Don't scold, I said. She clambered in at the window, lighted the lamp, and gave me a good drubbing as I was drunk. I have plenty to eat here. Love, vodka, and good things, but where are you off to? Chubikov, where are you off to? The examining magistrate spat on the floor and walked out of the bathhouse. Dukovsky followed him with his head hanging. Both got into the wagonette in silence and drove off. Never had the road seemed so long and dreary. Both were silent. Chubikov was shaking with anger all the way. Dukovsky hid his face in his collar as though he were afraid the darkness and the drizzling rain might read his shame on his face. On getting home, the examining magistrate found the doctor, Tutuev, there. The doctor was sitting at the table and heaving deep sighs as he turned over the pages of the Neva. The things that are going on in the world, he said, greeting the examining magistrate with a melancholy smile. Austria is at it again, and Gladstone too, in a way. Chubikov flung his hat under the table and began to tremble. You devil of a skeleton, don't bother me. I've told you 1,000 times over, don't bother me with your politics. It's not the time for politics. And as for you, he turned upon Dukovsky and shook his fist at him, as for you, I'll never forget it as long as I live. But the Swedish match, how could I tell? Choke yourself with your match. Go away and don't irritate me, or goodness knows what I shall do to you. Don't let me set eyes on you. Dukovsky heaved a sigh, took his hat and went out. I'll go and get drunk, he decided, as he went out of the gate, and he sauntered dejectedly towards the tavern. When the superintendent's wife got home from the bathhouse, she found her husband in the drawing room. What did the examining magistrate come about? Asked her husband. He came to say that they had found Klyazov. Only fancy, they found him staying with another man's wife. Ah, Mark Ivanitch, sighed the police superintendent, turning up his eyes. I told you that dissipation would lead to no good. I told you so you wouldn't heed me. The Bishop and Other Stories. The Bishop I. The evening service was being celebrated on the eve of Palm Sunday in the old Petrovsky convent. When they began distributing the palm, it was close upon 10 o'clock. The candles were burning dimly. The wicks wanted snuffing. It was all in a sort of mist. In the twilight of the church, the crowd seemed heaving like the sea, and to Bishop Piotr, who had been unwell for the last 3 days, it seemed that all the faces, old and young, men's and women's, were alike, that everyone who came up for the palm had the same expression in his eyes. In the mist, he could not see the doors. The crowd kept moving and looked as though there were no end to it. The female choir was singing. A nun was reading the prayers for the day. How stifling, how hot it was, how long the service went on. Bishop Piotr was tired. His breathing was labored and rapid, his throat was parched, his shoulders ached with weariness, his legs were trembling. And it disturbed him unpleasantly when a religious maniac uttered occasional shrieks in the gallery. And then all of a sudden, as though in a dream or delirium, it seemed to the bishop as though his own mother Maria Timofeevna, whom he had not seen for 9 years, or some old woman just like his mother, came up to him out of the crowd, and, after taking a palm branch from him, walked away looking at him all the while good-humoredly with a kind, joyful smile until she was lost in the crowd. and for some reason tears flowed down his face. There was peace in his heart, everything was well, yet he kept gazing fixedly towards the left choir, where the prayers were being read, where in the dusk of evening you could not recognize anyone, and wept. Tears glistened on his face and on his beard. Here someone close at hand was weeping, then someone else farther away, then others and still others, and little by little the church was filled with soft weeping. And a little later, within 5 minutes, the nuns' choir was singing. No one was weeping and everything was as before. Soon the service was over. When the bishop got into his carriage to drive home, the gay, melodious chime of the heavy, costly bells was filling the whole garden in the moonlight. The white walls, the white crosses on the tombs, the white birch trees and black shadows, and the faraway moon in the sky exactly over the convent, seemed now living their own life, apart and incomprehensible, yet very near to man. It was the beginning of April, and after the warm spring day it turned cool, there was a faint touch of frost, and the breath of spring could be felt in the soft, chilly air. The road from the convent to the town was sandy, the horses had to go at a walking pace, and on both sides of the carriage in the brilliant, peaceful moonlight there were people trudging along home from church through the sand. And all was silent, sunk in thought. Everything around seemed kindly, youthful, akin everything trees and sky and even the moon, and one longed to think that so it would be always. At last the carriage drove into the town and rumbled along the principal street. The shops were already shut, but at Arakan's, the millionaire shopkeepers, they were trying the new electric lights, which flickered brightly, and a crowd of people were gathered round. Then came wide, dark, deserted streets, one after another, then the highroad, the open country, the fragrance of pines. And suddenly there rose up before the bishop's eyes a white turreted wall, and behind it a tall belfry in the full moonlight, and beside it 5 shining, golden cupolas. This was the Pankratievsky monastery in which Bishop Pyotr lived. And here, too, high above the monastery, was the silent, dreamy moon. The carriage drove in at the gate, crunching over the sand. Here and there in the moonlight there were glimpses of dark monastic figures, and there was the sound of footsteps on the flagstones. "You know, Your Holiness, your mamma arrived while you were away," the lay brother informed the bishop as he went into his cell. "My mother, when did she come?" "Before the evening service. She asked first where you were, and then she went to the convent. Then it was her I saw in the church just now, O Lord." And the bishop laughed with joy. "She bade me tell Your Holiness," the lay brother went on, "that she would come tomorrow. She had a little girl with her grandchild, I suppose. They are staying at Ovsianikov's inn." "What time is it now?" "A little after 11. "Oh, how vexing." The bishop sat for a little while in the parlor, hesitating, and as it were refusing to believe it was so late. His arms and legs were stiff, his head ached. He was hot and uncomfortable. After resting a little, he went into his bedroom, and there, too, he sat a little, still thinking of his mother. He could hear the lay brother going away and Father Sis coughing the other side of the wall. The monastery clock struck 1:15. The bishop changed his clothes and began reading the prayers before sleep. He read attentively those old, long familiar prayers, and at the same time thought about his mother. She had 9 children and about 40 grandchildren. At one time, she had lived with her husband, the deacon, in a poor village. She had lived there a very long time from the age of 17 to 60. The bishop remembered her from early childhood, almost from the age of 3, and how he had loved her. Sweet, precious childhood, always fondly remembered. Why did it, that long past time that could never return, why did it seem brighter, fuller, and more festive than it had really been? When in his childhood or youth he had been ill, how tender and sympathetic his mother had been. And now his prayers mingled with the memories, which gleamed more and more brightly like a flame, and the prayers did not hinder his thinking of his mother. When he had finished his prayers, he undressed and lay down, and at once, as soon as it was dark, there rose before his mind his dead father, his mother, his native village Lesopoli. The creak of wheels, the bleat of sheep, the church bells on bright summer mornings, the gypsies under the window, oh, how sweet to think of it. He remembered the priest of Lesopoli, Father Simeon, mild, gentle, kindly. He was a lean little man, while his son, a divinity student, was a huge fellow and talked in a roaring bass voice. The priest's son had flown into a rage with the cook and abused her. "Ah, you Jehud's ass!" And Father Simon, overhearing it, said not a word, and was only ashamed because he could not remember where such an ass was mentioned in the Bible. After him, the priest at Lesopoli had been Father Demayan, who used to drink heavily, and at times drank till he saw green snakes and was even nicknamed Demayan Snakeseer. The schoolmaster at Lesopoli was Matvey Nikolaich, who had been a divinity student, a kind and intelligent man, but he, too, was a drunkard. He never beat the schoolchildren, but for some reason he always had hanging on his wall a bunch of birch twigs, and below it an utterly meaningless inscription in Latin, Bichala Kinderbol Samica Secuta. He had a shaggy black dog whom he called Syntax. And His Holiness laughed. 6 miles from Lesopoli was the village Obnino with a wonder-working icon. In the summer, they used to carry the icon in procession about the neighboring villages and ring the bells the whole day long, first in one village and then in another. And it used to seem to the bishop then that joy was quivering in the air. And he, in those days his name was Pavlusha, used to follow the icon, bareheaded and barefoot, with naive faith, with a naive smile, infinitely happy. In Obnino, he remembered now, there were always a lot of people, and the priest there, Father Alexei, to save time during Mass, used to make his deaf nephew Ilarion read the names of those for whose health or whose soul's peace prayers were asked. Ilarion used to read them, now and then getting a 5 or 10 kopeck piece for the service, and only when he was gray and bald, when life was nearly over, he suddenly saw written on one of the pieces of paper, "What a fool you are, Ilarion." Up to 15 at least, Pavlusha was undeveloped and idle at his lessons, so much so that they thought of taking him away from the clerical school and putting him into a shop. One day, going to the post at Obnino for letters, he had stared a long time at the post office clerks and asked, "Allow me to ask, how do you get your salary, every month or every day?" His Holiness crossed himself and turned over on the other side, trying to stop thinking and go to sleep. "My mother has come," he remembered and laughed. The moon peeped in at the window, the floor was lighted up, and there were shadows on it. A cricket was chirping. Through the wall Father Sis was snoring in the next room, and his aged snore had a sound that suggested loneliness, forlornness, even vagrancy. Sis had once been housekeeper to the bishop of the diocese, and was called now the former Father Housekeeper. He was 70 years old, he lived in a monastery 12 miles from the town and stayed sometimes in the town, too. He had come to the Pankrativsky monastery 3 days before, and the bishop had kept him that he might talk to him at his leisure about matters of business, about the arrangements here. At 1:30 they began ringing for matins. Father Sis could be heard coughing, muttering something in a discontented voice, then he got up and walked barefoot about the rooms. "Father Sisse," the bishop called. Sis went back to his room and a little later made his appearance in his boots, with a candle. He had on his cassock over his underclothes, and on his head was an old faded skullcap. "I can't sleep," said the bishop, sitting up. "I must be unwell, and what it is I don't know, fever." "You must have caught cold, your holiness, you must be rubbed with tallow." Sis stood a little and yawned. "O Lord, forgive me, a sinner." "They had the electric lights on at Arakan's today," he said. "I don't like it." Father Sis was old, lean, bent, always dissatisfied with something, and his eyes were angry-looking and prominent as a crab's. "I don't like it," he said, going away. "I don't like it." Bother it, Roman II. Next day, Palm Sunday, the bishop took the service in the cathedral in the town. Then he visited the bishop of the diocese, then visited a very sick old lady, the widow of a general, and at last drove home. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, he had welcome visitors dining with him, his mother, and his niece Katia, a child of 8 years old. All dinner time, the spring sunshine was streaming in at the windows, throwing bright light on the white tablecloth and on Katia's red hair. Through the double windows, they could hear the noise of the rooks and the notes of the starlings in the garden. "It is 9 years since we have met," said the old lady. "And when I looked at you in the monastery yesterday, good Lord, you've not changed a bit, except maybe you are thinner and your beard is a little longer. Holy Mother, Queen of Heaven. Yesterday at the evening service no one could help crying. I, too, as I looked at you, suddenly began crying, though I couldn't say why. His holy will." And in spite of the affectionate tone in which she said this, he could see she was constrained, as though she were uncertain whether to address him formally or familiarly, to laugh or not, and that she felt herself more a deacon's widow than his mother. And Katia gazed without blinking at her uncle, His Holiness, as though trying to discover what sort of a person he was. Her hair sprang up from under the comb and the velvet ribbon and stood out like a halo. She had a turned-up nose and sly eyes. The child had broken a glass before sitting down to dinner, and now her grandmother, as she talked, moved away from Katia first a wineglass and then a tumbler. The bishop listened to his mother and remembered how many years ago she used to take him and his brothers and sisters to relations whom she considered rich. In those days, she was taken up with the care of her children, now with her grandchildren, and she had brought Katia. "Your sister, Vanka, has 4 children," she told him. "Katia here is the eldest, and your brother-in-law father Ivan fell sick, God knows of what, and died 3 days before the Assumption, and my poor Vanka is left a beggar." "And how is Nicanor getting on?" the bishop asked about his eldest brother. "He is all right, thank God, though he has nothing much, yet he can live. Only there is one thing, his son, my grandson Nicolasha, did not want to go into the church. He has gone to the university to be a doctor. He thinks it is better, but who knows? His holy will." "Nicolasha cuts up dead people," said Katia, spilling water over her knees. "Sit still, child," her grandmother observed calmly and took the glass out of her hand. "Say a prayer and go on eating." "How long it is since we have seen each other," said the bishop, and he tenderly stroked his mother's hand and shoulder. "And I missed you abroad, mother, I missed you dreadfully." "Thank you. I used to sit in the evenings at the open window, lonely and alone. Often there was music playing, and all at once I used to be overcome with homesickness and felt as though I would give everything only to be at home and see you." His mother smiled, beamed, but at once she made a grave face and said, "Thank you." His mood suddenly changed. He looked at his mother and could not understand how she had come by that respectfulness, that timid expression of face. What was it for? And he did not recognize her. He felt sad and vexed, and then his head ached just as it had the day before, his legs felt fearfully tired, and the fish seemed to him stale and tasteless. He felt thirsty all the time. After dinner, 2 rich ladies, landowners, arrived and sat for an hour and a half in silence with rigid countenances. The archimandrite, a silent, rather deaf man, came to see him about business. Then they began ringing for vespers. The sun was setting behind the wood and the day was over. When he returned from church, he hurriedly said his prayers, got into bed, and wrapped himself up as warm as possible. It was disagreeable to remember the fish he had eaten at dinner. The moonlight worried him, and then he heard talking. In an adjoining room, probably in the parlor, Father Sis was talking politics. "There's war among the Japanese now. They are fighting. The Japanese, my good soul, are the same as the Montenegrins. They are the same race. They were under the Turkish yoke together." And then he heard the voice of Maria Timofeevna. "So, having said our prayers and drunk tea, we went, to Father Yeger at Novikotnoiso." And she kept on saying, "having had tea," or "having drunk tea." And it seemed as though the only thing she had done in her life was to drink tea. The bishop slowly, languidly recalled the seminary, the academy. For 3 years he had been Greek teacher in the seminary. By that time he could not read without spectacles. Then he had become a monk, he had been made a school inspector. Then he had defended his thesis for his degree. When he was 32 he had been made rector of the seminary and consecrated archimandrite, and then his life had been so easy, so pleasant, it seemed so long, no end was in sight. Then he had begun to be ill, had grown very thin and almost blind, and by the advice of the doctors, had to give up everything and go abroad. "And what then?" asked Sis in the next room. "Then we drank tea," answered Maria Timofeevna. "Good gracious, you've got a green beard," said Katia suddenly in surprise, and she laughed. The bishop remembered that the gray-headed Father Sissy's beard really had a shade of green in it, and he laughed. "God have mercy upon us, what we have to put up with this girl," said Sis, aloud, getting angry. "Spoilt child, sit quiet." The bishop remembered the perfectly new white church in which he had conducted the services while living abroad. He remembered the sound of the warm sea. In his flat, he had 5 lofty light rooms. In his study, he had a new writing table, lots of books. He had read a great deal and often written. And he remembered how he had pined for his native land, how a blind beggar woman had played the guitar under his window every day and sung of love, and how, as he listened, he had always for some reason thought of the past. But 8 years had passed, and he had been called back to Russia, and now he was a suffragan bishop, and all the past had retreated far away into the mist as though it were a dream. Zir. Father Sis came into the bedroom with a candle. "I say," he said, wondering, "are you asleep already, Your Holiness?" "What is it?" "Why, it's still early, 10 o'clock or less. I bought a candle today. I wanted to rub you with tallow." "I am in a fever," said the bishop, and he sat up. "I really ought to have something. My head is bad." Sisoy took off the bishop's shirt and began rubbing his chest and back with tallow. That's the way," he said. "Lord Jesus Christ. That's the way. I walked to the town today. I was at what's-his-name's, the chief priest Sidonsky's. I had tea with him. I don't like him, Lord Jesus Christ. That's the way, I don't like him."